Drops of rain hit the puddles. Two people stand in front of two others. A hooded man holds a gun in his hand, pointing it at the guy in front of him with a smile. A bright shot from a pistol. The man opposite is hit in the head by a bullet. The silhouette of a hooded man is holding a fired pistol. In the alley, two people and a dead body are visible. Blood is flowing from his head, rain is dripping from the sky. The man with white hair who was shot smiles. He mentally asks if he will really die like this. There is a pool of blood under his hand, with raindrops flowing over it. A guy with white hair was sitting at a desk in the classroom and screamed loudly, slamming his fist on the desk. Others turned to him. His eyes widened and he looked down, breathing heavily, sweat running down his face. A guy with blonde slicked back hair called Wang Tang and asked if everything was okay. He turned to him with his hands folded on the back of the chair and asked how about going for a drink at the Rose Bar tonight. Wang Tang looked at him in surprise. He thought it was Zhu Jai and didn't they know each other before? He wondered in surprise why he looked so young. The guy looked at the other in surprise, frowning. The guy with white hair fell back, holding out his hand. Drops of blood came from his head, and he thought that he remembered. Another hooded man looked at the dead body with a smile. Wang Tang thought he remembered how he died. He looked forward in surprise, wincing and frowning. The guy took out his phone and looked down at it, holding onto his jacket and thinking that this couldn't be happening. Wang Tang was reflected on the phone screen, with a surprised expression and a nervous smile, thinking that it was true. He put his hands on the desk and lowered his head, trembling. Zhu Jai looked at him in surprise, and the main character realized that he had been reborn. The guy with white hair slapped his cheeks, closed his eyes and said that you need to be calm and act as if nothing happened. He said that you shouldn't let the past be revived. Zhu Jai stood over him, looking down and asked the guy if everything was okay. The main character put his chin on his palm and extended his hand, saying that everything was fine, and just a little tired. He told them that in the evening they better let them go. A crowd of people ran to the window in the classroom, shouting that the goddess was punishing the bullies. Wang Tang looked at them in surprise. He stood up from his chair. Three guys at the window shouted to the goddess forward. Smiling, one of them raised his hand with a fist. The main character walked up to the window, standing behind the smiling guys, and looked down in surprise. Under the window, a girl with long black hair raised her leg, striking a guy who flew back from the blow. Two more were lying next to each other. A girl with long black hair, a cut long skirt, raised her leg high in black tights. The blow sent a wind through her. Wang Tang looked at her with his mouth open and eyebrows knitted while someone shouted that she truly deserves the title of Supreme Martial Artist, and these brats do not spare themselves at all. The guy wondered why he had not noticed before that Manhwa was so long-legged and has a good figure in high school. He wondered if she was a martial artist and what was going on, if this was his world. The guy raised his hand to his chin. Thinking, Zhu Jai patted him on the shoulder, putting his hand there and asked what was wrong with him, and he was kind of absent-minded today. The main character smiled at him nervously, closing his eyes and said that everything was fine and he was just tired, he'd better go home. He walked along the road, putting his hands in his pockets and wondering what kind of great martial arts master he was and what was going on in this world. Wang Tang took out his phone, looking at it, and said that he would look into the canoe now. He was holding a phone in his hand, which had various application icons on it. 30 years ago, a spatial crack appeared in the sky. People looked into the sky. A man in a blue shirt pointed his finger at the sky, along which there were cracks, and in the hole a blue outer space was visible, with a purple light in the middle. The crack connected this world with other worlds, the continent of Xinwu. A man in white robes and with long white hair that was blown by the wind. There was a power on the continent that allows one to comprehend and develop combat power. A man stands in front of a huge stone in a fighting stance. A large red palm slapped the stone, breaking the stone in that place. A purple sphere of fire with a bright white light burning in the middle. Scientists have studied the force and found that it is most likely dark matter. With the appearance of cracks in space, the Earth has undergone significant changes. A man with black hair and orange gloves holds a black sign of energy between his hands, looking at it in surprise, with a white light around him. Earthly creatures have also begun to be exposed to dark matter. Black fog flies down in stripes. The vegetation became more lush and taller, and some species that had long disappeared appeared again. A wolf with bright blue eyes and sharp teeth opened his mouth. A small yellow flower with 3 red berries in the middle. Animals became larger and their physical characteristics improved. The silhouette of a man opened his mouth wide, clenching his hand into fists. Changes have not spared humans either. People have gone crazy. A hall where many people are sitting at tables. In the center of the hall there is a table. behind which there is a person. World-famous countries began to cooperate in crack research. They sent soldiers and experts from everywhere to find a way to get to the Xingwu continent. These people were called harbingers. A silhouette in the sky flew in front of the crack, holding a flame between his hands. People looked at him from the ground. After numerous research experiments, people on Earth were able to start training. Finally, the countries unanimously decided to reveal their methods of practice and enter the era of martial arts with the people. Wang Teng looked at the phone in surprise, his mouth open, and thought that this was fantastic and had everything really changed so much. The guy looked around, frowning. Leaves of trees were visible next to him. He thought that this world has changed so much. And what happened to the Wang family? He walked to a 2-story house with a stone fence and an iron gate, wondering if these people were his real parents. The guy put his hand on the handle of the white front door, thinking that he shouldn't go in and even his parents had changed. He sighed, closing his eyes and told himself no. Sharply opening the doors with both hands, Wang Teng loudly announced that he was back. The girl with glasses and dark hair turned around at this. She was wearing a white shirt and a black skirt. Holding a tray in her hands, she smiled and told him to clean up and they would be eating soon. The guy looked at the woman in surprise. A tear rolled down his cheek. He stuttered as tears dripped from his chin. Walking inside, he said that he was home. The guy smiled, with tears in his eyes. An old photograph, the sides were burnt and the middle was torn. A child with white hair sat in front of a cake while a woman with dark hair wiped his mouth with a yellow napkin. A man with white hair looked on with a smile. Wang Teng sat with a smile at the table where his mother and father were sitting in a suit. There was a large fried fish in front of them. Everyone was smiling. The same photograph stood intact in the frame. Wang Teng lay on the bed with his arms outstretched, thinking that in his previous life, the Wang family humiliated people and was eventually driven out. He looked forward, thinking that in just a month, the group of his father, Xinten, and grandfather Rongsheng went bankrupt. The main character's mother is sitting in front of the altar. There is a dark cloth with hieroglyphs on the wall. A man is standing next to him, clenching a trembling fist. The guy thought that after the Wang family broke up, his father, Wang Shengguo, was killed. The main character stood holding a wooden box in his hands, pursing his lips. He remembered that soon his mother, Lai Ziyume, died of depression. The guy is sitting on the sofa. A girl is standing behind him. The main character is holding a green bottle above him and, with his mouth open, pours the contents onto himself, thinking that he, too, has decided to run away. Wang Teng is lying on the ground, water running down his face, a trail of blood under his head. He thought that he never expected that the result of cowardice would be death. He looked forward. A red spark flashed in his blue eyes and he thought that he had not realized this until he died. Wang Teng opened the door from the room, walking out and thinking that he needed to become stronger. He frowned, looking ahead resolutely and thinking that this was the only way to protect the people dear to him. A tall white building. A guy stood opposite, looking at it. He smiled looking up and said that it truly lives up to the title of the best and most magnificent university. A man in uniform and with a weapon in his hands saluted, standing in front of the main character, saying that they were conducting a routine check and asking him to provide assistance. The blue hologram scanned the guy while 2 people in uniform stood in front of him. He thought that these were runes of power on the body. With the help of runes, their damage increases many times over. The weapon against the backdrop of blue glowing runes, Wang Teng thought that even if the martial artists were shot in the forehead, they might be left crippled. The guy walked further. A bald man stood near the long administrative desk. The girl in a suit behind the counter looked at the guy with a smile, holding sheets of paper, and asked if he was signing up for admission. He nodded and answered in agreement. The girl pointed to the side and, looking at him, said that if he was a junior student, then let him go to study hall 2. The guy thanked her and answered in agreement. He walked into the hall where there were treadmills and other exercise equipment, and a man with a towel on his shoulders walked next to him. A bald man in red boxing gloves was punching a punching bag. Next to him was a strength +1 bubble. 2 people were training in white suits, with swords in their hands. Next to them was a blue bubble with +3 agility. A girl was holding a heavy dumbbell on her shoulders, crouching down. Next to her was a green bubble with Constitution +1. Another girl was training with a small dumbbell. Next to her was an orange bubble with Intelligence +0.5. Wang Teng looked at this in surprise with his mouth open. The guy sat down on the floor on one knee, touching the blue bubble and asking what it was. His eyes widened in surprise and he opened his mouth. The guy touched his finger to the blue glowing panel. A blue light shone around the main character and he opened his eyes in shock, looking down, asking what it was. A large blue panel, with a symbol of 3 rings in the middle, said the master recognized strength +1. Wang Tang realized that this was the God of War system. People looked down disapprovingly, squinting at the guy. Wang Tang looked up. The girl's thighs were near his face. Someone asked what was wrong with him, turning to the guy who was sitting in front of the blushing girl, holding out his hand to the colorful bubbles. Someone said maybe he was crazy. The guy with white hair blushed deeply, looking at the girl, and awkwardly said that he accidentally bumped into her thighs. Or rather, it was very light on their floor and he just wanted to see what was there and got very carried away. The girl ran away and the main character smiled awkwardly. Closing his eyes, the other men laughed. He turned around. Behind him was a blue panel. On the panel there were parameters: understanding 18, physique 5, strength 5 + 1, speed 7. He realized that apparently others did not see this, and whether this was really a golden finger. Someone tapped him on the shoulder, calling him. Wang Tang narrowed his eyes, looking to the side, sweat running down his face. With an awkward smile, he turned to the man, asking what happened and wondering if anyone else was seeing this. The man with brown hair held the flyers in his hands with a smile, saying that he must be surprised, and he must be an unrivaled martial artist. And will he choose one? Sweat flowed down the protagonist's face, and he looked at the man in confusion and silence. The guy grabbed the brown leaflet, raised it above him and said with a smile that then he would choose this one. The man slapped the guy on the head and shouted that he would not achieve greatness if he continued to fool around. He said to follow him and he would teach him the basics. Wang Tang had a huge bump on his head and he put his hands to his head with tears, saying that he understood everything. Night City illuminated by lanterns. Wang Tang raised his head as a pit flew out of his mouth and his eyes turned white and asked, "The main method used on the Xingwu continent is actually the 9 sets of radio gymnastics of the Golden Kingdom or something." He thought that the bubbles were running out of time quickly, and so the mentor delayed their disappearance a little. Wang Tang trained behind the mentor, looking at the 2 bubbles in surprise. He thought that he even met the man who became his victim. The man was running away from the guy, shouting why he was chasing him. The guy was running after him, saying that he just wanted to practice. There were bubbles above their heads. Wang Tang sighed tiredly, closing his eyes, sweat running down his face. He put the handle on the door, opening it, thinking that now he had finally leveled up enough, and he really didn't expect that he could develop boxing skills and improve his basic indicators. The system window nearby showed understanding 19.3, figure 13, strength 135, speed 76, fighting skills, basic boxing technique, basic movement technique. The main character placed his trembling hand on the white door, telling his parents that he was home and telling his mother that he was hungry. Liza May turned to him with a smile, pushing back her chair, saying that there were some egg noodles left for him and let him sit down, she will bring it. Wang Tang puts a plate of noodles on the table. Wang Shengguo sits next to him, holding a newspaper in his hands. The guy sits down and takes his paw with chopsticks. The father says that the guy returned so late and he was worried. The guy was eating the paw, holding it with chopsticks, and looked at his father, frowning and saying that he did martial arts in the North Star. The man touched his forehead, and Wang Tang shuddered, holding the noodles in his mouth. Wang Shengguo said that he had a fever and why did he start talking nonsense. The man looked at him, asking if he had fallen in love. The guy looked at him, frowning, and answered in the negative. Then the father said that he had not liked martial arts before. Wang Tang leaned over again, taking the noodles into his mouth, and said what he wanted and went. The father replied that it was so simple, raised his head and narrowed his eyes, decisively saying that everything was exactly like that. Wang Shengguo looked at him. A shadow fell on his face. He took the phone and smiled, while the guy took the plate of noodles in both hands, drinking the broth. The father said that since the guy made such a decision, he would support him, and even hire him a good teacher to study with him. He put the phone to his ear, but the guy said that there was no need to hire anyone yet. Wang Tang sighed, holding an empty plate with a smile, and said that in fact, he first wants to find out if he has talent, and let his father let him study alone in the gym for a few days. The guy thought that it was unlikely that the tutor would also have a golden finger to help move this along. The man sighed and closed his eyes, saying that as one of the 3 famous Huaxia martial arts museums, Polar Star definitely has superiority. Wang Tang put his hand on the table, getting up from the table with an empty plate and chopsticks on it. He said that he had eaten and was going to rest first, and tomorrow he planned to go to the martial arts hall again to continue training. His parents looked after him. His father crossed his arms over his chest. He sighed again, lowering his head and closing his eyes. He touched Lai Ziyume's hand on his shoulder and smiled at her, asking her not to forget to buy meat tomorrow, and her son would need it for training. The woman replied with a smile that she knew exactly how much he loved him. Day 2, the guy stood near the same white large building. Wang Teng waved his hand to the bald man, wishing him good morning. He put his arm around another man with dumbbells, also wishing him good morning. The guy smiled at a passing girl with long hair, waving his hand and saying hello to her. The girl looked questioningly at the leaving guy, turning around. The guy looked at the many potties in his hands with a smile and laughed, saying that early in the morning there was something to profit from. He looked down thoughtfully, putting his hand to his chin, and looking at the table, thinking that the sooner he got up, the more he could collect. He straightened his jacket and knitted his eyebrows, walking forward with a smile, asking how much he had increased his strength level and would now find out. Wang Teng, wearing red boxing gloves, punched the gray panel. He was running fast on a treadmill. Standing in a booth with screens, the main character spread his arms to the sides while round holograms scanned him. The gray panel he hit showed 143 kilograms. The panel on the treadmill showed 12.7 meters per second. The system window showed physique 13. Wang Teng looked down at the screen in surprise, his mouth open, and thought that his current strength is at a low level of skill, and is quite consistent with his physique and qualities. This also applies to speed, and he still doesn't know how to transform all this. He spread his arms to the sides and sighed with a smile. There were people walking behind him, and he said that you need to work hard today to reach the average level. A guy with long black hair gathered in a ponytail was holding a bottle of water in his hands, looking displeasedly at the main character. He thought that this is the guy who behaved strangely, and he's here today. He looks good, but it's a pity that he's stupid. It's better to hold on further away. The guy walked past a girl with long black hair with a smile. The system table above him showed, "Congratulations to the owner on the promotion. Understanding plus 0.6. Strength plus 5, speed plus 2, basic sword skills plus 3. Wang Teng looked forward in surprise, noticing something. He walked up to the weapon rack, taking something. A guy with black hair looked at him questioningly. The main character thought that he was daring to eat, and even the basics of wielding a sword appeared. He took a sword, in a black scabbard. There was a red crystal on the hilt of the sword, and the guy thought that it was a copy of the series of shadows, and he was caught just in time to try it. Pulling the sword out of its sheath, Wang Teng raised his hand with the sword to strike. The guy in the hat looked at this in surprise, and another guy with long black hair asked if this was not the guy who practiced the 9 sets of radio gymnastics of the Golden Kingdom yesterday. Wang Teng swung his sword, leaving a long trail of air after the strike. He quickly sheathed the sword with a loud click. The guy with black hair watched him sit down near the gun rack and asked if that was all. He said that he had only practiced with the sword twice and had already gone to boxing, and would he do well. He said that this junior was quite diligent, but there were obvious problems with his head. The main character put on red boxing gloves, hitting them against each other. Friend. A man with brown hair, Coach Wang Teng, loudly shouted to the two why they were crowded here. The main character was hitting a punching bag, and the guy with long black hair turned to the man, pointing his finger at the main character, and asking him what kind of monster he brought. And the main character only practiced a couple of times with a sword, and already mastered the basic art. The second guy shouted that now he had also taken up boxing. Wang Teng was hitting the bag with boxing gloves, his eyes glowing red. The coach looked at this in shock, clutching a glass of water in his hand. The guy looked in his direction in surprise. He smiled and happily greeted the coach as he looked at him in shock, and the guy in the hat clutched his clothes on his chest. The man smiled nervously, putting his hand on the guy's shoulder and asked why the teacher, and he can just call him Peng. The main character smiled at him and asked why he was so early. The man walked away from him and nervously scratched the back of his head, saying that he is not so talented and he is already in his 20s, but he is still only at a high level of martial arts skill, and he can only rely on hard training. He said that he will not go to the 3rd floor, and today the senior martial artists will come as leaders, and if there are any questions, the protagonist can contact him. Wang Teng smiled at him, saying that he is indeed a good person. Smiling slyly, he said that besides. The guy rubbed his hands in boxing gloves and with stars in his eyes looked at the girl, who shuddered in fear, her eyes widening. The main character thought that now was the best time to gain confidence. The girl with purple hair turned to look at him. The guy put his hand to the wall, leaning towards the girl, and she covered her face with a book. Blushing heavily and looking at the guy in surprise, Wang Teng asked if she believed in fate. The girl looked away. There were a lot of colored bubbles behind her and asked why this was happening all of a sudden. The guy touched the bubbles with a smile. The colored inscriptions showed strength, speed, understanding, physique. Smiling, the guy looked down and said that he noticed something. The girl looked up, holding the martial arts book in front of her, and opened her mouth in surprise. The guy got down on one knee, taking the book from her and holding it up, smilingly saying that he noticed that she also practiced the big palm tathagats, and if she could teach him. The girl looked at him angrily, while the second girl held her, telling her to calm down. Wang Teng, with many bumps on his head, ran away from her, saying that he still had a lot to do and they would see each other later. The main character was lying in the center of the hall, with his arms outstretched and breathing heavily. A guy passing by said that it was already late and was he going to leave? He replied that he would go soon. He looked to the side at the system window and, breathing heavily, smiled, thinking that he was already at an average level of skill. On the system window it was Understanding 28, Constitution 42, Strength 455, Speed 185, Fighting Skills, Basic Boxing Technique Low Level, Basic Movement Technique Low Level, Basic Sword Technique Low Level, Basic Knife Technique Experienced. Wang Teng thought that he had reached it. Wang Teng was sitting at the table, holding a plate in front of his face. His father was sitting on the other side of the table looking at him. His mother was approaching them. The woman put a plate of meat in front of the guy, and with a smile told him to take his time, asking how the training went. Wang Teng smiled at her and said that it was good. He said that one of the senior students even said that he was quite talented. Yzime, sitting at the table, looked at Wang Shengguo and said with a smile how their child has grown. The man crossed his arms, nodding and sighing. He raised his head and smiled widely, saying that it is good to have talent, advising the protagonist to train hard and not worry about the resources spent on martial arts. Wang Teng thought that he was no longer an ignoramus, and when he truly became a high-level martial artist, he would be able to show it off in front of his friends. The main character's parents turned to each other laughing while Wang Teng chewed the meat, thinking that for now he would not talk about being at the middle level so as not to destroy their illusions. The guy put the ringing phone to his ear, looking to the side, answering the call. Zhu Jai happily told the main character that they were sitting in the Rose Bar and that he should come to them. The guy frowned, looking up, and said that he would be there soon. He thought that he wouldn't be able to work out at all today. He got up from the table and turned to his parents, saying that he would go and unwind a little. His father laughed and said that he had been studying all day today and let him go and rest. Yzime said that just not until late. The main character replied that he understood. Night, a bar with a pink neon sign. The main character got out of a white car. He looked ahead, illuminated by the light from the building, thinking that this was a rather familiar place, and after the Wang family disappeared, he never came here again. Zhu Jai looked with wide eyes at Wang Teng, who was hugging two girls. The blonde told him that something happened to his family. The main character with a wide smile answered him what could have happened, and they continued to drink. The guy clenched his hands into fists, remembering this, and thought that now he could not afford to relax, and the revival was given to him to change everything. He walked inside, and a girl with pink hair and a red dress sitting on the sofa waved and called him. She smiled and blushed slightly, telling him to come here. The main character thought it was Bai Wai. The main character approached the table. 3 people were sitting on the sofa next to him. The guy said that they were early. Zhu Jai answered him with a smile that he was late. Wang Teng smiled, closing his eyes, and said that the night is short and the fun has just begun, so why should he leave early? The guy sat down on the sofa, saying that there was going to be a free kick, and took a glass, drinking from it. The girl looked at him with a smile. Wang Teng turned to Yu Hao, a guy with purple hair and a brown shirt, and said that he had not seen him for a long time. He spread his arms to the sides, closed his eyes, and said that recently his father caught him practicing martial arts, but today he still got away. He leaned over and ran his hand through his hair, smiling smugly and saying that he was already a low-level martial artist. Zhu Jai slammed the table and pointed his finger at him, saying that he had become a low-level martial artist and didn't say a word, and that he was the only one who had achieved such a rank, and in the future if they were bullied, they would look for him. Yu Hao laughed. Bai Wai took the main character by the shoulder and smiled, saying that they had been waiting for so long, but he wouldn't even drink with them. The guy smiled, turning to her and asking what she wanted to drink. The girl put her finger to her lips, starting to speak with a wide smile. A loud sound was heard and everyone turned to look at him. The girl pouted. There was a guy sitting on the floor of the bar, drinking from a bottle of alcohol, with 2 more bottles lying next to him. Bai Wai rolled her eyes and said it was boring. Wang Teng turned to the other two guys and asked with a smile what was wrong with you and Zhenghua. Zhu Jai crossed his arms over his chest and squeezed his boobs, frowning and saying that he was hanging around Lai Junheng, and he didn't even have time for them. The main character smiled at him, holding the green bottle by the neck, and said that everyone has their own goals, and you shouldn't say that. Zhu Jai stood with one foot on the table and raised the green bottle high, drinking from it, saying that they will not talk about him. He gets angry at the mere mention of him. A drunk guy with short hair and a red face looked back at them. Bai Wai clasped her hands together, smiling and closing her eyes. The drunk guy walked towards their table, holding a bottle in his hands, and Yu Hao noticed him. A drunk guy with a red face approached the girl from behind and leaned on the sofa, calling her. Bai Wai turned around in fear. The guy extended his hand to her, grinning, saliva dripping from his lips, and he invited her to have fun. Someone suddenly grabbed the guy by the arm. Yu Hao pushed the guy's hand away, which left a long blue light, and frowned, asking what he was doing. The guy dealt a sharp blow to Yu Hao's face and he fell to the side. He looked down, holding his hand in front of him, his eyes glowing blue, and asked if he dared to stop him. The guy laughed, putting his hand to his face as Yu Hao fell to the floor, raising dust underneath him. Bai Wai and Zhu Jai looked at him. Wang Teng walked up to the guy lying down, asking how he was. He frowned and clenched his teeth. There were abrasions on his face, and he said that he had the highest level among low-level martial artists, and he was very close to the mid-level masters. A drunk guy with a red face looked at them and smiled, saying that he still had a little strength left. Wang Teng suddenly waved his hand, hitting the guy in the face, and he flew to the side. Various bubbles appeared above the main character, and Yu Hao looked at the drunk guy in shock. The main character stood up, approaching the drunk guy who had fallen to the floor, who raised a cloud of dust above him. A shadow fell over the eyes of the main character, and he lowered his head, saying that the guy couldn't bear a blow. Bai Wai looked at the protagonist in shock, her face turning red. Wang Teng looked down at the guy menacingly and pointed his finger at him, asking whether he was worth attacking his friends. The guy raised his fist to strike, looking forward with anger. The main character caught the guy's tense fist, lowering his head. He frowned and clenched his teeth, looking at this in surprise. Wang Teng punched the guy in the stomach hard, leaving a yellow mark behind the fist, with many colored bubbles next to it. The drunk guy crashed into the wall, leaving many cracks on it, while Wang Teng looked at him with his fist raised. He looked up. There was a system message that congratulated him on his receipt. Strength plus 15, speed plus 12. The guy stood up, leaning on the wall and lowering his head, said that he was a mid-level master. Looking up, the guy looked at him angrily. Blood was running down his chin, and he asked if he really thought that the average level was amazing. Wang Teng crossed his arms over his chest and smiled. Behind him, Zhu Jai also smiled smugly. The main character said that with this level you can do whatever you want. The drunk guy looked at him in shock, his mouth open and trembling. He pointed his finger at the main character, shouting at him to tell him who he was and that he would kill him. Wang Teng looked down at him with a smug smile, saying that his name is Lai Junheng, and he will give him half an hour to call someone, but he won't wait long. He watched as the guy, holding his hand, shouted to him to wait. Wang Teng looked to the side with a serious face. Bai Wai laughed, wiping the tears from her eyes from laughter, and said that he was such a fool. He put all the blame on Lai Junheng, and if he found out, he would definitely hate the main character. Zhu Jai walked up behind him with folded hands and smiled widely, saying that he didn't say that he was so strong. Wang Teng smiled and said that they didn't ask. The guy with blonde hair closed his eyes and shouted that if he didn't tell them himself, then he wasn't being completely honest with them, and then he would pay for the wine. Bai Wai hit Zhu Jai on the head with her fist and shouted that if he didn't stop now, he would get it. He was holding his head, with a bump on his head and tears in his eyes. He said, "Okay, this is the wine for him." Bai Wai laughed and smiled and said that they could go. Two men in suits were sitting under the table. A guy with blonde hair asked the manager if they would just let them leave. The manager with a scar on his eye answered what else should they do, ask them to stay. He frowned and looked at the guy sitting next to him with a gloomy look, saying that the main character has an average level of skill, and it is clear that his life story is not so simple, and for the guy to remember that Zhao Ganbao is drunk today and is running into trouble. And that's all because of him. The guy replied that he understood. The manager sighed and frowned, a shadow falling over his eyes as he thought about telling his boss everything. Bai Wai was holding the phone in her hands. There were messages from her to Wang Teng that she was already home and that she was going to bed, wishing her good night. The girl held the phone above her, looking at it, and lay in bed, covered with a white blanket. She remembered Wang Teng in the pink light, who told the drunken guy that he was planning to attack his friends, and that he was not worth it. The girl covered her face with her hands, blushed and rolled on the bed from side to side. Second day, the white building of the Jixing Martial Arts Museum. Wang Teng looked at the man who was doing push-ups. There were colorful bubbles next to him. The guy thought that they had come so early and were working hard. He smiled, saying that he would not admit defeat in diligence. With a smile, he wished everyone good morning again. Two people looked at him in shock. The guy with long black hair thought that he was acting strange again. Wang Teng stood with a smile in front of the system window, which showed congratulations for receiving Basic Sword Technique +1, Basic Agility +1, First Basic Technique +2, Speed +5, Strength +3. The guy thought it was amazing. He walked towards the stairs, above which hung a sign for the passage to the middle level, thinking that it was time to go up to the second floor and look around. A guy with black hair noticed him. He approached Wang Teng and told him that the martial arts museum had a rule that low-level masters were not allowed to go to the second floor. The main character turned to him and smiled, saying that he knew and thanked him for his understanding. The guy with black hair looked at him in shock, clutching his clothes on his chest, and asked if he only came yesterday. Someone said that he came on Friday night and he saw him, and that after 2 days of training, he was able to become an intermediate-level martial artist. Another answered him that this was absolutely impossible. Another said that he must have studied martial arts before he came here. Looking at him, it is obvious that he is from the rich second generation. He said that if they have difficulty learning martial arts, the family has money, and it is always much easier for them to start practicing martial arts than for ordinary people. Wang Teng placed his hands on the wide doors, opening them and mentally saying that he had arrived. Behind the opening in the door, on which the main character held his hands, many colored bubbles were visible. The guy opened the door. People were working out in the hall, with many colored bubbles flying above them. He smiled looking at it and thought we could start. The main character and another guy ran across the hall. The plump man turned to the main character. Sweat was running down his face and he said that this was the second time and he wasn't tired of it. Wang Teng ran after him. Blue bubbles were flying near the plump guy above, and Wang Teng said that he was training alone and he would keep him company. The guy turned to him, frowning, and suggested that he fight, and if the main character loses, then he trains alone. Wang Teng smiled. A shadow fell on his eyes and he said that if he loses, he will recognize him as the eldest. The chubby guy ran faster. Bubbles flew after him and he shouted that he should not even dream, and never. People in the hall looked at something in confusion, sweat running down their faces. The plump guy was on his knees with his hands on the floor and breathing heavily. Wang Teng stood over him with his hands in his pockets. The guy looked back at him, breathing heavily, and thought that this was impossible, and he was so fast that he could easily win. The main character extended his hand to him, smilingly telling him to get ready to admit defeat, and thought that he was interesting to watch, much more interesting than before. They shook hands and the chubby guy said okay. From now on the main character is his older brother. Wang Teng hugged his shoulder, patted him and pointed his thumb at himself with his other hand, saying with a wide smile that they had a completely win-win situation and he would cover him in the future. The guy asked again in confusion. Wang Teng grinned, thinking that a long-term relationship had been built. He asked if anyone else wanted to train with him. Swords, sabers, or hand-to-hand combat. Anything would do. He turned back with a smile, drool dripping from his mouth and other people looking at him, sweat running down their faces. They turned away from him. People in the hall were talking about how the main character was even stupider than he seemed. The other one replied that he had been like this since the first floor and had no idea what family he came from. Wang Teng turned to the chubby guy. Waving his hand and smiling, he said, "Let him study, and he will go and train." The guy looked at him with his mouth open and wondered if everything was okay with his head. Wang Teng, wearing gloves, was fighting with another guy, raising his hand high. There were green and purple bubbles around them. Sweat was running down the guy's face and he smiled. A shadow fell on his face. He raised his hand above him. The girl waved her training saber in front of the main character, who jumped up, holding a large sword in front of him, blocking the blow. He landed on the ground, holding a sword in his hand and clenching the fist of his other hand, looking at the girl. Breathing heavily, the guy smiled, sweat running down his face. Wang Teng sat on the floor, clicking on the system window in front of him with a smile, thinking that he had almost reached a high-level martial arts student. And of course, thanks to the glitch in the system, development was happening quickly. The system window showed knowledge, 43, constitution, 84, strength, 964, speed, 533, fighting skills, basic boxing technique perfect, basic agility perfect, basic sword skill perfect, basic knife skill high level, Looking at the system window, the guy thought that the inexplicable revival, and this failure appeared for a reason, and now he just needed to rely on it. He put his hands in his pockets as he walked from the stairs and said that since he had chosen him, and the main character needed him, he needed to figure everything out first. Noon the next day, the dining room, Wang Teng, Bai Wai and Su Jai were sitting at the table. Yu Hao was carrying a tray of food to this table. The girl looked at Wang Teng, saying that lately it has been difficult for her to meet him, because he does not come on weekends. The guy smiled, saying that he's just a little busy and they'll talk about it when he's free. Yu Hao pointed forward, saying, "Isn't you and Genhua there?" The other guys turned back, asking where. The guy in bandages walked with an angry look, his hands in his pockets. Another guy with glasses walked behind him, saying something to him. Two guys with white hair opened the doors for him. Another pumped-up guy walked behind them. Bai Wai turned around and asked with a wide smile if Lai Junheng was next to him. Su Jai replied that it was definitely him and what happened to him. The three raised their heads up, opening their mouths and thinking. They all looked at the main character with a smile, and he spread his arms to the sides and said that this was not his doing. The guy in bandages turned around at them. There was a large bruise on his cheek. He shouted, "Is it funny to them?" Su Jai smiled and closed his eyes, saying that with such a look he clearly does not shine with beauty and grace. The guy extended his hand forward towards the blonde's face and clenched his teeth, asking if he was joking with him and shouting at him to die. Wang Teng took the guy's hand while Su Jai looked at the fist with wide eyes and fear. The main one stood in front of the guy, holding his trembling fist, and told Lai Junheng with a smile that his friend just wanted to say hello, and he shouldn't take everything so personally. The guy put out his hand in front of him, which the main character was still holding, and frowned, telling him that today he perceives everything this way and asked him to let go. He tried to pull his hand out of the guy's grip, screaming for him to let go. Wang Teng smiled at him and answered if he wanted. He lets go of the guy's hand and he falls to the floor, arms outstretched. Leaning on the floor and kneeling on one knee, he screams in displeasure, and Wang Teng sighs, looking at him and saying that he himself asked to be released, and you shouldn't blame him for this. Lai Junheng ran to the exit with the other and pointed his finger at the main character, saying that he would remember this to him, and after training in the martial arts hall, he would schedule a decisive battle. Bai Wai worriedly looked at the guy and put her hand to her chest, asking if he would really fight. Su Jai asked, looking at him, if he was sure that he would defeat Lai Junheng. The main character turned to them, sighing and saying that he didn't say he would go. The others looked at him silently. Wang Teng and Su Jai were in class. The blonde sat on a chair at his desk and laughed, looking at the main character. Someone stood behind the company and shouted that he knew that he was mocking him. Lai Junheng threw a sword at the feet of the main character. People stood behind him and he said that they would fight here. Bai Wai looked at the guy questioningly, and shouted at him not to be reckless and that Wang Teng had not yet said what they would fight with, and they could use something easier. The main character stroked the girl on the head, who clenched her fists near her chest and blushed. He told her not to worry and the outcome would be the same. Lai Junheng narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying that this is true and no matter what the main character fights with, he will still lose. He held the sword as he ran towards Wang Teng and shouted that he would show what it meant to be a blade master. He threw a punch that left a long orange light, but the guy dodged it, and Lai Junheng looked at him in shock. His eyes widened, sweat ran down his face, and he screamed how this was possible. The main character walked behind him, and Lai Junheng looked at him in surprise. Wang Teng said with a smile that they will end this. A long orange blow with a blood stain underneath. Wang Teng abruptly sheathed his sword, with Lai Junheng standing behind him. The guy looked down, gritting his teeth. His black t-shirt was torn at the shoulder, blood flowing from there. With a sword in his hand, he ran towards Wang Teng, who was standing with his back to him, shouting that he was vulnerable. He waved his hand, yellow sparks passed next to him. His body dissolved. The guy looked at him in surprise, veins bulged on his shoulder. Wang Teng was behind Lai Junheng, hitting him in the back. Yellow sparks emitted from the blow, and the guy in bandages widened his eyes in surprise. Lai Junheng's eyes turned white, his body trembled, and saliva dripped from his lips. He fell face down on the floor. The sword fell from his hands and he muttered that so fast. The main character was standing next to him. The system congratulated him, saying that he had earned Basic Blade Mastery plus 20, Strength plus 12. Wang Teng lifted Lai Junheng by his clothes. The guy in the hat and glasses looked at him in fear. The main character threw the guy to the rest of his group, saying that he just had a concussion and they could take him. Su Jai hugged the main character's shoulder, saying that he was so strong. Bai Wai in front of him, with a wide smile, said that he instantly defeated Lai Junheng. The guy in the yellow hat and glasses looked at him in fear, thinking how Wang Teng became so strong, and he betrayed him. Would he hold a grudge against him? And if he had known then, he would not have done such a thing. The main character is on the street. People pass by and the guy looks at the blue system window with a smile. He thinks that speed played a huge role in defeating Li Junheng today. On the system window it was knowledge 51, constitution 121, strength 1356, speed 632, fighting techniques, basic boxing technique master, basic agility master, basic mastery sword master, basic knife skills master. Suddenly the guy frowned and looked to the side. He looked at the cafe. There were two girls standing there talking about something, and the girl behind the counter was working. The girl behind the cash register had long brown hair and purple eyes. She smiled while holding a cup of coffee. Wang Teng thought that it was Lin Chuhan and she was back at her part-time job. Two more workers approached the girl from behind. The worker with black hair said that it was late, and he would give her a ride home after work. The worker in a cap said that he and Lin Chuhan lived on the same street, and he would give her a lift. The two guys looked at each other with displeasure. While they were looking at each other, a girl with white hair looked at them displeasantly and said that they both lived far from her house, so it was better to get on with their direct responsibilities. Lin Chuhan turned to look at them and waved her hand, saying that she could get home by herself. The guy answered something to the girl, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Wang Teng entered the cafe. He leaned on the counter, calling the girl, and she looked at him. The guy smiled, leaned over and told her to pour him a mug of tea with milk. Lin Chuhan looked at him in surprise, raising her eyebrows, and asked if it was really him. Smiling, the guy closed his eyes, saying why it couldn't be him. The two guys behind the girl looked at Wang Teng irritably while Li Junheng said that he was charged 18 yuan. The guy with black hair awkwardly smiled at the girl, asking her who it was. She looked at him and answered that it was her neighbor at her desk. The guy in the cap smiled awkwardly while the girl stood behind the cash register, saying that it didn't look like he was just a neighbor. Wang Teng looked at this, thinking that it was no wonder why Lin Chuhan had such an expression on his face. And who could bear these two? Wang Teng leaned over, asking what time she finished work and if she wanted to go with him. The three behind the cash register recoiled in surprise when he said this. Lin Chuhan turned to him and said that it just so happened that she had to go, so they could. The two guys behind her looked at her in shock. Their eyes turned white as they looked on in shock and upset. The girl came out to Wang Teng in ordinary clothes, saying that they could go. The guy smiled at her, saying that he was in charge of escorting today. Lin Chuhan stood near the bicycle. The guy stood next to her, holding his hands in his pockets. She thanked him, saying that she would go on her own. She smoothed her hair, smiling at the guy. Leaves from the trees were flying next to her. The setting sun was shining. The main character pointed his finger at two workers who were hiding around the corner and asked if she was sure and he'd better take her, just in case. The pink helmet flew forward. The guy caught the helmet, looking questioningly at the girl, knitting his eyebrows. Lin Chuhan pouted her lips, sighed and asked with a frown, "He wants her to get on the bike." The guy looked at the helmet in his hands. The girl was sitting on a bicycle. Her hair was blowing in the wind. Wang Teng put the helmet on the girl's head, saying that they can go, and it's already getting late. They might miss their first lesson tomorrow. He sat on the bike with a smile, holding the handlebars. Lin Chuhan, wearing a helmet, sat behind him. Smiling, the guy told her to hold on to him and not fall. The two boys watched in shock as they drove away, while the girl behind the main character was sitting behind him and holding on to him. Wang Teng turned to the two guys and called out to them. He frowned and clenched his teeth, saying that the next time they called her by her name, they should not forget to add her last name. The two guys fearfully held hands and agreed. They rode their bicycles against the backdrop of the setting sun. Lin Chuhan hugged the guy's waist and laid her head on his back. Wang Teng turned his gaze to the girl and told her with a smile that he had helped her get rid of two enemies, and how she would thank him. The girl looked at him questioningly and said that she would help him with his college entrance exams, which is why she was appointed as his deskmate. Smiling and laughing nervously, the guy agreed while Lin Chuhan looked at him questioningly with raised eyebrows. The girl put her foot on the ground, slowing down. She stood next to the bicycle, holding it by the handlebars. The guy stood next to her. Lin Chuhan said that then she would walk home herself, and it would be easier for him. The main character kept his hands in his pockets and asked the girl to look into the basket. There was a glass of drink in the basket on the bicycle, and the girl looked at it in surprise. She turned to the main character and, raising her eyebrows, said that this was his tea with milk. Wang Teng smiled, closing his eyes, saying that this drink is for her. He hasn't taken it for a long time and he doesn't like the taste. The girl looked at the guy who had his hands in his pockets and asked what he was talking about and didn't he drink it at school a week ago. Wang Teng's hair was blown by the wind, covering his eyes. He said that it was just a joke and let her go home. It was too late. Turning her back to him, the girl looked back, saying that it seemed to her that he had been acting strangely lately, as if he had been replaced. Wang Teng told her that she was too worried. He watched the girl ride away on a bicycle. The wind blew her hair and he said that they would see her tomorrow. The guy smiled, looking after the girl. The man was holding a gun, firing it. Wang Teng's eyes widened and he frowned as he looked to the side and realized that there had been a gunshot. The guy was standing on the road. There were two people nearby in the alley. One of them was in a hood. There was smoke next to them. A group of 3 people were standing in an alley across the street from Wang Teng. The hooded man put something in his pocket, and the guy thought they were martial arts students. The hooded man turned back. He had black hair and a scar on his nose. The main character looked at him, also turning around, his eyes glowing blue. He turned towards the people. 2 stood opposite him while the hooded man turned his back. The man in the purple sweater turned to the man with the scar and asked him what was going on. He turned to him and said that the policeman would arrive soon and he needed to take this guy hostage. The man called the boss again and pointed his finger at Wang Teng, who was running forward. The guy said that he was running away. A shot was heard. A bullet flew near the guy's head, and he looked at it in shock. His eyes widened, sweat running down his face. The hooded man held a fired pistol in his hands, telling him not to run away and come here. Wang Teng raised his hands and walked up to a group of people, telling them not to shoot and that he could help them. He thought that he needed to calm down and not get carried away by emotions, so he could actually catch a bullet, and he had a chance of everything start over. The man punched the guy in the face, asking what nonsense. He shouted to grab him. A guy in a blue sweater was holding a Wang Teng. A group of 3 people, looking around, walked towards a gray car that had pulled up. The man threw the main character into the car seats. The man with the scar got into the car and loudly told the man behind the wheel to drive, and that the police were coming. Sitting on the seat next to a guy in a blue jacket, Wang Teng was breathing heavily with his head down, and the guy said that he wasn't the one who took the hostages and ran away. Where was the shortness of breath coming from? The main character turned to him, breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his face. He said that he was just an ordinary person. He was tired of this too. The guy thought that now was not the time to run, and he would have such an opportunity when they decided to take a break. The man behind the wheel looked at the rearview mirror, which showed many police cars driving behind them. The man shouted to his boss that the police were driving right behind them. The car was driving fast down the road while the police were chasing them. The boss shouted to get rid of them. The man driving turned to the hooded man and shouted that they had opened fire. The man frowned and pursed his lips. Wang Teng was leaned out of the window with a gun pointed at his head, and he looked back in fear, clenching his teeth. The criminal shouted at them to lay down their weapons or he would make the guy meet God. Shots were fired from one of the police cars, and another police car crashed into it. 2 police cars crashed into each other, causing the others to go crookedly. The criminals laughed. Their van drove further down the road. They drove ahead, leaving dust under their wheels, and someone from the van shouted to them to dream of catching up with him. Wang Teng looked back with his head down, thinking that these bandits even went to the extent of killing the police. And now the pursuit has been stopped, and he is confident that he will be killed if they manage to escape. The car was driving along the highway in the middle of the forest. There weren't even any lights. Everyone started getting out of the car. Wang Teng was thrown to the ground and he stood near the car on all fours. They shouted to him not to do anything stupid. Taking flashlights, the men walked through the forest. The male driver said that there was a hardware store right behind the forest. With a wide smile, he turned to the boss, who was holding a gun. The main character was walking behind him. The driver said that they would be able to hide from the police. Wang Teng looked at the boss, frowning and pursing his lips, thinking that they had just escaped. They didn't care about him yet, and he only had one chance. Taking a fighting stance and looking menacingly at the boss of the bandits, the main character thought that they were all terrible people, and he should not reproach himself for what he would do. The man with the scar did not look at him, telling the driver to be careful and not fell into a ditch. The rest of the bandits looked ahead as they walked through the forest. Suddenly they turned around, and the boss fell to the ground, hitting his head, and a silhouette disappeared next to them. They all illuminated the boss lying on the ground, asking what happened. One of the men shouted that he had killed the boss. Some looked around, their faces distorted with anger and shock, and one of them loudly asked where this guy was. Someone screamed. Wang Teng held a red bubble in his hands, on which was written, "Shooting skill slight improvement." He squeezed the bubble in his hands. It dissolved. The main character stood on the body of another man, looking menacingly at the rest of the group. Someone shouted what was wrong with him. The blonde man pulled out a gun and pointed it forward, saying that it was more important to save their lives now, and shouted for everyone to shoot him. The guy leaned over, his eyes glowing blue. His smiling silhouette was visible due to the speed. A blue streak of light passed. Wang Teng stood behind the three men, who were pointing pistols and flashlights forward. The guy put a gun to the face of one of the men and he turned around in fear, beads of sweat running down his face. He screamed no. The man slumped to the ground and the other two turned around. The guy was nowhere to be seen. Wang Teng stood behind one of the trees, holding a pistol in his hands. Someone shouted for him to show himself, and a bullet flew near the tree. The gun clicked but did not fire. The man in the blue jacket turned to the second one, shouting to him that he was out of bullets. The second one also turned to him, telling him to go, but did not have time to finish. The main character ran behind the man in a blue jacket, quickly approaching the man. He abruptly threw the man to the ground, holding a gun in his other hand. The second man turned on him. He clenched his teeth, looking at the guy, beads of sweat running down his face. Wang Teng turned his gaze to him, frowning. The two of them pointed their guns at each other, firing at the same time. The bullet flew next to the main character, hitting a tree behind him. The man who shot him fell to the ground, drool dripping from his mouth. The main character was breathing heavily, lowering his head. He thought that this should be the end, and he felt sick, so uncomfortable, but he should get used to it soon. Suddenly, a bullet flew near Wang Teng's head, and the guy looked at it in shock, pursing his lips. He looked back, gritting his teeth. There was a man with a scar lying on his stomach, holding a gun that was smoking. He looked at the guy, gritting his teeth, sweat running down his face and muttering what a shame. A loud bang was heard on the ground. The main character sharply hit the man on the ground, bending over. He was breathing heavily, his mouth wide open, his eyes wide with horror, and he thought that if he had not missed, he would have died. Clenching his fist, which showed blood, Wang Teng stood up and lowered his head, thinking that if he wanted to take revenge, he should quickly get used to it. The main character stood in the middle of a dark forest at night. He placed a white rag on the gun. Raising the gun, holding it through the white handkerchief, Wang Teng looked back, thinking that he didn't know that they had a sixth gun, and the police probably didn't know either, so he could use it. Many policemen stood in the forest, shining their flashlights on the corpses. One of them called Tim Young to him. A policeman with glasses approached the man, and the man told him that all the criminals were killed and only one guy survived. The main character was sitting by a tree, trembling. Two policemen were standing in front of him and the guy was shouting at them not to come closer, and he didn't want that. Tim Young looked back at the guy who was sitting with his back to him and smiling. The policeman said that this guy is a high-level martial arts student. It looks like he was the one who killed them. He said that it was a pity, because after all, he was just a student, and the policeman hoped that this incident will not affect him greatly. He said that when he came to his senses, they would interrogate him about the kidnappers and it was only their fault. The next day, morning, a large educational institution. There were a couple of people in the class, Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan sitting at the same desk. Wang Teng touched the purple bubble on the desk, which had languages +10, next to it was a green bubble of English +15 and a red bubble of maths +8. The system window showed that you have earned languages +10, English +15. Mathematics +8. The guy looked up at her, thinking that the system can also capture learning abilities and he is becoming more and more interested in learning about its nature. Lin Chuhan held the book in front of her, watching the guy look at one of the bubbles with his hands raised above it. She looked at him in surprise, raising her eyebrows and thinking what happened to him and maybe he got sick. Wang Teng smiled at her, closing his eyes and asked something wrong. The girl flicked her hair and turned away from him while the guy looked at her questioningly. Lin Chuhan lowered her head and blushed deeply, looking down and thinking that it was all over. She had fallen in love, and this was an embarrassment. She sat next to the guy, embarrassed, and thought that next time he would definitely notice. Zhu Jai entered the class calling Wang Teng. He walked up to the guy and smiled, closing his eyes, asking if he was free on the weekend and if he wanted to hang out at Zhao's house. After looking at him, the main character smiled and said that he was about to go to the martial arts house. Bai Wai reached out to the main character from behind. She hugged him from behind and with a smile told him not to be a bore and that he needed to combine work with rest. Wang Teng smiled awkwardly, closed his eyes and agreed, saying that he would rest then. Weekend, Big White Stone Manor. The main character stood in a large hall. Girls in long dresses were talking to each other. A large chandelier hung on the ceiling. The guy looked at the happy girl with pink hair, thinking that he shouldn't follow their lead, and socializing in such a circle is much more tiring than training. The girl in the blue dress stood in front of the crowd of people, apologizing to them for making everyone wait so long. A girl in a beautiful blue dress and brown hair stood with a glass of wine in her hands, saying that she had to stay late. Zujai looked at her from behind the protagonist, holding a chicken leg in his hands, and said that Miss Zhao is beautiful. He watched the girl talking to the guy in the white suit and said that this is Lai Junheng, and what is he doing at the family feast? Wang Teng slapped the guy with a chicken leg sticking out of his mouth, and the main character told him that he gets along well with everyone and that Zujai should eat quietly, and little by little. Miss Zhao looked at the two guys as she approached them and smiled, saying that she didn't seem to know the main character, and could she ask which family such a talented young man came from. The guy turned to the girl with a smile and said that he was just an ordinary guest who did not deserve her attention. Lai Junheng stood behind the girl, frowning, and told her that he was the fifth young master of the Wang family, Wang Teng. Miss Zhao touched her hair and smiled, leaning towards the main character, saying that he is the youngest in the family, and what an honor. She thought that there was no need to interfere in the affairs of the Wang family, but this guy is not at all what they say. Miss Zhao walked away from the guy and turned to the crowd of people, raising her hand, saying that this was the culmination of tonight. Asking them to go to the hunting grounds, she said that she had prepared a special gift for the person who caught the most prey. Wang Teng frowned as he listened to this, wondering if it was a coincidence, and thought that he had just recently unlocked the shooting skill during the kidnapping. He looked back at the system window, which showed Strength 2888, Speed 1033, Combat Techniques, Shooting, which was highlighted in white. A slight improvement. The guy thought that he would really have the opportunity to train the skill a little. Wang Teng and Zujai were standing on the street holding guns, a guy with blonde hair, and told the main character that each weapon of the Zhao family is unique so they can have some fun. The guy was looking at his gun, asking what about Bai Wai. Zujai told him that she said she wanted to go shoot the water gun, so they would go without her. Bai Wai sat on an inflatable ring in a red swimsuit, and with a smile held a multicolored water gun from which water flowed. The main character agreed. Birds flew from the forest, feathers fell nearby. Zujai ran towards the rabbit, shouting that he had been hit. Behind him stood Yu Hao and Wang Teng, from whose gun there was smoke. The guy continued that this rabbit was barely visible, but Wang Teng managed to hit the target. The main character smiled at him, closing his eyes, and said that if they go deep into the forest, they will be able to find better prey. Shots were heard, and the main character frowned, looking to the side. A white animal with a red pattern on its face ran out of the bushes, and bullets were flying next to it. The animal ran towards Zujai with its ears lowered. The bullet flew forward. Jumping near the guy's boots, the animal dodged the bullet, which hit the ground next to the guy. The animal pushed off from Zujai's chest, and he fell with his arms outstretched. The fox ran after Wang Teng, and other people ran up. The blonde looked at the guy in the white suit and shouted at Lai Junheng, "Why shoot at people?" The group stood in front of three people, and Lai Junheng loudly asked what they were doing here and where the white fox had gone. Wang Teng looked down at his feet. Behind his leg was a white fox with red patterns on his face, looking ahead in fear and trembling. The guy smiled at Lai Junheng and told him that fate had connected him with this fox and that he should let him leave him. The guy in the white suit frowned and asked again angrily. Miss Zhao stood in front of the main character, looked at him, saying that she also thought that this animal was very special. The guy behind her looked at it in confusion. Wang Teng smiled and thanked Miss Zhao. A large loud explosion went off near the group, lighting up the area. A group of people looked at the smoke above the trees from the explosion. The fire was burning below. Miss Zhao looked at this in fear. Two people in black suits ran towards her from behind, calling out to her. The girl turned to the crowd. Behind her there was dark smoke from the explosion, and people in suits and glasses stood nearby. She told everyone not to panic and to return to the estate now. She looked at one of the men in a suit with short black hair, and told them to find out what happened. The man nodded. They immediately ran towards the explosion. Miss Zhao was standing in front of a crowd of people. People looked at her. Behind them, Wang Teng turned to look at them. One of the people in a suit said that it was quite expected that the guards of the Zhao family were advanced-level martial artists. Wang Teng approached Zujai, turning back and frowning, told him that he would also go check, and that they would look after the white fox and not make noise. He agreed. The guy went to one of the trees, putting on a white hood. People behind him were talking. Someone said that he suggested they return to the villa as soon as possible. Miss Zhao looked to the side, noticing something. The main character quickly ran away from the place, knitting his eyebrows and running between the trees. The girl looked at this in surprise, her mouth open, and thought that this guy was an advanced martial arts student. She frowned, placing her fingers on her chin and looking to the side, thinking that his strength should be greater than Li Junheng's. A man in a suit approached the girl, calling her, and she looked at him in surprise. He said the sound came from a very distant place, and they checked the entire area and found nothing unusual. Miss Zhao turned away and closed her eyes, saying that they should check downstairs again. There was a line of yellow light between the trees. A guy in white sneakers stood on a tree branch. Wang Tang landed on her. There was smoke on the ground and small sparks were visible. The guy looked down in shock, noticing something. He lowered his head, frowning, his blue eyes glowing and sweat running down his face. A huge round depression in the ground, from which smoke came. The ground turned black from the fire. The same one was visible nearby, but with ice. The guy mentally asked, "Is this a joke?" He looked down, sweat running down his face, and he opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that this crater was definitely the work of professional craftsmen. Turning around, Wang Tang gritted his teeth, looked back and thought that he would not want to die under such circumstances, and in order to avoid a disastrous outcome, it was best to rely on the system. Suddenly something caught his attention ahead and he frowned. In front of him stood a projection of himself, holding a wooden box in his hands. The projection looked at the guy, his eyebrows were furrowed, and he said that masters create skill bubbles during battle. Wang Tang looked at him in surprise, his mouth open, when the projection said that there might be something useful among them. Gritting his teeth and lowering his head, the guy swore. He jumped from the tree. White smoke was coming from the crater on the ground. A huge yellow light in the center of the forest that illuminated the trees around. The man in the crater was laughing loudly. A fire was burning next to him and white smoke was flying. The man in white pants clenched his hands into fists, laughing loudly, smiling widely. His whole body was on fire. Someone shot a man with a weapon. He frowned in surprise as bullets flew near him. Several more shots were heard, indicated by a yellow light. Two figures lay in the crater. One of them had a blue sword stuck in it. Wang Tang jumped to the ground near the crater, kneeling on one knee, and thought that he had already used fire several times and he should have died by now. The guy looked ahead, frowning, and thought that fortunately last time he hid the gun in a bird's nest 5 kilometers away, so the police never found it, otherwise it would already be lying here. Next to the hand of the dead man there were 3 bubbles, around which fire was burning. On them was written, "Entry-level fire skill, fire sword skill +10, fire power +2. Wang Tang knelt down next to one of the bubbles on one knee, touching it with his hand. Many system windows appeared next to the guy. Fire was burning around his body, and he looked at the system windows in surprise. The first one showed Knowledge 83, version 12.1, Talent, initial level of Fire Mastery 10 out of 300, Strength 6 out of 100, Fire 1-star Soldier Fighter level, Source Red Fire Scripture, Progress 1 out of 100. Second system window showed Martial Techniques, Basic Combat Skills Master for hand-to-hand combat, Sword, Knife, Agility, Shooting Skill Slight Improvement, Fire Sword Skill Progress 10 out of 100. Third system window showed Knowledge, Basic Subjects Highest Score, 5-year training in Martial Theory Arts and 3 years of practice 30 points, Total Combat Power 132. The guy thought what happened to the skill window. Wang Tang turned around. Flying next to him were 3 bubbles covered with ice, on which was written, Entry-level Ice Skill, Strong Ice Riding, Ghost Ice Fist +8. The guy extended his hand on fire to the last bubble. He touched the ice bubble with his finger. Wang Tang's hand was covered with a thick layer of ice. His other was surrounded by fire, and he looked at it in surprise. With his legs spread and his head raised, the guy clenched his teeth as flames and ice surrounded him. Frost appeared on his cheek because of the ice. The guy clenched his teeth, looking at him, and thought that most likely the skills of fire and ice would compete with each other. Wang Tang fell to his knees, leaning on his hands, icy and fiery energies swirling around him. The guy clenched his teeth, frowning as a crust of ice formed on his cheek, and thought he had to take a chance. The guy stood up while the fire flared up on the left side of his body, and the right side was covered with a layer of ice. He was breathing heavily, sweat running down his face, and he said that it seemed his risks had paid off. Wang Tang looked at the flame in his hand and smiled, saying that the system really works. A bright explosion flashed in the middle of the forest. People turned to look at it. The man with glasses looked at him. Sweat was running down his face. The glasses slipped off his face and he asked what was happening there. 3 people in black suits looked up at a huge flame in the middle of the forest. Wang Tang entered the large white estate. He opened the door, closing his eyes and keeping one hand in his pocket. The guy looked forward, knitting his eyebrows. He looked questioningly at the crowd of people in the large, bright hall who were talking to each other. He walked up to Zhu Jai. who looked at him. The main character wanted to ask something, but was interrupted. Miss Zhao clapped her hands to attract attention. She stood in the center of the hall opposite three friends and turning to them, said that Wang Teng does not talk much about himself, but since he is an advanced level martial arts student. The girl approached the main character with a smile. Behind her, Lai Junheng was looking at him angrily. She asked that he probably managed to find out something. The guy turned to Zhu Jai, who whispered to him that he was noticed by Zhao Beiyun when he left. Everyone was only waiting for his return. The main character calmly answered him that he understood. He thought that it was a little frivolous to give himself away, but now it doesn't matter anymore. He stood in front of Zhao Beiyun and Lai Junheng with his hands in his pockets and said that the girl was just joking, and he could confidently say that he was an ordinary student who did not have special knowledge, unlike her experienced bodyguards. Zhao Beiyun looked at him with a smile. Her hair covered one of her eyes. She said, "Then where has he been for so long?" The guy smiled at her, closing his eyes, and said that it didn't matter and he left solely to satisfy his curiosity. The guy remembered standing near a large crater where two bodies lay, a blue one struck by a sword and a red one. He said that in the end he found nothing. The guy thought that there was supposedly a fight among martial artists. Wang Teng spread his arms to the sides and shook his head, sighing and saying that all he knew was that the area around the explosion was scorched. He remembered how he held the flame in his hand with a smile and thought that he had created the flame, so when everything was found out, he would be in trouble. The guy crossed his arms and sighed again, bowing his head and saying that this is really it. And Zhao Beiyun's bodyguards also discovered the fire, so he went back. He remembered how he was hiding behind a tree when the bodyguards looked at the huge fire, asking where the fire was from. The guy thought that he needed to make sure several times that he did not leave evidence. He would be calmer that way. Wang Teng sighed again, closing his eyes and lowering his head while the girl looked at him, and said that when he first returned, he was a little out of sorts, so he decided to take a walk. He remembered putting something in the black motorcycle and thought that he had moved away and hidden the secret weapon in his motorcycle. Otherwise, it could have been evidence of his involvement. He sighed again, closing his eyes, and shook his head, saying that he was not lying to her. The guy smiled slyly, thinking that he was simply not revealing the details. Zhao Beiyun looked at the guy, smiling slightly and knitting her eyebrows, saying that he was mistaken if he considered her an ordinary person who would be satisfied with such an explanation. Wang Teng smiled back at her and knitted his eyebrows, saying that if Miss Zhao refused to believe him, then for what purpose was the question asked? And why didn't she test him with a lie detector? She turned to the rest of the guests, turning her back to the three friends and extended her hand, saying that in this case, she suggests going back, because it would be impolite to continue this conversation in the presence of others. The guy looked back at Zhu Jai and said that they can go, they are free, he agreed. Bai Wai looked at the guy with a wide smile, telling him to give her a ride on a motorcycle, since she didn't have one of her own. Turning to her, he agreed with a smile. Wang Teng was lying on the bed. There were several system windows in front of him, and the guy was touching them with his finger. He looks at the system windows on which it is written, Ice level 3 out of 100, Fighter level 1 Star Soldier, Knowledge 83, Version 12.1, Talents, Fire Mastery 10 out of 300, Ice Mastery 10 out of 300, Sources, Red Flame Scripture 1 out of 100, Writing Strong Ice 1 out of 100, Martial Techniques, Basic Combat Skills Master for Hand-to-Hand Combat, Sword, Knife, Agility, Shooting Skill Slight Improvement, Fire Sword Skill, Phantom Ice Fist 8 out of 100, Knowledge, Basic Items Top Score, 5 years of Martial Arts Theory Training and 3 years of Practice 30 points, Total Combat Power 135. The guy said that he would never be able to gain access to all of this. Wang Teng sat on the bed, looking at the system windows, and held a sword in one hand, saying that this time he got a really valuable treasure. He thought that these runic weapons were worth several million each. The guy looked at the sword with a black handle and black gloves, opening a shopping app on his phone where these goods were. The guy thought that his father only gave him 3 million, thereby ruining a lot for him, and undoubtedly he was poor and ambitious. The guy takes a large bag, taking something from it. A white fox sits next to him on the bed. He pulls out a yellow egg, looking at it with pursed lips. A shadow falls on his eyes and thinks that in his hands is what those masters fought for, and he has no idea what caused their interest. But the easier it is for him. He looked back at the system windows, thinking that he did not have any special talent. If not for the system, he would never have become a martial arts student in his life. The system windows glow blue. The guy's statistics are written on them, and he thinks that he is becoming more and more interested in learning about them. The clock shows 7:58. The main character's large house, surrounded by bushes. Wang Teng straightens his jacket with a frown and holds a toast in his clenched teeth, shouting that he slept even better than after training his knee joints. The guy holds onto the corner of the entrance to the classroom, running in, a bag hanging on his shoulder, and he shouts that fortunately he is not late. People in the class look at him, and the guy looks back at them questioningly. Two disciples stood in front of the guy. The girl with their hair shouted a big thank you to him. The other guy loudly said that without him they would not have been able to take advantage of this opportunity. Wang Teng looked at them in shock. He raised his hands and looked at them in confusion. His eyes turned white and he asked what happened and someone would explain to him. Another guy with glasses and black hair walked up to the main character from behind and said with a smile that the Ministry of Education has issued a decree on the procedure for conducting martial arts exams. Intermediate students can now also participate. The students looked at the main character. One of them said with a wide smile that fortunately Wang Teng told them about this in advance. Otherwise they would have been scared and could not study. The other student answered in agreement, and the guy thought when this happened. He remembered standing in front of the board and shouting with a wide smile that they would know that starting from this year, intermediate level students would be able to take part in the martial arts exams. He thought that because of the words his father had told him before rebirth, he made such a fuss. The main character smiled awkwardly and crossed his arms over his chest, closing his eyes, and said that they were classmates with them, so let them not forget about him when they succeed in their exams. Someone told him not to worry, and from that moment he is their brother. Wang Teng sat down at his desk. Lin Chuhan was already sitting next to him, and the guy said with a smile that they were too optimistic. He asked the girl. She was also a mid-level master, and she turned at him in surprise. The guy with a big smile told her that she had been reading a lot about martial arts lately, and she should try it. Lin Chuhan smiled at him, blushing slightly, and thanked him. The guy looked at the girl in surprise, eyes wide. He smiled as he looked at her and thought that she was young and innocent. The guy took the pen, looking at the piece of paper in front of him with a smile. There was a stack of books nearby and he thought that he should also match. The main character sits at his desk, with his head raised, saliva flowing from his open mouth. The book falls and he exclaims in surprise. The street along which people walked. Wang Teng sighs, hanging his head, standing on the street, and says that meditating all night is of course good. But why, if he only needs to sit for 5 minutes in class? He looks away, thinking that he will go to the pet store and find out if this egg can hatch into something. He wondered if he forgot about something. Someone shouted to look somewhere to the side. The guy immediately shifted his gaze, frowning. He looked around. A large shadow fell on him. Someone was standing above him. Brown feathers were falling. The man next to him on the street was trembling. Wang Teng's eyes widened, sweat ran down his face, and he opened his mouth in shock. A huge brown bird with bright green eyes flew over the guy, who looked at her in surprise, holding a black bag on his shoulder. He clenched his teeth. A shadow fell over his eyes and he realized that this was a heavenly monster. A loud scream was heard. The beak of a huge bird glowed yellow and it was aiming at a guy standing on the road. He put out his hand, frowning and sweating, realizing that he had nowhere to run. He planted his foot on the ground, cutting through the air and pushing off. The main character ran to the side, holding his bag on his shoulder. A huge explosion was visible behind him, which scattered stones, and he thought that he had to do it. Wang Teng ran along the road, a huge bird flying behind him. He looked back at her and clenched his teeth, wondering why this huge bird was chasing him. The bird sank again, crashing its beak into the ground. The main character jumped away from it. He ran forward, sweat dripping down his face, and he looked back with displeasure, shouting why she was chasing him and he didn't steal her child. A yellow egg was visible in the guy's bag and he exclaimed in surprise. Taking the bag and unzipping it, Wang Teng looked up, shouting for her to leave him alone so he could give her the egg. The guy said that he didn't want to lose him. Suddenly his eyes widened and he looked forward in shock. The guy was holding an egg in his hand. In front of him was a huge bird hanging on the building, struck in the chest by a burning red arrow. Wang Teng said that it doesn't matter anymore. People stood in front of him. The main character said that the one who killed a huge bird with one shot must be very strong. One of the people looked back at him and answered with a smile that he was part of the city guard, so he must be strong. One of the bubbles lay under the guy's feet. Wang Teng sat down in the crowd of people and touched the bubble, looking at it and thinking that even such monsters drop skill bubbles. But why is it empty? He thought that the man killed the bird with one hit. His reward should have been greater. Someone took the main character by the shoulder and he raised his head at the man. Two men in black suits and dark glasses stood in front of him. One of them told him to stay where he was and not to let him get closer for his safety. The other said that they would finish clearing the city as quickly as possible and asked him to be patient. The main character looked forward, where two men stood in front of a car that was lifting the corpse of a huge bird on a crane. Someone shouted that the city guard was here. One of the people shouted that this was a special organization that was created to protect cities throughout to the world. Wang Teng looked back. The man next to him was loudly saying that all of them, except office workers, have incredibly strong martial arts skills. The guy thought that huge crow flew after him. Was it really because of the egg? He looked at his bag, keeping one hand on it, and thought, what difference does it make? And he better go get the incubator to take care of the egg. The guy's eyes suddenly widened in surprise and he frowned, saying that he had just remembered that he had left his motorcycle there and would have to return. Wang Teng sat on his bed, looking at his phone, and said what skill he received today called spiritual power, and what exactly it is. The guy's eyes opened, they turned black, and the iris turned red. He thought that it was as if he had been given colored contact lenses, and if you look closely, they look like raven eyes. But how does it work? The guy looked back at the yellow egg, around which the fire was burning. The system window showed spiritual power. On a stand there was a yellow egg with flames burning around it. The guy put his hands on the counter, looking at the egg, and shouted that it was the power of fire. And could the spiritual power skill give him the ability to detect talents? He smiled, looking forward with red eyes, and said that this is great. He can now use it to find out how strong a particular fighter is. The guy's eyes suddenly widened as something happened to his eyes. The main character put his hand on his left eye, holding it, and frowned, saying that he felt a little dizzy. The guy sat on the bed, looked at the system window, and said that spiritual power is characterized by the accumulation of the owner's internal energy, and it seems that he cannot use it endlessly. He said that this skill still has great potential and he should pay more attention to it in future. The main character was in the forest. He sharply struck a tree. A blue mark was visible from the blow. A noise was heard and Wang Teng realized that someone was approaching. His eyes turned black with red irises and he activated his spiritual power. In the forest stood a guy with blonde hair, black pants, a black t-shirt, and a white shirt. He had his hands in his pockets. He glowed with golden light and Wang Teng realized that he was a martial artist. Looking at the main character, the guy told him to return what he took from Bowen Mountain. He replied that he had never been there. The guy with blonde hair grinned and frowned at him and asked where he got that sword and gloves from then, and he thinks they won't find him if he covers his tracks. He extended his hand towards the main character, who was holding a sword in front of him, and told him to give it up, otherwise he would show him the difference between a student and a martial artist. Wang Teng awkwardly scratched the back of his head and closed his eyes, saying that he would give it up if he came closer, but in return let him promise that he would spare his life and he would take off everything. The main character clenched the hilt of the sword in his hands. He waved it sharply in front of the broadly smiling guy. He blocked the blow of the sword with his palm, which was covered with stone, and frowned, smiling and saying that he knew that he was not so simple, so he was on his guard. The guy held the sword in one hand, raising his second hand, covered with stone, to strike. Power gathered around his hand, and Wang Teng looked at him while holding the sword. He smiled, knitting his eyebrows together, a fire visible on one side of him. The boy with blonde hair looked surprised at the sword he was holding, with flames visible around it. A huge flame flared up around the guy and he let out a groan of pain as it swirled around him. The guy with blonde hair jumped back, getting down on one knee. Thick smoke and reflections of flames were visible ahead. He clenched his teeth, looking forward, blood flowing down his chin, and he screamed that this was impossible. Wang Teng ran forward towards him, holding a sword burning with fire in his hands. Skill, Earth's core explosion. A guy with blonde hair held his hands to a golden sphere. There was a stone wall in front of him. His hands were covered with stone. He clenched his teeth. Veins were visible on his face from tension. The guy held a stone wall in front of the main character, and he jumped, raising his other hand back. He hit the stone wall with a fist that was covered in ice, the ice blow breaking the stones. The wall collapsed. Wang Teng's blow sent out a powerful ice pulse, and the guy with blonde hair flew back. He fell to the ground, his body covered in frost, and he looked back at the protagonist, who stood above him, holding a burning sword in one hand and ice visible on the other. He shouted loudly no. Birds were flying in the sky. A fire was visible in the middle of the forest. There were 3 bubbles on the ground, 1 red power +10 and 2 yellow with a green glow. They had earth control skill +1 and entry level earth mastery +12. Breathing heavily, Wang Tang knelt down on one knee in front of the bubbles. His sword was stuck into the ground nearby. The hand of the amazed guy was visible. He looked to the side, breathing heavily, and said that he had killed the martial artist. The guy took one of the yellow and green bubbles, looking at it, and said that it was the earth element. Another additional skill. He said that he was moving faster towards becoming an all-powerful martial artist. The main character squeezed the bubble and looked to the side, frowning and wondering if this world was really dangerous and if there was a way to use both powers at once. Wang Tang sat in front of the computer, opening a shopping website. A notification in the corner of the screen showing that his custom gun storage case was ready. The guy smiled, looking at the computer screen, and said that the case was ready, which means that the sword and gloves he found could be safe. He sighed and lowered his head, closing his eyes, and set another big expense on his already small budget. Suddenly he noticed something, looking at the computer screen in surprise. He said, "What does it mean? Please enter your martial artist ID." On the computer screen there was a chat with the store, a message from the store. "Please enter your martial arts master ID." The guy asked what kind of ID. The store replied that this was his martial arts master ID number. The guy asked how he could get it. The store replied that he needs to pass the Martial Arts Association test, and doesn't he have one? Wang Tang angrily typed the answer, banging on the keys, and frowned, saying what is wrong with this store, and maybe they will send the goods first, and then he will tell his ID. He typed this into the chat with the store. A tall muscular man stood at the laptop. His hair was tied into a ponytail. There was a beard on his face. One of the man's arms was iron. With a smile he typed the answer, saying it out loud for Wang Tang to go to the Martial Arts Association and get a certificate. He can use a rune weapon only if he has one, and if he already has one, then he must give its number and they will deliver the goods tonight. Morning. The educational institution where the main character studied. Someone said that classes were cancelled. Wang Tang sat next to Lin Chuhan, who was reading a book, and the guy rested his cheek on his hand. He put his finger to his chin, looking at the girl with a smile, and she wondered why he was looking at her again. The girl blushed deeply, opening her mouth and looking at the book. He turned his gaze to the guy. The main character stood up from his seat and leaned closer to the girl, calling her while she looked at the guy in shock. She blushed heavily, opening her mouth. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she asked why he called her. The girl thought that he was approaching and what he needed. The guy leaned towards the girl with a smile, about to say something while she looked at him. He told her that he needed to go to the Martial Arts Association, and if she could cover him in front of the teacher. Lin Chuhan turned pale, looking at the guy in shock and opening her mouth, trying to say something. She loudly slammed her palms on the desk, got up from her seat and snarled why he was skipping classes again, and why he needed to join the Martial Arts Association. The main character smiled broadly at her, closing his eyes, and said that on one very important matter, and so that she would not worry. He would not do anything he was not sure about. The guy left the class, looked back at the girl with a smile, and said that then he was leaving. Lin Chuhan looked to the side in surprise, her mouth open, and thought that she could get a martial arts master's certificate from the association. She thought that the main character really wants to do this, and this is incredible. Wang Tang stood in front of a tall building that had a Martial Arts Association sign on it, and people were passing by. He raised his head, looking at the tall building, and smiled widely, saying that it was amazing. The guy thought that many visitors to this place were also masters. He looked back to where the family table was in front of the sliding doors of the store and thought that there were a lot of people here, and he had better disguise himself. Wang Tang walked into the Martial Arts Association building, wearing a silver helmet on his head, and people turned around to look at him in surprise. The guy was standing in an alien mask, with big yellow eyes and a blue dot in the middle of the mask. He said that he came here to get his martial arts master's certificate. The girl behind the counter in a black suit smiled awkwardly at the guy, showed him with her hand, and told him to follow her. They approached a large capsule with blue glass, and the girl raised her hand with a smile, telling him to follow her instructions, and by passing the test on this machine, he would receive a certificate in less than 10 minutes. Wang Tang was lying in the capsule, already without a helmet. The girl stood next to him in front of the screen, looking at him, and the system said that the test would pass, and they congratulate Wang Tang on becoming a martial artist, asking him to wait until the certificate was ready. The people who were sitting in the lobby raised their heads. The screen at the reception showed a notification that rang. One of the visitors, who was sitting on the sofa, asked what it was, and the man with bandages on his hands and wearing dark glasses scratched the back of his head in confusion, saying that he would check. He walked up to the screen, his glasses slipped off his nose, and he looked at the screen in surprise, shouting for Lao Fu to take a look, and a guy named Wang Teng became a martial artist at the age of 17. Lao Fu, the man who was sitting on the sofa, came up and looked at the monitor, saying that he knew this name. And a couple of days ago one of his guys gave him the reporting information, and it seems that it was written about him. A man with glasses advised him to look at the surveillance camera and he would recognize him. Wang Teng sat as the female employee handed him the card, and Lao Fu shouted that it was him, and the report said that he had risen to the advanced level in less than a month after joining the martial arts school. The man looked down. His blonde hair covered one eye, and he continued that he wanted to watch him, and he had already become a martial artist, and it seemed like he was really brilliant. The second man smiled broadly at him and laughed, saying that he seemed to be taking a martial arts exam this year. There is a dark horse. He suggested we go together and look at it. Wang Teng was holding a white card with a blue symbol and a barcode on it. He smiled, looking at her and walking down the street, and said that the ID was in his hands, and according to the rules of the association, this card gave him many privileges. He took out his phone, looking at the card in his other hand, and said that he needed to hurry up and send Master Lu the ID, and now he would go back to class. Tall buildings of the protagonist's educational institution. Wang Teng stood in front of one of the students, who was sitting on a chair and smilingly telling something. Someone approached them, calling the main character. Lin Chuhan stood behind the guy, lowered her head and asked if he could wait for her. The guy looked at the girl, agreeing. The two of them stood on the street next to the school, and the girl in front of Wang Teng embarrassedly clutched the hem of her sweater and blushed deeply. She looked at the guy, blushing deeply, and opened her mouth, trying to say something. The main character smiled at her and closed his eyes, saying that if she needs help with something, then let her just talk. The girl pressed her hand to her chest, looking at the floor and trying to ask for something, but she stuttered. The girl looked at the guy, blushing, and shouted if he could lend her some money. She looked down at the ground again, and Wang Teng just sighed, asking how much she needed. Lin Chuhan put her hand to her chest and looked up at him, saying that she needs 150,000 yuan, and she knows that it is a lot, but she will return it all soon, and she will earn it after the exam at her part-time job. The guy reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and told her to tell him her PayPal account, and he would now transfer the money to her. He looked at the girl, frowning, and wondered why she needed so much money. Lin Chuhan wiped her eyes, closed one eye, and looked down, saying that she would repay the debt as soon as possible. The guy waved his hand at her and smiled awkwardly, telling her not to worry, and not even think about it, and that spending time on studying was the most important thing right now. He looked after the leaving girl, whose hair was fluttering in the wind, and thought about the difficulties going on in her life. He frowned, looking ahead, and thought that he should find out. He watched as a girl walked into a store called Lin Grocery Store, and the guy crossed his arms. Wang Teng sighs and turns away, closing his eyes and leaning against the corner of the house, thinking that apparently the Lin Chuhan family has a small store, which is probably quite difficult. He turns and sees a group of people. In the center is a fat bald man in a black suit and with a chain around his neck. The man narrows his eyes and looks at the guy, asking what he is looking at, and if he does it again, he will gouge out his eyes. A group of people laughing walking towards the store. The guy remains standing behind them with his head down. He heard the man tell the owner that if there is no money today, he will destroy everything. Wang Teng turns around in surprise at the threats. One of the group of people kicked the counter. They entered the store where two frightened girls were standing. The fat man looked at them with a smile as he stood among his gang and asked if the money was ready. He grabbed the soda bottle on the counter, and Lin Chuhan's mother raised her hands in fear, telling him that her daughter had already borrowed from their relatives. The man opened his mouth, drinking from the bottle of soda that was dripping down his chin. He abruptly put the bottle on the counter. A ring was visible on his hand. The woman asked him to wait a couple of days. The man extended his hand and looked at her angrily, asking again and starting to shout that he had already extended their term to 3 days, and that was not enough for them. He pointed his finger at his mother and Lin Chuhan, who hugged each other, trembling in fear, and shouted that they were not going to return the money, were they? The woman looked at him with tears in her eyes while Lin Chuhan looked away, and said that they would repay the debt, just until they collected enough money, and asked him to give them 2 or 3 more days. The man's face was distorted with anger. A vein appeared on his forehead, and he shouted for her to stop talking nonsense, and if there was no money today, their store would be finished. He turned to his gang, clenched his fists, and told them to destroy everything here. One of the men had already tucked in his sleeves, smiling. Lin Chuhan looked at them and loudly shouted not to do this. The man turned to look at her. The girl covered her mother with her hand, putting her other hand to her chest, and decisively said that they would get their debt back, and right now she would give them 150,000. She had it. The man smiled and laughed, looking at the girl and asking where she got the 150,000 yuan. The mother looked at her daughter and asked in confusion what she was doing, and they didn't have such funds. Lin Chuhan still covered her mother with her hand and closed her eyes, shouting that she would now transfer the money to them and that they should take it and leave the store. The man smiled broadly and viciously, raised his index finger and said that if she returned the money, they would leave. But their debt was 150,000 3 days ago. He thought that Lin Chuhan was quite cute and apparently there was someone willing to lend her that amount. He said that they now owe him 200,000. Lin Chuhan and her mother looked at the man in shock, their mouths open when he said the amount. The mother raised her hand and frowned. A shadow fell on her eyes. She asked again, saying that only 3 days had passed, and when the debt managed to rise to 200,000. Lin Chuhan frowned and shouted that they were scoundrels and it was illegal, she would sue them. The man crossed his arms over his chest, looking at them with a smile, and said that he would not detain them, but it would be difficult for them to open a store in the future. He looked at them, grinning. There were many rings on his hands. He said that apparently they would never be able to pay off their debts. The man pointed up in front of them and said how about she becomes his girlfriend and he pays off this debt to their family. The woman stood in front of her daughter. Hugging her, she frowned, telling the man not to think about it. And even if she could no longer own the store, she would not give them her daughter. The man smiled broadly and extended his hand forward, saying that if they don't mean well. Wang Teng appeared at the door and asked what then. The man opened his eyes in surprise. Lin Chuhan called out to the guy who was looking forward with his hands in his pockets. The man turned to the guy walking into the store and said that it was him again. He grinned, looking at the main character, and said that he already knew the girl, and was he really going to save this beauty? Wang Teng grinned at him and asked again, and then replied that no, he just came to get rid of them. The man looked at him and clenched his fists, telling his gang behind him to beat him to a pulp. The guy stood at the entrance to the store while two people ran towards him. The main character caught the fist of a man who was about to hit him and raised his other hand, saying that he advises them to be careful and not touch the store of the family of the president of their class. He threw the man back and he fell outside the store doors, rolling on the ground. Wang Teng swung his leg, hitting the other man in the face, blood running down his face, and a pair of teeth flying out of his mouth. The bald man looked at this in surprise, his mouth open. Wang Teng held one of the people by the clothes, carrying him towards the exit, and turned to the others, asking if they could still move and let them go out. It's time to have fun. He threw the man he was holding to the ground and he fell. The other three looked at the guy, already standing on the street. The two remaining men ran towards the guy, raising their fists to strike, and the gang boss pointed his finger at the main character, shouting for them to attack together, but not in a bunch, and he was all alone. Wang Teng knitted his eyebrows and smiled as he looked at them. He punched, hitting the side of one of the men, who held his arms above him, and hitting the face of the second man, who fell backwards. One of the men fell in front of the gang leader and he looked at it in shock, gritting his teeth. He ran back, clenching his fists and turning to the main character, shouting to him that this was not the end and they would meet again. While he was running away, the main character took out the phone from the pocket of the bandit lying next to him. He threw the phone forward, hitting the gang leader directly on the head, who opened his mouth wide. Lin Chuhan walked out of the store, looking at this. The head of the gang fell, the phone also fell next to him. A couple of pink bubbles remained nearby. The main character looked at him and said, "That's why you don't need to talk nonsense when you're trying to escape." He thought that ordinary people also leave skill bubbles behind. Wang Teng grabbed him by the clothes and began to hit him on the cheeks. Frowning, bubbles with skills flew off from the gang leader. The main character told him to give the contract. The man held out his hand, holding a piece of paper, and said that it was him. He knelt on all fours on the ground while Wang Teng handed the paper to Lin Chuhan with a smile and asked her to take a look and see if everything was correct. He turned back and smiled, narrowing his eyes, saying that the Lin family borrowed 100,000, and they demand 200, and it is much easier than stealing. He told him not to even think about it and they should follow the news. The gang leader raised his head, blood flowing down his chin, and he looked at the main character in surprise when he said who they thought killed those bank robbers. The man knelt in front of the guy and bowed his head, saying that he admits his guilt and asks for forgiveness. Wang Teng laughed, put his hands in his pockets and looked at the girl, telling her to transfer him 100,100. He said 100 is a percentage. The girl looked at him, blushing, and thanked him. But what was he doing in this part of the city? The main character, smiling, scratched the back of his head and said that she would believe it if he said that he followed her. Lin Chuhan turned away from him, blushing deeply, and said that she was no longer talking to him and would go check on her mother. The main character entered the store, where Lin Chuhan and her mother stood behind the counter, discussing something. The girl held her mother by the shoulders. The woman turned to the guy and smiled broadly at him, thanking him and saying that they would return his money as soon as possible. And why don't he have dinner with them? The guy laughed and smiled widely, scratched the back of his head and wanted to agree, but Lin Chuhan interrupted him, blushing deeply and raising her hands, telling her mother what she was thinking about, and he was her desk neighbor. The woman put her hand to her mouth with a smile, asking her to take the guy upstairs while she went to get the ingredients to cook dinner. The girl looked down, blushing heavily, sweat running down her face. The girl walked up the stairs, and the main character looked at her, asking where her father was, and he was not in the store right now. She frowned and looked at him, saying that he would meet him later. The girl opened the door to the room where the man with brown hair was sleeping. She told her father that she had returned. The man was sleeping on the sofa, with his hand on his stomach. He had no legs. What was left was wrapped in white bandages. Wang Teng looked at him in surprise, raising his eyebrows and standing behind the girl, asking when her father became like this. Lin Chuhan looked down with tears in her eyes and said that he used to be a martial artist. One day when he returned from Xingu continent, this happened and he not only lost his legs, but also his spirit was broken, so he returned crippled. The guy looked at the girl in surprise. His eyes widened, and he knitted his eyebrows, thinking that he never thought that the martial arts world was so cruel. The girl approached her father. There were green bottles next to the sofa. She tried to push him away. The guy told her that if she knows about all the horrors of this world, then why does she continue to practice martial arts and wants to take part in the exam? The girl set her teeth. A shadow fell on her face. Her eyes were not visible. And she said that she wanted to take revenge, and her father's partner said that their rivals set up an ambush, dragging her father into all this trouble, and she wants to take revenge on them. The main character walked closer to Lin Chuhan and looked at her, saying what about the rest of his team, and they are not aware of the situation her family is in right now. The girl sighed and closed her eyes, saying that most of the time they fight in the Sinu continent and cannot return. And recently her younger sister got sick and her mother had no choice but to borrow money from those bandits. The guy looked at her in surprise, raising his eyebrows, and asked if she had a sister. They walked along the corridor and the girl turned to him, saying that he just didn't know about her. Wang Teng smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head, asking what happened to her. The girl sighed and closed her eyes. In front of them was the door to the room. She said that it would be good if they knew what she was sick with. She knocked on the door to the room and told her sister that she had brought a friend and they could come in. She told them to come in. Lin Chuhan opened the door. The lights in the room were off. Her sister's hair was visible on the bed and a lot of purple bubbles were flying around. The girl with purple eyes and long dark hair called out to her sister. There were many purple bubbles around her. Long patterns were visible on her cheeks. Lin Chuhan looked at the guy who was looking forward in shock and told him to stand behind her and not to come close to her. The girl walked up to her sister, who smiled broadly at her. The eldest said that she had come. Wang Teng thought that even an ordinary person could create so many skill bubbles, and whether this had something to do with her strange illness. He reached out his hand, touching one of the purple bubbles. His hand lit up with a faint purple light. The system window showed what he had received. Poison power +2, poison power +1, demonic lotus poison +1. The guy gritted his teeth, looking down at his hand. His blue eyes were glowing. The guy's hand was surrounded by purple fire. Swollen veins were visible on it. He thought about the power of the poison and whether such a thing even existed. He turned away, his body trembling. Lin Chuxia turned her attention to him while her elder sister stood in front of her with a smile. She looked at the guy with her mouth open, and he wondered where she got the connection with toxic substances. Lin Chuhan turned to the guy in surprise, asking why he was sweating so much, and he smiled nervously, sweat running down his face, and laughing awkwardly. He said that he was just worried, standing next to her. He thought he had finally absorbed it, but he was almost discovered. Lin Chuxia looked at her elder sister and folded her hands, asking who it was. The girl smiled at the younger one, closing her eyes while the main character looked at them, and said that this was Wang Teng, her friend. The guy looked at the younger girl with raised eyebrows and thought that she couldn't even go outside, and he thinks that the poison of the demonic lotus is a rather rare phenomenon that neither doctors nor martial artists can handle. He watched as Lin Chuxia hugged her elder sister while they were talking and thought that she was constantly filled with poisonous power. And now he understands why Lin Chuhan did not allow anyone to come closer to her. The younger sister held the older sister's hand and looked at the guy, asking if he was her boyfriend. Lin Chuhan immediately blushed deeply and waved her hands, asking what she was saying. And this was not her boyfriend. Wang Teng behind her laughed, thinking that she was definitely being helped by a higher power. Lin Chuhan turned to the guy, waving her arms and blushing deeply, sweat flowing down her face. She said that the younger sister was just joking, and there was no need to take her seriously. The guy asked with a smile why she was so worried. Wang Teng leaned over to Lin Chuxia and greeted her with a smile while Lin Chuhan asked him to move away and not approach her. The younger sister looked at the guy in surprise, raising her eyebrows and putting her hand on her chest, asking if he wasn't afraid of her. The guy looked at her in surprise, raising his eyebrows and asked what he should be afraid of. The youngest looked at the main character sitting on the bed while purple bubbles were flying around her and said, her face. She looked up at the guy with big violet eyes and continued that the air that surrounded her. The main character just leaned towards Lin Chuxia with a smile and stroked her head, saying that the effects of her power were visible on him. The girl looked at him in surprise, raised her hands and said that this was true and why it didn't work on him. The guy scratched the back of his head, laughing and smiled widely, closing his eyes, answering that it was possible because he often drinks berry tea and has a strong immune system. The girl looked at the guy in confusion, her mouth open, and he invited her to touch him if she didn't believe him. The girl extended her pale hand and touched the guy's hand. She opened her mouth in surprise, looking down, and thought that he seemed really okay. Lin Chuxia raised her hands with her palms open and looked at them in surprise. Her eyes widened, purple bubbles flew around, and she thought it felt like the sticky air around her had dissolved. She looked up at the guy in surprise, thinking about him. He, standing in front of her, smiled and put his finger to his lips, hinting to her not to say anything. The girl thought that maybe he could cure her. Lin Chuhan stood behind the guy with her hand on her chest and sadly said that if he really knows something, she hopes that he will tell her about it, and this is very important for their family. The guy turned to the girl with a smile, telling her not to worry, and if he finds a solution, he will certainly let her know. Lin Chuxia smiled, covered her face with her palm and asked her elder sister not to make life difficult for the main character, who blushed deeply at her remark. Lin Chuhan hugged her little sister, pressing her cheek to the top of her head and closed her eyes, saying that everything will be fine. And her application to participate in the martial arts exam has already been accepted, and she will become a martial artist and help find a cure for her strange illness. Lin Chuxia raised her head, looking at her older sister, saying that she thought that her mother forbade her to practice martial arts. Wang Teng looked at them, thinking that now he understands why the girl is trying so hard. He smiled. There were several system windows on the side of him. On them was Knowledge, Version, 26, Talent, Initial, Strength, Fire 64 out of 100, Demonic Lotus Poison 15 out of 10,000. The guy thought that he did not expect to receive the power of poison, and in the next battles he will be able to use it in conjunction with his other powers, poisoning the enemy before he comes to his senses, of course, a little dishonest. Lin Chuhan and her mother stood at the exit of their store, telling the guy to come to them more often and thanking them. Wang Teng waved his hand to them, walking away from the store, and said with a smile that it was not difficult for him to help, and he would go. The guy was standing on the street. There was a blue system window in front of him. He touched it with his finger, thinking that the shooting skill is still not that good, so he will go to the shooting range tomorrow and see if he can get some skill bubbles. The main character was in a shooting range. People stood behind fence racks, holding weapons in their hands and shooting at targets. Next to them were bubbles with skills. Someone said loudly that someone has excellent shooting skills. Wang Teng turned around, turning his gaze to the side. There stood a guy with black disheveled hair and smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Two more people stood next to him, and under his feet there were colored bubbles. The guy said that he didn't think the word magnificent was appropriate. The main character thought that next to him so many bubbles, it's probably really very good. The guy with black hair raised his index finger in front of him with a big smile, and said that he once saw a shot with a change in direction. That's what's really great, someone exclaimed, asking that bullets are capable of changing direction, and the main character looked in surprise towards the guy, opening his mouth. The guy with black hair sighed, remembering the corpse of the girl with blood splashes around her. He said that Shooter was too arrogant, which is why he fell for someone else's trick. He used his best skill to get rid of the girl he loved more everyone. Wang Teng approached the guy with black hair and asked him what happened next. He replied that he had a nervous breakdown and was now being treated in a mental hospital in the western outskirts of the city. The guy sighed and closed his eyes, turning away from the main character and saying that it was annoying. The man next to him agreed with him. Wang Teng looked up and thought about the mental hospital on the western outskirts of the city, and it seemed like he should go there. The main character stood near a large brick building with a sign above the entrance. A guy enters a hospital. A man is sitting behind a round counter in the corridor with a phone in his hand, and the guy realizes that the doctor is on duty. He looks at the doctor with the phone, who is yawning, covering his mouth with his hand, and thinks that he needs to somehow distract him in order to get inside. Some noise is heard from the side of the doctor with gray hair, and he asks what it is, turning his tired gaze. Wang Teng quickly walks behind the doctor, holding his hand in front of his face. He delivers a quick strike that leaves a white light. The doctor falls to the floor, letting out a groan of pain. The guy looks at him and says that now he won't have any problems. He puts on a white coat and a medical mask on his face, wishing the doctor, who is lying on the sofa, covered with a blanket, good night. The main character takes a bunch of keys from a hook. He walks down the hospital hallway past various doors with his hands in his pockets. Opening one of the doors, Wang Teng sees a man sitting on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, with golden bubbles next to him. The guy looks at them. The bubbles say Soul +1. He thinks that people with mental problems can leave spiritual bubbles. The man with brown hair turns to the guy, asking if he knows who he is. The man stands in front of the main character and spreads his arms to the sides. His blanket looks like a robe, and his long hair reaches his chest, illuminated by the light. He says that he is the creator of this world. The guy turned away, looking displeasedly towards the ward, and went back out into the corridor, asking the man, God never told him that it was time to take the pills. The guy looked into another office, where a man was hugging a large pillow with a drawn character, and exclaimed loudly. The guy silently looked at the man through the doorway and thought that it seemed he wasn't here. He walked to another door in the corridor, looking at it and thinking that this was the last room and that legendary shooter must certainly be in it. Wang Teng walked into the room where a man was sitting with his eyes closed. A man with white hair and a small beard sat on the bed with his arms crossed over his chest, pink skill bubbles in front of them. The guy's eyes widened and he looked at the skill bubbles, thinking that this guy has strong energy and there are a lot of bubbles around him, and maybe he is the one he is looking for. The man turns to Wang Teng, who is standing next to him and calling for the main character. The man grits his teeth and frowns at the guy, saying that he became a martial artist at such an early age. The main character looks at him in surprise, knitting his eyebrows, and asks how the man knew this. The man points his finger at Wang Teng, who is standing with his hands in his pockets, and says that he felt it. He wants to say something else, but is interrupted. The man suddenly grins and, looking at the guy, says that he hasn't smoked for a very long time, and if he could find a cigarette, it would be great. The guy thinks about cigarettes and pulls out a red pack from his jeans pocket, thinking that he remembers stealing them from his father. The man on the bed and the guy are standing next to each other, talking and smiling. Wang Teng extends his hand, onto which the flash drive flies. Looking at it, the man says that this is his flash drive and he came here for it. The man turns away from the guy who is clutching the flash drive in his hand and says that he can go now. But the man wants to sleep and asks him to turn off the light. The guy looks at the man and agrees. He leaves the office with his hand in his pocket and thinks that he just gave the flash drive to him. Wang Teng looked at the system window next to him and thought that he couldn't believe that he had earned 55 soul points while he was in the mental hospital, and that this was a pleasant surprise. He walked towards the exit, his white robe fluttering in the wind as he walked, and thought that this place is too abnormal. It is better to return home and see what is contained on the USB drive. A man with white hair lies on a pillow and looks towards the door, saying that this guy really believed. He smiles slyly and laughs, saying that a big surprise awaits him at home. Wang Teng goes to the computer in his room, looking at the screen, and says that he will look at what is on the flash drive. Loud groans are heard in the guy's headphones, and he looks at the computer screen in shock. The girl with long blonde hair in the video blushed while lying on a pink pillow and closed her eyes, and Wang Teng said, "Why so loudly?" But he will watch to the end, because the girl is quite beautiful. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise and he raised his eyebrows, noticing something and saying that he shouldn't, and why there were so many units left on the progress bar. Wang Teng began to quickly move his finger on the wheel on his computer mouse. The guy pressed his finger on the system window, on which it was written, Martial Techniques, Basic Fighting Skills, Shooting Kung Fu Progress 1 out of 10, Fire Sword Proficiency 43 out of 100. The main character said that shooting Kung Fu is a combination of martial arts and technology, is a unique ability that involves physical fitness, shooting skill, and swordsmanship at the same time. He turned around in his gaming chair from the computer, looking at the blue system windows in front of him, and said that the shooting skill had changed to shooting kung fu. But how should he develop this ability? Wang Teng lowered his head, sighed and closed his eyes, saying that he would acquire some runic bullets, and it doesn't matter, now the priority is to pass the martial arts exam. A few days later, Wang Teng was sitting in the living room watching TV. On it, the TV presenter was saying that there were 2 days left before the start of the college entrance exam, and Donghai TV wished success to all participants. Wang Shengguo looked at his son, sitting opposite him, and told him not to worry about the entrance exams. He can retake it in a year. Lai Ziyume smiled, standing next to the main character, and said that he and his father are ready for this and he shouldn't worry. She knitted her eyebrows and closed her eyes, asking him not to embarrass himself in the test. Otherwise they would be embarrassed to look people in the eyes. The man nodded, also closing his eyes, and said that she was right and if he made a mistake in the exam. The father frowned and looked at Wang Teng, narrowing his eyes with a blue glint. He said that then he would gain confidence that he was not destined to be a martial artist. Wang Teng raised his hand and smiled awkwardly, closing his eyes and lowering his head, asking they didn't believe in him so much. He thought that when he showed himself in the test, they would be in for a huge surprise. The school where the main character studied was visible at sunset. The teacher stood at the table in front of the blackboard and, looking at the students, told them to keep their participation cards with them, and not to let 3 years of hard study go to waste because of a stupid mistake. He said that he would now distribute passes and cards to those whose names were on the list, and then called Lin Chuhan. The girl looked up at the teacher in surprise, opening her mouth and raising her eyebrows. She stood up from her seat, heading towards the teacher. The other students looked at her. Someone said that the class president was also participating in the martial arts exam. The girl pursed her lips, looking up with her violet eyes, her long hair falling over her shoulders. Someone said that she was incredibly beautiful and good at martial arts, just like a goddess should. The teacher told Wang Teng to come and pick up his pass. The other students looked forward in surprise, their mouths open when they heard this. The main character smiled, looking up, and someone asked if he was also participating. Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan were standing near the teacher's desk. The guy took the card while looking at it, and someone said that Wang Teng is from a rich family and probably has connections, so he has nothing to worry about. The guy smiled as he listened to the conversations. A shadow fell on his eyes and he thought that their jaws would drop when it was his turn. Lin Chuhan looked at the guy, thinking that she and he should give it their all. The main character's parents looked at him in shock. Their eyes widened and they asked together if he had also signed up for the martial arts exam. The guy sat in front of them at the table, answering yes, otherwise why did he train? Wang Shengguo crossed his arms over his chest, looking at his son, and said that he heard that the martial arts exam is a real fight, but he has not been practicing for long and he'd better go and deliver the food. Lai Ziyume looked at her son worriedly, closing her eyes and raising her hand, asking him not to play with his life. The main character smiled as he raised his hands, clenched them into fists, and said that if he was not certified as a mid-grade martial artist tomorrow, he would not need to participate in any fights. The next day, the students walked towards a large white bus that was parked in the parking lot. Someone said that these were the same buses that met the participants of the martial arts exam. Another person said that they would continue to take the written exams today, but at this point they would go their separate ways. Wang Teng stood in front of his father and smiled at him, holding a bag on his shoulder and putting 2 fingers to his temple, telling him that he was going and not to worry about him. Wang Shengguo put his hand on his son's shoulder and looked at him seriously. Tree leaves were flying around them. The man said that safety comes first. If it doesn't work out, then they will come back next year. Wang Teng replied that he remembers that. The man watched the main character leave, holding his bag on his shoulder, and thought that the path of learning martial arts is a very difficult path, and he hopes that he will gain great strength and break out of the shackles of everyday life. The main character approached Lin Chuhan, who was standing by the bus, and raising his hand, asked if she was waiting for him. The girl blushed deeply, looking at the guy, and said that she was not waiting for him in person. She turned around quickly as she entered the bus and told him to leave. They sat down next to each other. Lin Chuhan looked out the window, placing her palms on it. The guy thought that this is not the road to the North Star Martial Arts Center, and is it possible that the test of their qualifications will take place in another place? A parking lot where there were many white buses and people walking around. Someone asked if they were students from Huiying Private High School. Two guys stood by the white bus. Wang Teng stood in front of them, looking sideways at them. One of the guys said that Huanying School is very cool. They have 8 top-level martial artists. The other replied that their Zhonghai School is also not bad. He will come time and they will show everyone. There was a man in a black suit, dark glasses, and a microphone. Someone said that this was the supervision department. And Wang Teng turned to look at the man standing next to Lin Chuhan. The guy turned to the girl, asking what the supervision department was. She looked at him and said that she heard that there used to be a lot of cheating in martial arts exams. But after the department intervened, it stopped. The main character smiled and said that he understood. He raised his hand, waved to the girl, and said that he would go first. And when the exam was over, they would cross paths with her. She agreed. A man holding a folder stood in front of a group of students who were looking at him and announced that Wang Junming, strength 362, speed 100 meters in 6.8 seconds, physique 56, he is passing. Another man stood with a timer in his hands, which reads 6.09. He said that Zhang Dali, strength 298, speed 100 meters in 6.9 seconds, physique 51, he is not passing. The guy with brown hair looked at him in surprise, his mouth open, when the man announced the result. Wang Teng watched as the guy grabbed the inspector by the clothes, shouting that this couldn't be happening, and he didn't even show everything he was capable of, and he was already a mid-level martial artist. A sharp blow was heard. Another person from the department threw the guy to the floor, twisting his arm behind his back. The inspector stood in front of the confused students, saying that they were continuing the inspection. The other students sighed as Zhang Dali begged for another chance. One of the students with black hair closed his eyes and said that they should exhale and prepare well. The other said that especially since there is only one chance. The black-haired man who was sitting behind the many monitors at the exam site turned to the two men, calling them Master Fu and Chairman Qin, asking them how many promising fighters they thought they would meet this year. A man in dark glasses and with brown combed back hair put his hand to his chin and said that he doesn't know about a lot, but there is one nugget that can become an excellent warrior. The man in the chair looked at him in confusion, asking if he was joking. The chairman pointed his finger at the screens, asking him to look at the 8th group. One of the cameras showed Wang Teng standing in the hall, and the chairman said that today was just a skill test, so he might not show them his full strength, but he would be able to get into the best educational institution. A voice called Wang Teng to come over to start the test. The guy smiled. A shadow fell on his eyes. A red glow was visible in them and he said that he was here. The guy hit the gray pair with his fist, causing a strong pulse of white light to pass through. He ran quickly, holding his hand near his face and smiling, leaving a white trail behind him. The main character stood with his arms crossed over his chest, eyes closed, while the devices scanned him with blue light. The inspector stood with a piece of paper, about to announce the result. A couple of students stood behind him, looking at the paper in shock. Wang Teng smiled with his hands in his pockets as the examiner announced, strength 1000, speed 100 meters in 3 seconds, constitution 100, and he passes. One of the people pointed to a piece of paper that the inspector was holding and said in shock that all 3 tests showed exorbitant values and the equipment may have broken down. 2 guys stood nearby and the guy with black hair said in shock, was he really cheating? The second one looked back and replied that he was checked by the Department of Supervision, so this shouldn't happen. The inspector stood between the people discussing the situation, looking at the results and thought that it seemed to him that the results were falsified. He was told over the earpiece that there were no problems with the test results, and in order for him to announce them, he looked at the earpiece and said that he understood. He shouted that Wang Teng passed with the highest score. People looked at the employee in surprise, and the main character said that he went. Leaving, someone said that the guy is a dark horse. Wang Teng walked up to Lin Chuhan, smiling widely and telling the girl that he was cool. She turned around and smiled at him, agreeing and saying that, contrary to her expectations, he turned out to be cool. The guy looked at the girl with a smile, putting his hands in his pockets and asked if she had finished with the tests. She, holding her hands behind her back and looking at the main character, said that her success in martial arts was not as abnormal as his, and she had not prepared much, but still passed. Li Junheng stood behind them, silently looking at the two of them. His face contorted with anger and he clenched his teeth, thinking that he had to surpass Wang Teng. The results were announced. Li Junheng, strength 812, speed 100 meters in 4.8 seconds, physique 83. In what he was going through, a water bottle was thrown to the floor. It was heavily dented and water was pouring out of it. Wei Junheng gritted his teeth while standing in front of the bottle and shouted loudly for Wang Teng to die, and because of him he was acting strange. The rest of the people looked at him. The main character sighed, looking at him, and asked what he was doing here. Lin Chuhan stood behind the guy, and he turned to her. She asked him if he could call his family. He lowered his gaze and reached for the inner pocket of his jacket, agreeing. Lai Zimei spoke loudly to the guy on the phone, excitedly asking if the exam was over and what time he would return home. She prepared food for him. Wang Teng put the phone to his ear, listening to her in confusion. Lin Chuhan stood awkwardly behind him, smiling. The guy's father sighed on the phone and said that even if he fails the exam, they are still mentally prepared for it, and let him just return home and continue to train. Wang Teng held the phone to his ear, his mouth open. A shadow fell on his eyes. A blue light from the phone fell on him. He smiled, closing his eyes, and said into the phone that he passed the skill test, and they didn't need to worry so much. A phone with a call in progress. The father's voice on the phone said that Lai Zimei thought that it would definitely not go through, and it was so strange. The woman's eyes widened in surprise as she held the landline phone to her ear, and asked what he had gone through. She threw herself into the arms of her husband, and he hugged her back. The woman with a wide smile asked if he heard this and their son passed the exam. Lin Chuhan and Wang Teng looked at the phone screen, where Wang Shengguo's voice was heard, who said that as expected from their son, now tomorrow he can safely go on a business trip. The guy put the phone to his ear again and with a smile told his parents that they were all probably tired, and the next time they returned home, he would cook a big dinner for them. The landline phone hung below the floor and Wang Teng called his parents. He sighed and closed his eyes, saying that he would be fed dog food again. But it was better to focus on the next martial arts exam now. The guy and the girl stood in front of Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan. The guy shouted that the main character was so stubborn that he didn't want to show it, and how come he hadn't noticed before. The main character smiled, looking at him, and calling the guy Yang Jian. His uncle asked, because he works in the education department, and he can find out in advance what the martial arts exam is like. He replied that it is a secret and the location of the exam changes every year, and he won't be able to find out anything about it. Lin Chuhan turned back, looking at someone, and asked if it was the headmaster of their school. A man with glasses, a black suit and gray hair stood next to another man with black hair, and asked the guy. Apparently this was Wang Teng. He said that he was a very talented young man and his body structure was special. The main character clasped his hands together, stars sparkled in his eyes, and with a wide smile he asked the director if he had any unusual martial arts that he wanted to teach him, and, having mastered them, he could go save the world. The director smiled in confusion. His eyes were not visible from under his glasses. Other people stood behind him and the director said that he was a funny young man. He said that they have a reward system for martial arts students. Wang Teng and the guy behind him widened their eyes in surprise, looking at the director. And he continued that if you enter the top 50, the person will receive the beginning stone, and if he is in the top 3, he will receive an additional reward, a bottle of panacea. The director smiled, closed his eyes, and said that if he enters the top 1, he will receive not only all the previous awards, but also a mystical reward that will definitely not disappoint him. Other students approached the main character, telling him that he would need luck to get ahead, and he smiled awkwardly and closed his eyes that he would try his best to bring glory to the school. The main character thought that the beginning stone and the panacea were mandatory attributes for promoting a martial artist, and they were very expensive. The director probably spent a lot on them. A large institution surrounded by a fence, there were several buildings inside. White buses drove through the large gates. Wang Teng opened his mouth in surprise and looked at the building, thinking that he didn't think that they would live in the barracks, and whether they would take the exam here. A man in military uniform stood in front of the students with his hands in his pockets. They were in a small room filled with bunk beds. The man said that this was their accommodation for today, and tomorrow they would take the exam in another place, and while here they were obliged to comply barracks rules, otherwise they will be removed from the exam. Wang Teng and Yang Jian were in one of the rooms talking. A man came into the room calling Yang Jian. He turned to the man with short brown hair and asked his uncle why he had come. He replied that he wanted to talk to Wang Teng. The main character looked at the man when he heard his name. They went out into the corridor and, putting their hands in their pockets, the guy asked why the man was looking for him. He folded his hands behind his back and said that in fact, it was not he who was looking for the main character, but there was a man who wanted to meet him and invited them to leave. Big yellow building. The man and Wang Teng entered the office. Various paintings were visible on the walls of the office. Several sofas were visible in the corner of the office, and a wooden table with a white computer. The man said that Wang Teng had arrived. A man with shoulder-length black hair and a small beard smiled and greeted the main character. He stood in the doorway, looking at the man and smiling faintly, asked why he needed him. The guy thought that apparently this was the head of the education department. The head said that Wang Teng was probably a martial artist. The man who greeted the guy looked at him in shock as he asked again. The guy smiled, closing his eyes, and said that the boss was probably joking, and he was a student, and certainly not a master. Wang Teng thought how the boss discovered this and he didn't give himself away. Was he really bluffing? The man with black hair lowered his head and touched the box next to his desk, from which there was a bright green light. He said, it doesn't matter whether the guy admits it or not, but he hopes that he will do well tomorrow. In the box, on a red pillow, there was a green bone fragment that emitted a bright green light. The boss told him to release the real power of a martial artist, and this star bone is now his. Green energy swirled in the room and the boss smiled as the two looked at it. The man exclaimed in surprise that only the strongest and most powerful star beasts could have this star bone, and this was the most important part of their body. Wang Teng looked at the bone in shock. Green energy was flying next to him and he opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that he had heard that inside the star bone there was a special power that could be added to the weapon. He looked at the man with black hair and asked why he was giving him such a precious thing. The man smiled at the guy and said that for his promotion, he sees great potential in him, and he hopes that Wang Teng will be his opportunity to advance in his career. The main character frowned at him and thought that he was straightforward, and the star bone was certainly good, but he might have problems if his real power was revealed. The man with black hair looked at him seriously. His blue eyes shone, a shadow fell on his face, and he said that he knew what the main character was thinking about and therefore would give him one piece of advice: the master must fight. He said that to reach the top, a master needs many resources, all of which can be achieved through persistent struggle with other people. A man in a blue suit and a red cloak stands on a mountain. Other people climb after him. Blood stains are visible. The man continued that by hiding this, he was acting like a coward who was giving up resources, and he could not hide forever. Wang Teng remembered how he stood in the middle of the crater with two people. His eyes widened in surprise, and he thought that was right. All the masters he had met before were fighting each other for resources, and they were forcing him to fight too. The man sighed, looking at the main character who stood in front of him, and said that he had great potential, but without the right thinking. He was afraid that his journey would be short-lived, and that was all. He asked him to forget that he was looking for Wang Teng. The guy turned around. Two people were at the table looking at him, and the main character said that he left. The man frowned as he watched the guy walk towards the door, thinking that he was too cunning and didn't fall for the hook. Wang Teng turned back with a smile, standing at the door, and looked at the man, saying that such manipulations would not work with him. However, he accepted the deal. The man asked if he was making fun of him just now, and Wang Teng scratched his head, smiling and saying, would he dare, and asked the boss to continue. The boss looked at the guy with displeasure and covered the wooden box with his hand, saying that the exam had not yet started, but he already wanted to take this thing. Wang Teng frowned, looking down, and asked what if he changed his mind and didn't want to give him the bone. The man pushed a paper with something written on it towards the guy and said that they would sign a contract. The main character immediately agreed. Second day. Huge airships with blades from below flew in the air. The students looked at them, talking about how huge the airships were and the fact that runes were painted on them. Two men in gray military suits stood in front of the students with their hands behind them. One of them told the students that they wished them to successfully pass the practical test of combat skills, and also to return alive. A large airship took off into the air, flying over the city, and someone said that everyone should come on board and they would be leaving soon, and also that they were on their way to the exam site. Wang Teng, Lin Chuhan, and Yang Jian sat next to each other in the airship. The latter smiled broadly as he looked around and said that this is the famous flying boat using the original power, and the runes are used to move, and the original power is the driving force. The main character looked at him, asking if this is not the same as cars and planes running on the original power. The guy turned to him and raised his index finger, waving it and saying that he heard that the original power airship technology was obtained from another country, and he only knows that the other country's technology is different from theirs. The main character rolled his eyes and put his fist to his cheek, saying that he has been doing this for 1,000,000 years, and is still the same amateur. A large gray cube with the inscription "Blow" fell on Yang Jian. Lin Chuhan looked at them, asking what happens in other countries. There are technologies similar to theirs. Young Giant sighed, looking at her upset, and said that who knows, access to information about other countries is very limited. But if they become martial artists, they will have a chance to go there. Wang Teng turned to the girl, looking at her, and asked why she didn't know anything. Wasn't her father abroad? The girl looked at him, saying that he never discussed this, and she was still little then, and after the incident, this topic was not discussed. Young Giant looked at the two of them in confusion, displeasedly thinking that they had secrets that were not told to him. The airship landed on the ground, raising dust above it. 3 airships stood on a small shore on the island. Another one was flying above. Trees were visible further from the shore. Someone said that he did not think that the check would be carried out on the island, and said to look. 2 more airships were landing, and there were probably students there from Donghai School and other areas. People were standing on the shore. There were trees around, a large pole with 2 loudspeakers, from which a voice was heard, welcoming students to the 3rd examination site of the Donghai water area. The voice said that they had prepared protective equipment and weapons for them, and let them come after them when they hear your name, and the exam will start in 2 hours. The voice wished everyone a safe return. A clearing surrounded by a fence, there was a small shed where there was a table, several people and boxes. Wang Teng stood in front of it. He showed his black case to a man in military uniform, and said that he had taken a weapon with him, and would he be able to use it after checking. The man responded positively and said that after checking, he would be able to use it, and also said that the guy had good case. The guy opened the black case, placing his hand on a red circle around which there were red symbols. Inside the case were black gloves and a black sword in a sheath. The military man said that these were all 1-star runic weapons. The guy looked up at the man and asked if everything was okay. He replied that he was fine. The ability to release the power of this weapon is his strength, and of course it is not a violation. He looked at the military man, asking if they could give him a lighter protective suit. The man handed him the clothes, saying that this suit was relatively light, but it was not very durable, so he advised him to be careful. Wang Teng was sitting on a rock, putting on his suit. There were a couple more people standing in the clearing, and Lin Chuhan was walking towards him. The girl called him and the guy looked up, sitting in a protective black and white suit with red fasteners, protective plates on his knees and shoulders, and a white device on his arm. Lin Chuhan stood in a black bodysuit with a purple suit underneath. There were protective inserts on her legs, and on one of her arms there was the same white device. She covered her chest with her hands and blushed, asking if she was dressed strangely. The guy smiled at her, closing his eyes, and said that this uniform suits her very well. Loud noises were heard from the forest beyond the fence, and the main character looked to the side in shock, frowning. The students stood in shock at the fence, looking towards the forest, and someone shouted that these were super beasts. Wang Teng looked at the girl and asked if she was okay. Lin Chuhan looked scared, but looking at the guy, she replied that everything was fine. The main character thought that she hardly had the strength to resist the super beasts. One of the students nearby sighed, scratched the back of his head and looked around, saying that at first he thought the exam was complete nonsense. But now he's scared too. One of the men stood on a stone pedestal, announcing that the exam would begin soon and now he would announce the rules for its conduct. The guy turned to him after hearing this. Around the field surrounded by a fence, only thick forest was visible around. The man said that the exam will be held from 10 o'clock to 6 a.m. tomorrow, and they will spend 1 day and 1 night in the forest. Food, water, shelter. With all this needed, figure it out yourself. The students screamed in displeasure. The girl with glasses looked around and put her hand to her chest in fear. Someone asked why they should spend so much time in such a dangerous place. Another shouted that there were probably a lot of super beasts in this forest. Lin Chuhan looked at the man in fear with her hand on her chin. Wang Teng looked forward seriously. The man continued that if they want to be certified, they need to kill at least 5 super beasts, and the more super beasts they kill, the stronger they are and their score is higher, and they will have a good choice when entering university. He said that the communicator on their clothes is connected to their satellites, so that they can monitor their status. The main character looked at the hand on which the device was. A map of the area was displayed there. The man continued that in case of danger, they can press the button. Then a special person will come to their aid, but this will mean the end of the exam for them. The group of students stood near the fence while the man said that the combat skill test prohibits candidates from killing each other, but competition still remains, and therefore they should be wary of not only super beasts, but also other students. A man wearing glasses and a cap spoke into the microphone, holding it with his hand, and continued that the martial arts exam is certainly important, but life is priceless, and there is no need to wave your fists left and right. There is always hope in life, that's all, he said. Before the start of the test, he will ask again if there are those who want to refuse. A girl among the crowd of people raised her hand, placing the other one on her chest, while others looked at her. She said that she did not want to ruin herself in vain. The man asked if no one else wanted to refuse, and then the remaining candidates should divide into 10 groups and enter the forest from different entrances. Wang Teng looked at the girl who was looking at him in fear, putting his hand to her chest, and told her not to worry and wished her good luck. He told her to take care of herself. The guy walked ahead of the girl and smiled, waving his hand at her while she looked after him. He said that he would go first. A guy in a military uniform and dark glasses stood at the entrance with a tablet. He looked at the main character and said that there was little time left and go in faster, and he also wished the guy good luck. Wang Teng quickly ran from the gate into the forest, holding the case by the strap on his shoulder, his eyes glowing blue, and he frowned. A foot in a black shoe landed on a tree branch. Wang Teng was sitting in a tree, looking down at a large yellow lizard that was looking around with its tongue hanging out. The guy smiled. Looking at her, he thought that he had been walking through the forest for an hour, but had not met a single super beast. And now the first super beast he met was of the highest level, and he was lucky. He thought that this creature had probably not discovered him yet, so hitting from behind is the best option. Wang Teng took the black hilt of the sword that was hanging on his back in the case. The yellow lizard snorted and looked up with red eyes. He sharply hit his tail on the tree branch on which the guy was sitting, and he jumped back sharply, surrounded by a yellow light. He gritted his teeth, looked to the side, frowned, and thought that this beast was ferocious. The tall guy jumped on the lizard, glowing with a yellow light and holding a sword in his hand. The creature looked at him. Branches from the tree fell down. Wang Teng shouted for the beast to look at his sword. The lizard opened its mouth and a large beam of red light shot out. The guy dodged. A huge pillar of light shone next to him, surrounded by red lightning. The guy surrounded by yellow light found himself behind the back of the lizard, blue light flying around him. He frowned as he threw a punch. A large yellow explosion passed through the clearing, around which blue energy swirled. A powerful impulse passed through. Wang Teng stood next to the corpse of the beast that raised dust on the ground, with a sword in his hand, stretched out, and surrounded by yellow light. He sighed, smoke flying near him, and looked at the beast, frowning. There was a dead lizard lying on the ground, with various bubbles lying around it. Wang Teng turned around, looking at them in surprise, and said that of course they fell out. Dust rose on the ground and a blood stain was visible. There were 3 bubbles, 2 with power and 1 with the inscription any indicator +5. The main character sat down on one knee near the lizard and picked up one of the bubbles from the ground. He looked at it in his hand and said that he still got an empty bubble, which adds any indicator. The guy's eyes widened and he opened his mouth in shock, thinking that killing super beasts and star beasts really increases the likelihood of empty bubbles falling out. He grinned, laughing as red reflections flew around him. Wang Teng looked forward. A shadow fell on his eyes. The guy raised his hand, on which the flame was burning, and he said that this forest is an ideal place to get empty bubbles. Many people were standing in the office. Some were sitting on chairs in front of screens. There were many monitors on the wall. Someone said that he was reporting that there was already a disciple who had defeated a high-level super beast. A man in a suit with brown hair and blue eyes looked at the monitors in shock, saying that this guy is good, and he has a highly developed sense of battle. The chief with black hair crossed his arms and smiled, saying that of course, he is the only martial artist of the highest rank from Donghai. Governor of Donghai, Governor of Jiang. Another man in a suit, with dark hair, put his hand to his chin, looking seriously at the monitors and asked about the highest rank and what else needs to be observed. 9 hours later, several men in black suits were sitting at a large long table. There were black microphones next to them. An employee standing in front of them said that he was reporting half of the students had already left the exam. The boss, with black hair, put his hand to his chin and closed his eyes, saying that in previous years it was about the same, so everything is normal. One of the men smiled, saying that this candidate Wang Teng, a really talented guy, has already killed several top-level beasts, and he thinks he is suitable for training in their Beilang Martial Arts Hall, and he will ensure that his training will be a priority. Chairman Qin looked at him displeasedly, turning around. His face was distorted with anger, and his eyes turned white, veins bulged on his face. The man shouted that he was actually a ward of their hall, the Polar Star, so he shouldn't even dream. A huge purple snake wrapped itself around the tree, opening its mouth and looking at Wang Teng, who stood in front of it, holding out his hand with a sword from which yellow light emanated. The snake stuck out its tongue, looking at the guy, a red light sparkling in its eyes. The main character frowned. Blue energy was flying around him, and the sword he was holding was glowing yellow. The purple snake opened its mouth, hovering over the guy who was holding a sword in front of him, wrapped around a tree. She sharply rushed at the guy, who jumped to the side. The snake crashed into the ground, stones scattered around it. There was thick smoke around the snake. It looked at the main character in front of it, its eyes glowing red. She raised her head sharply, showing sharp fangs. Wang Tang jumped up from her. He raised his sword behind his back, looking at the snake that tried to bite him. The guy dealt a sharp blow to the snake's body, leaving a bright blue light, and the snake raised its head. A deep cut was visible on its body. The snake's head was separated from its body, falling to the ground with his tongue hanging out, bubbles visible between her and her body. Wang Tang landed on the ground with a sword in his hand. He stood near the body of the snake, next to which there were bubbles, holding a sword in his hand, and thought that this python was more difficult to deal with, even though he was a top-level super beast, like that monitor lizard. The guy crouched next to the snake's body. The snake's head with its tongue hanging out twitched, lying behind him. The snake opened its mouth wide behind the guy, whose eyes widened in surprise. Wang Tang delivered a sharp blow to the snake's head, cutting it open, the cut glowing with a blue light. He looked back, frowning, and said that he warned her, and did he really think that his 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year modeling were a waste of time? Wang Tang kicked the snake's head, holding a sword in his hand, and said that he was now definitely killed. A man was visible in the bush behind him. An arrow with a sharp tip flew forward. The main character frowned and looked in his direction in surprise. He bent down, clenching his teeth, and the arrow crashed into a tree above the guy's head, the bark of which broke off. Wang Tang looked ahead where the figure of a man was sitting in the bushes and thought that it was there. The yellow light surrounded him, and blue energy gathered around him as he suddenly jumped forward, holding the sword, and mentally said, was he really thinking of hiding from him? And he wants to die. The guy in the black mask exclaimed in surprise at how fast he was moving. A guy with brown hair and a black mask pulled the string on his bow, holding 4 arrows on it. They flew towards the main character, surrounded by yellow light, and he quickly swung his sword, deflecting the arrows, leaving a blue light behind the blows. He pushed off the ground, jumping. Wang Tang jumped over the guy, holding a sword above his head, his body glowing with yellow light, and he loudly shouted that the guy was dead. He put his bow in front of the main character's sword, and yellow sparks erupted from the blow. The main character struck the guy's chest. His clothes tore there and he staggered back. The guy stood on the ground with his head down. Dust rose under his feet and he coughed. Raising his head, he frowned and shouted, how can it take so long to get a weapon? And is it really not clear that he almost killed him? Someone punched the guy in the face, telling him to stop yelling and just shut up and bear it. Someone shouted to stop. Wang Tang looked over, frowning and noticing something. A man with a huge hammer struck a sharp blow on the stones, leaving a yellow light behind the blow. The main character jumped to the side, holding the guy with the bow by his clothes. He threw the guy aside, asking Xiao Yang if he still needed help. In front of him stood a guy with a black mohawk and a huge hammer in his hands. Behind him stood another guy with brown hair who said that Wang Tang is cruel, and he is a candidate, but so fierce. The main character smiled, looking at the guy who was speaking, and said that everyone was wondering who it was, and this was Lai Junheng. The guy with brown hair behind him smirked as he looked at the main character, a shadow falling over his eyes. Wang Tang looked at the guy, smiled and knitted his eyebrows, and said that he had defeated him so many times and he wanted to do it again. He held a sword in his hands, standing in front of 2 guys. A third lay nearby, whom they looked at, and the main character asked where he got these 2 who were following him. The guy with the black mohawk looked at the main character angrily, telling him to stop talking. He held a huge hammer behind his back, from which a yellow light passed, and ran towards the main character, shouting that he was finished. He struck. Wang Tang's figure waved his hand. Yellow and blue lights swirled in front of them, and stones scattered to the sides. Lai Junheng frowned at them, sweat dripping down his face, and he thought that he had given a lot of money to hire 2 top-level disciples, and they could barely hold their own against the main character. The guy with the hammer stood there, swinging it widely, leaving a huge yellow light behind him. Wang Tang was on the side of him, and then behind him, a blue light emanating from him. Lai Junheng looked at him in shock, frowned and shouted that this was a martial artist's technique. The guy with the hammer turned to the main character, who landed on the ground, kicking up dust under his feet. The guy with the hammer shouted at him to die. The hammer flew towards the main character, casting a shadow on the guy's face, and he looked at him, frowning. He smiled. A shadow fell on his eyes, and there was a yellow light around the main character, sharply putting out his hand, hitting the hammer that the guy was holding while jumping. blue light swirled around them. Wang Teng hit the hammer with his fist, cracks were visible on it, parts of the weapon flew to the side. The huge hammer broke and the guy holding it flew back, blue light swirling around him. The guy who had previously held the hammer was sitting by a tree with his head down. Wang Teng turned around at Lai Junheng behind, holding a yellow glowing sword in his hands, and asked how his fist tasted to him, and maybe it was time for Lai Junheng to try it too. He frowned at the main character, clenched his teeth, and thought why everything was the same as last time and he had become much stronger. The guy by the tree got down on one knee, holding his side with one hand, and holding the handle of a broken hammer in the other hand, and thought that this was all useless. He jumped high above the main character, holding the handle in both hands and raising it up to strike, shouting that the main character would die from a tenfold lightning bolt. The guy pointed the handle at the head of Wang Teng, who was standing with his back to him. He ducked down and the blow passed over his head, leaving a yellow light behind it. The guy with the black mohawk looked at him in shock, clenched his teeth and shouted that he dodged. Wang Teng turned to look at him, holding out his hand and frowning. He raised his hand to strike, clenching a fist with a yellow light around it. The main character sharply hit the guy with a black mohawk on the jaw and he clenched his teeth, saliva flowed down his face, and pink bubbles appeared next to the main character's fist. He fell to the ground, his eyes white and his teeth clenched, many skill bubbles flying above him. Wang Teng raised his fist up, looking at him. Lai Junheng ran up to the guy lying on the ground, who was lying among the skill bubbles, raising dust above him. The main character looked at them with a sword in his hand. The guy with the mohawk coughed while looking at the main character while Lai Junheng helped him sit down on the ground. He clenched his teeth, blood was visible on his lip, and he fearfully wondered how such power was even possible. Wang Teng looked at him with bright, glowing blue eyes that were shadowed. The hand of the guy with the mohawk was shaking, resting on the ground near the skill bubbles. He looked at the main character in fear while he sighed, thinking that all these indicators are children's toys. Isn't that why they are considered garbage and he doesn't want to collect them? Wang Teng looked back at the third guy with a bow, who was still lying on the ground. A pink bubble with the inscription Archery +1 bounced off him. He looked at him, turning his gaze there. Approaching the guy, Wang Teng looked at the skill bubbles next to him, and thought that even weapon skills could really drop out. Looking down with a crazy look and a smile, he said that then it would be worth hitting him again, it wouldn't hurt. He thought that thanks to him, he would gain all the skills. A loud scream was heard. Wang Teng sat over the guy lying on the ground, punching him while he spread his arms to the sides, skill bubbles flying off of him. The other two looked at him with fear on their faces while the third guy's screams could be heard. Lai Junheng frowned and said that he was very cruel. The guy with the mohawk had visible bruises on his face and he said that they needed to run away. Wang Teng stopped, the spirit flying out of the mouth of the guy lying under him, and the other two looked at the main character in fear. Wang Teng turned towards them with an evil smile on his face, his blue eyes glowing brightly. Two guys sitting on the ground looked at the main character walking towards them. Lai Junheng shouted what he was going to do and they had already admitted defeat. And what else did he need from them? He shouted that he should not break the thread of friendship, because if he had to tie it again, a knot would remain, and he was convinced that the main character was not an evil person. Wang Teng with an evil smile on his face and a crazy look looked at them, hitting his fist on his palm and told them not to be afraid and it wouldn't hurt at all. In the center of the forest, a large yellow light from the impact was visible and someone's scream was heard. Lai Junheng lay on the ground with white eyes. The spirit flew out of his mouth. The main character stood above him, smiling, clapping his palms together, thinking why the indicator bubbles weren't falling, and yet it didn't matter. The guy with the bow sat up on the ground while the main character had his back to him and looked at the device on his hand. With a trembling hand, he touched his finger to the red button on the device. Wang Teng turned to the guy after noticing this. Someone said 3 times that the participant refused to take the exam and rescuers would arrive soon. Wang Teng sat on a tree branch with his palm to his forehead. His eyes were black with red irises as he looked around and thought that it had gotten dark and the number of super beasts had increased. The guy smiled, looking forward with red eyes and thought that this was great, and he would get a bunch of bubbles. The guy jumped from the tree, holding a sword in his hands. Many black wolves with red eyes looked at him with their muzzles raised, saliva dripping from the mouth of one of them. The main character swung his sword, the blows of which emitted a blue light, cutting the wolves in half, blood flowing from their bodies. The main character swung his sword. There was a large blue light in front of his body. The blue light fell on the guy's face. Night, Wang Teng stood with one foot on a stone. Around him lay many corpses of wolves, cut into pieces. The ground was covered in blood. Next to the head of the dead wolf lay several skill bubbles, with the inscription, any indicator +5. Wang Teng looked at the blue system window with a smile, saying that he got 16 more points from the bubbles. The main character's foot suddenly fell to the ground. The stones around him shook. He stood on the ground, along which there were cracks. The stones were bouncing due to shaking. In the center of the forest, among the trees, there was a large volcano that was erupting. There were red fiery reflections around it. Hot stones were flying to the sides, and smoke was coming from the top. The main character looked at the volcano in confusion, frowned, sweat was running down his face, and he wondered what was happening. Lin Chuhan ran into the cave. She looked back in fear. Stones fell from the ceiling in front of her and she shouted that it was an earthquake and it was becoming too dangerous here. She looked ahead in fear, thinking that she could not quit the exam. Other students turned back to the trees, asking what was happening and what was the matter. Someone shouted that it was an earthquake or that the super beasts had gone berserk. In the office, someone loudly asked what was happening there. The military man was sitting in front of many monitors. A group of people stood behind him, and he turned around, saying that there was a dormant volcano on the island, and perhaps some kind of anomaly had occurred and the volcano woke up. A man in a white shirt and dark hair looked at him in shock and asked again, shouting for them to immediately stop the exam and send people there to check. The safety of the students comes first. The military ran out of the office, where several other people remained, and answered in agreement. A voice rang out, asking students to pay attention, and a volcano woke up near the exam site, and therefore the exam ended prematurely, asking them to go to the exits to evacuate the forest as soon as possible. The students turned towards the voice, listening in surprise to the announcement. The students turned around, shouting that it was a volcano. One of the guys said in shock why they weren't told earlier. The man looked at the monitor, which showed students running from the volcano, screaming. Governor Jiang sighed, closed his eyes and told someone that the rest was up to them. There was a group of 5 people in tight suits, a man in a green suit, another man in a yellow suit, a girl with long blonde hair in a blue suit, and 2 girls behind in dark red suits. The large yellow gecko opened its mouth, showing sharp fangs, and growled. Many super beasts roared. A group of people ran away from the forest, leaving dust behind them. The students were shouting. One of the guys turned back. Gritting his teeth, someone loudly asked to wait for him, and then screamed. There was a strong explosion in the forest, causing the birds to fly away, and someone's scream was heard again. The main character stood on a tree branch, holding onto the tree trunk, looking at a large erupting volcano, from which fragments of stones were flying. Wang Teng frowned at him and narrowed his black eyes with red irises, thinking that the volcano's mouth was emitting too much great fire power and maybe it was due to the eruption. He frowned at the volcano, his eyes glowing red as he thought that maybe it was because of some other circumstance. He shook his head, lowered his head and thought that he didn't know what happened to Lin Chuhan. Wang Teng suddenly looked to the side, noticing something. Green, blue and red light flew into the mouth of the volcano, and the main character loudly asked who it was. The 3 suited heroes were flying in the air. The girl in the blue suit was surrounded by blue light. The guy in the green suit was surrounded by green, and the man in the yellow suit was surrounded by orange light. Wang Teng mentally asked who the 3 fighters were. The guy jumped from the tree branch, spreading his arms to the sides, and thought that these were probably instructors who were supposed to protect the participants, and they needed to get to the volcano and find out what was happening. The guy decided that it was better to follow them. 3 large pillars of light landed on the ground, destroying the rocks beneath them. A girl in a blue suit was floating above the ground, surrounded by water. Behind her stood a man in a yellow suit, clenching his fists. Around them were black wolves covered in blood. The girl extended her hands surrounded by blue energy. A blue sphere was spinning next to her, and large splashes of water were around her. The man in the yellow suit raised his hands in front of him, clenching his fists, and raised his head, screaming. There was yellow energy around him that threw stones and wolves to the sides. The hands of the guy in the green suit were surrounded by green energy. He extended his hand, and long green vines appeared in front of him. A large explosion went off in front of the tree behind which the main character was sitting, throwing stones to the sides. He looked out from behind the tree, looking forward in surprise, and thought that they had such great strength. Under the people's feet, there were blood stains and many skill bubbles on the ground, and Wang Teng thought that so many bubbles fell out. A man in a yellow suit hit one of the wolves with a strong blow, from which a yellow light emanated. The girl sent forward a blue sphere from which a powerful stream of water emanated. The guy in a green suit spread his arms to the sides. Behind his back was a large piece of earth. Wang Teng frowned, looking away at them, and thought that if he followed them and collected bubbles, it wouldn't be a shame. But they were just going to the volcano, and did they really want to get inside the volcano? The guy looked at the erupting volcano, under which there were blue and yellow blows from the team's skills, and thought that suddenly the eruption would intensify. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, sighing. The guy was standing behind a tree, getting ready to leave, and stepped on something, thinking that his life was in danger, so it was time to get out of here. Under Wang Tang's foot lay a silver card with a blue symbol. He picked it up and looked at the card in shock, opening his mouth and cursing. The guy had a card with the name Lin Chuhan in his hand, and he exclaimed that this was an admission to the exam in the name of a girl. He turned back, looking there, and removed the pass, thinking where she should be. Then she ran for cover as ordered. Wang Tang stopped and frowned, looking back with clenched teeth. He looked at the huge erupting volcano, next to which fiery sparks were flying, and thought she couldn't accidentally end up inside the volcano. Wang Tang ran through the forest, gritting his teeth and thinking that it was unlikely, but it was better to go and check. The guy quickly descended into the volcano onto a stone. From his jumps, stones fell from the walls, and red lava flowed below. He mentally told his supervision to activate, and looked forward with black eyes with red irises. The main character looked at the passage around which lava flowed and thought that the great power of fire was coming from here, and this was already a very serious problem. He walked behind a stone, fiery sparks were visible next to it, and the guy clenched his hands into a fist, thinking that the further he went, the hotter it would become in the cave, and probably it must be something strange. A loud roar was heard and the guy turned in the direction where it came from, thinking that it was superbeasts. Wang Tang ran through the cave towards the passage where the roar was heard, thinking that if Lin Chuhan was inside, he hoped that she did not run into the superbeasts. Wang Tang quickly ran forward, clenching his teeth, sweat running down his face, and he thought that the organizers were too careless, and how could such a disaster happen? Blue, yellow, and green light emanated from the three people, forming a shield. On either side of them stood two huge yellow lizards with red glowing eyes. One of the lizards opened its mouth and fire came out, its red eyes glowing. The lizard swung its tail, about to strike. The blow of one of the lizards crossed the ground. The stones scattered to the sides. The second monster looked at the people who jumped away from the blow. There was a man standing in the passage on the way up, and rising smoke could be seen at the bottom of the cave. The guy looked down with wide open eyes, his mouth open, and thought that there were still superbeasts here, and what happened to Lin Chuhan? They couldn't eat her. He wondered if she was here. Someone shouted to duck down, and Wang Tang looked in the direction where the voice came from. A huge fireball flew forward. The man in the green suit looked up. A huge pillar of fire flew over him, leaving sparks behind. A fireball landed on the ground, exploding and scattering rocks around it. A man in a yellow suit stood in front of it. The man in the yellow suit put out his stone hand in front of him, protecting himself from the red energy. His eyes were hidden behind yellow glasses, and he called out to Lin Dong. The guy with brown hair replied that he was fine. Sweat was running down his face. Blood was visible on his lip. The guy in the green suit wiped the blood from his face. His eyes were hidden by green glasses, and he looked at the man, saying that the venom of the volcanic salamander is very strong, and you need to be careful. A salamander sat on a rock above them, opening its mouth and releasing a pillar of fire. A man in a yellow suit put a stone wall in front of them while Lin Dong stood behind them. On the ground behind them were many colored skill bubbles. The main character looked at this in surprise, opened his mouth, and thought that indicators of great power had fallen out. The monster growled loudly. The salamander opened its mouth wide, in which a large fireball formed, with red and yellow lights circling around it. One of the people shouted to be careful. Two guys in suits stood behind a stone wall held by a man in a yellow suit. In front of them was a salamander with yellow energy gathering around it. The salamander opened its mouth, from which a large red column of light shot out, with red lightning flashing around it. A large explosion passed across the ground, from which stones broke, and a large cloud of white fog came from it. The salamander was sitting on a stone above. Fire was emanating from its mouth. On the ground there was a stone shield from which flames were emanating, and the surface of which was damaged due to the fire. A man in a yellow suit and yellow glasses clenched his teeth, looked out between the destroyed stones, and exhaled, saying that it was good that the shield held. His eyes under his yellow glasses widened in shock. The salamander hit the stone shield with its tail. Breaking it, the stones scattered to the sides. The man in the yellow suit screamed and flew to the side, along with the destroyed stones. The girl shouted the name Lin Dong, directing a beam of blue water at the second salamander. While the second one stood in front of the guys, a flame could be seen in its mouth. The salamander growled and opened its mouth again, releasing a beam of light with red sparks, its eyes glowing. The impact of a huge beam of light passed through the place next to the girl in a blue suit, and she looked in his direction. She breathed heavily, looking irritably at the salamander from under her blue glasses, mentally cursing. A blue light surrounded her, stopping the salamander's fiery strike, and waved her hand to the side. She said that they need to retreat, and 2 volcanic salamanders are difficult to deal with. They need to leave. The man in the yellow suit turned to her. Wang Tang watched as a huge stone lay in front of the people. A blue and red blow crashed into it. A salamander hit the stone with its tail, breathing fire on it. A man in a yellow suit shouted that they were blocking their passage. The guy opened his mouth in shock, looking at this, and thought that these 2 animals act very harmoniously. Those 3 warriors are in danger. The salamander hit the stone with its tail again, causing small stones to fly off. The man in the yellow suit put his hand in front of him, holding the stone wall, and loudly asked the girl what they should do, calling her Lai Quan. She frowned, looking at the man from under blue glasses, and said that there was only one thing left to do, to fight to the bitter end. And she hoped that help would soon arrive for them, and if not, then they would only have their corpses left. Lindong stood up from the ground, looking at the 2 of them. The girl turned to him, and the man held the wall with both hands, from which stones were falling. The guy said that they need to fight. He held his shoulder, and the girl walked up to him asking if he was okay. Lindong replied that he was fine. The man in the yellow suit let out a cry of pain, saying that he would not last. The 2 looked at him, and the guy in the green suit clenched his hand into a fist, around which there was a green light. 2 fire salamanders walked around the stone. One of them breathed fire on it, and the second hit it with powerful blows with its tail. Lai Quan appeared between the destroyed stones, holding out her hand with blue energy, directing splashes of water at them. The girl's water energy and the fire energy from the salamander collided while the main character stood on the ledge, looking on. He looked down in surprise, frowning and opening his mouth, realizing that they definitely could not retreat. He clenched his teeth, thinking that this wouldn't work and he couldn't just stand there and watch. The salamander breathed fire onto the stone shield, and the flames surrounded it. The man in the yellow suit clenched his teeth, sweat running down his face, and he realized that he could no longer hold it back. A painful groan from the monster was heard, and the man turned towards the sound, mentally asking what was happening there. The group stood in front of the salamander, which shook its head from side to side. Lai Quan and Lindong looked at this in surprise, and the guy asked what happened. Wang Teng sat on the salamander's back while it shook its head, and the girl told the guy with the vines that they were going into battle. She smiled looking at it and said that help had arrived. Wang Teng shouted to them to leave this one to him and let them take care of the second beast. The salamander hit the wall of the cave. The figure of the main character was hard to see. Lai Quan turned around. There was water energy around her, and she agreed with the guy. She shouted for them to attack together. A huge salamander stood above them with fire in its mouth. A man in a yellow suit put a stone shield in front of him. Lindong extended his hand. There was a vine behind him, and watery blue energy was directed from the girl to the salamander. Wang Teng thrust his sword into the salamander. Holding it with both hands, yellow sparks came out from the blow, and he thought that she had such monstrous strength. The guy held his hand in front of his face, on which ice had formed, and clenched his teeth and thought that he would not let her escape. Wang Teng clenched his fist and raised it behind his back, blue icy energy gathering around him. The guy shouted loudly with his ice fist, striking the salamander on the back. Large ice formed there. The salamander's face crashed into the wall of the cave, and she screamed. Stones began to fall. Lai Quan turned on him, yelling at him to hurry up, and this cave would soon collapse, telling him to finish off this beast. Lindong stood on one knee, hitting the ground with his hand. There were many vines around him that were heading towards the salamander, with fire in his mouth. The salamander opened its mouth, growling, and a pair of vines flew towards her, with a green light shining around them. A man in a yellow suit put a stone wall in front of her, and the salamander found herself on the edge of a ledge, with lava underneath her. The girl stretched out her arms, directing beams of water energy at the salamander. She was surrounded by water. The monster growled again and threw back its head, and a man in a yellow suit stood in front of her, clenching his stone hand into a fist. He punched the ground, causing a yellow pulse to go through and the floor to begin to break. A powerful explosion occurred between one edge of the earth and the one on which the salamander was sitting, separating them from each other. The man in the yellow suit breathed heavily, lowered his head, and said that they were finished. He turned around, looking back, and asked what was wrong with the second one. The main character stood on a dead salamander, which raised dust above itself. There was a huge block of ice on its back, and a sword was stuck into its body. Wang Teng exhaled, thinking that he had defeated her, and it was really difficult to fight with super beasts, and his endurance and sudden attacks helped him, and he also used the elements of fire and ice, and if not for this, he would hardly have won so easily. The guy stood in front of the system window, looking at it tiredly, his eyes turning white as he thought that in order to deal with the salamander, he had to spend a lot of bubbles that he had collected and his muscles hurt. The man in the yellow suit put his hands to his face and called to the guy, who flinched in surprise at this. Wang Teng jumped from the salamander to the ground. A group of 3 people stood in front of him. The man said that he was good. He pointed his finger at the guy, who looked at him questioningly, and shouted that he was a candidate or something, and that he had killed this beast. A group of 3 people stood in front of the guy. Lin Dong and Lai Quan crossed their arms, and the man in the yellow suit looked at him in shock as the main character said that he killed him, standing in front of a huge block of ice on the salamander's body. He bowed his head, sighing. There were fiery sparks in front of him and he thought that the group, like him, were also scared, but so many bubbles fell out. The guy turned around, looking at the skill bottles that lay near the salamander's body. The guy looked back at the system window, on which it was written that the following elemental attributes were obtained: wood element +4, water element +7. Wang Teng smiled after reading this and thought that he used to get elemental attributes and now he has 6 different types. He was looking at the system window when a girl with long blonde hair approached him, asking him to be a master. Lai Quan leaned towards him, came closer and asked if that super beast was killed by him. The guy looked at her and answered positively. He looked at the girl who stood in front of him and asked if they had met a girl nearby with long hair, very beautiful. Lai Quan put her fingers to her chin and said that they didn't see her. The main character frowned and lowered his gaze, thinking that it looked like she really wasn't here and he was just worrying in vain. And judging by her character, she wouldn't overestimate her strength. Wang Teng stood in front of the group. Behind him was a defeated salamander, and there was dust under his feet. He said that it seems that the earthquake was caused by these 2 beasts, and everything is fine now, so he will go. The guy turned to leave, but looked back when someone from the team stopped him. Lin Dong looked at the lying salamander, which had a block of ice on it, and said that in the body of the volcanic salamander that the guy killed, there are many resources and it may even have a star core, which, according to the rules of the masters, belongs to him. Wang Teng pointed a finger at himself, raised his eyebrows questioningly and asked which star beasts he killed during the exam also counted. The guy in the green suit crossed his arms over his chest and sighed, lowering his head, saying that if he hadn't helped, they would have been in big trouble. He spread his arms to the sides, pointing to the beast lying behind the main character, and said that it belonged to Wang Teng. The guy smiled widely, closed his eyes and said that then he would kindly accept him. He was on one knee in front of the salamander's cut body, noticing something while the rest of the group stood behind. The guy pulled out a red ball with salamander blood flowing down it and exclaimed that it was a star core. A man in a yellow suit leaned towards him and said that he was very lucky. Lin Dong stood behind the main character, saying that star cores are not often found. He sighed, pouting his lips and said that they had killed such animals before, but they had not seen the cannonballs. Wang Teng smiled and closed his eyes, laughing and saying that it might be because he is handsome. The man in the yellow suit trembled with irritation and frowned, saying that it was a pity then that they were not like him. A group of people went into the cave. To the others, the man in front said that apparently they had already figured everything out. The main character frowned and looked at them, turning around. Lai Quan stood in front of a tall man with brown hair, a black suit and a cloak, calling him the chief warden. The main character thought that he had a very scary energy and who he was. He watched as the girl talked to the guy, thinking that if he had not practiced martial arts, he would never have seen a person of such high rank. The man in black looked at Wang Teng, telling him that he had been watching him during the exam and he had done well. The guy smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head, closing his eyes, saying that he was flattering him. The man looked at the group of 3 people with the dead beast lying behind them, and with his hands on his hips, he said that they stopped the volcanic eruption in a timely manner by killing 2 star beasts, and he would put this on their record. 2 people in black suits ran to the chief warden, calling him. A girl in a blue uniform was holding a folder in her hands, standing in front of the man, and looking at the folder, she said that the candidates were sent to a safe place, but there were also dead. The chief overseer turned to Lai Quan and asked her if they had killed this star beast. The girl looked at the man and replied that it was not quite so, and together they dealt with the beast, which then fell into the lava, and the other was defeated by Wang Teng. The 2 men looked at her in shock. One of them frowned and loudly asked if they were sure that this guy killed the star beast alone. The 2 men stood behind Wang Teng. Their eyes glowed red, as they thought that he must be a master, otherwise he would not be able to kill the star beast, and he has a bright future. The main character stood with his back to them in confusion. His eyes turned white and he wondered why he was suddenly shaking. Two people stood in front of Lai Quan, asking the girl if she was serious, and she was fully responsible for what she said. The girl looked at them. Her eyes were hidden by blue glasses, and she answered that they should look at the wounds of that beast. They showed the remnants of a natural force that was different from theirs. The group watched as two people stood in front of a salamander that had a huge block of ice visible on its back. A man with black hair and dark glasses turned to a group of people and said that yes, it is known that there is only one kind of power. He said loudly that in fact there is still the power of the ice element. Wang Teng rolled his eyes, raised his eyebrows questioningly, and wondered what was wrong with the ice element, and was it really rare. The head overseer smiled widely and closed his eyes, saying that this was very good, and he did not expect that there were people with hybrid power attributes in this group of students. He patted Wang Teng on the shoulder, laughing. They were surrounded by a group of people and the main character also laughed awkwardly. The man said that this year Donghai will be at the top, and no one will dare to underestimate them. Many people stood in front of the main character. One of them told him to come to their martial arts hall for 100 training sessions, and he would choose the conditions himself. The other told him to come better to his Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and the conditions there are even better. Wang Teng looked at them in confusion, smiling awkwardly and holding his hands out in front of him. Chairman Qin looked at the people angrily. The veins on his face bulged, and his eyes turned white, and he shouted that the two of them were shameless and the main character was already training in the North Star Gym. The main chairman crossed his arms over his chest with a smile, while the crowd surrounded the main character, and he waved his hand. The man said that they were adults, but they were acting like children, asking them not to lose their face. He told everyone to follow him, and quickly leave here. It was night. A pink dawn was visible over the horizon. Leaves from the trees were flying in the air. A camp with tents. A fire was burning next to one of the tents, and people were standing. Wang Teng went behind one of the tents, scratching the back of his head. Someone called the guy loudly and he turned towards the voice, looking to the side. Lin Chuhan was breathing heavily as she stood in front of the guy and rested her hands on her knees. Some parts of her suit were torn. The guy smiled at the girl, closing his eyes and laughing, and asked if she was okay. She replied that she was fine, but her clothes were torn. Wang Teng looked at her and asked with a smile if she had lost anything. The girl looked questioningly at the guy, raised her eyebrows and said that it didn't seem like it. Wang Teng showed her exam pass, holding it in his hands, and said that she lost the pass and didn't even notice it. Lin Chuhan looked at the pass in shock, widened her eyes and blushed slightly, putting her hand to her chest. The girl took the pass and pressed it to her chest, closing her eyes and blushing deeply, thanking the guy and asking where he found it. He looked at the girl and said that he wanted to ask her about this, why she went to this volcano. He asked, she didn't know that it was dangerous there. They walked around the camp together. The girl held her hands behind her back, looking at the guy and answering that she simply tracked down 5 super beasts, and then hid on the mountain. There was not a single beast there and the place was very safe. The main character thought that ordinary super beasts were really afraid to enter the mountain because of the salamanders. And was it really possible that the elder was really able to kill 5 super beasts? Lin Chuhan pouted her lips and frowned, looking up at the guy, asking why he was looking at her like that and didn't really believe that she could kill them. Lin Chuhan put her fist to her chest, raised her head and smiled widely, blushing and saying that through the 3-year simulation of the 5-year exam and practice, she was able to poison 5 super beasts with herbs to death. Wang Teng smiled awkwardly, looking at the girl, and closed his eyes, saying that an ordinary person is not capable of this, and she is worthy of the title of headman. And now he will call her Lin Mind Ward. The guy thought that his mother said correctly, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she's more dangerous. Wang Teng, Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian were sitting inside a blue tent. A lantern was burning in the middle of them, and a guy with dark hair sighed, wrapped in a blanket. He stretched out his hand with tears in his eyes, his face covered in bandages, and he shouted that even though there was such an accident in the exam this year, the exam results would still be accepted. Wang Teng put his finger to his chin and looked up, thinking and answering that the evaluation ended shortly before all this, so this situation definitely did not affect the exam results. He smiled, holding his hand to his chin, and said that you should not forget what the main idea of the martial arts exam is. Yang Jian also put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that he remembered something during the exam. Lin Chuhan raised her index finger up, saying that no matter what incident happens, the results will not be cancelled. Wang Teng smiled as he looked at her and said that was true, and he thought that those who had not managed to kill the 5 super beasts before were given an additional opportunity during the eruption. Yang Jian smiled broadly at the guy and raised his index finger up, saying that during the incident, He tried to kill the 5th super beast, but in the end he allowed him to escape, and he also saved the candidate, and was praised by the owner of the martial arts hall of 100 training. An alert sounded, asking for the students' attention. Young Giant looked up in surprise and Wang Teng turned back. They were notified that everyone needed to gather in the square. A group of students stood in front of a small stage where people stood. A man in a black coat and turtleneck introduced himself as the chief guard of Donghai, crossed his arms over his chest and said that he would now clarify everything about what happened in the martial arts exam. One of the students shouted that the chief warden himself had arrived on the site to watch them pass the exam. A girl in a black suit and with black hair loudly told the warden that many of them had not fully completed the norm, and how the grade would be calculated in this case, and many disciples died during the earthquake. The chief warden loudly shouted at them to calm down, his cape fluttering in the wind as it rested on his shoulders and standing on the stage. He said that this accident, their guilt, and the families of the dead candidates would receive compensation, but there was something they needed to remember. He said loudly that the path of a master is much harder and more dangerous than what they faced in the exam, and there is no need to look only at combat ability and strength. Wang Teng looked at him seriously, frowning, while the man said that the world of warriors is very cruel and bloody. The man frowned, looking ahead, and loudly said that those who proved themselves during the invasion of super beasts would receive additional points, and now he was announcing the official completion of the exam. He told everyone to prepare to return. Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan were walking among the seats in the airship. Someone shouted that Yan Peng was cool, and Yang Jian turned around at this. The disciples crowded together, saying that he killed 30 super beasts. 3 were high level and 4 were mid level. Yang Jian's eyes turned white and he frowned, saying that they were suck-ups. He turned to the main character and extended his hand, smiling and telling him that he had heard a lot about his successes and now he would also become a suck-up. Smiling, the guy closed his eyes, telling the main character that he had killed so many super beasts, obviously more than Yan Peng, and the headman also probably wants to hear praise addressed to him. Lin Chuhan blushed deeply and frowned, shouting that she didn't want to hear anything like that. Wang Teng sighed as he looked at the guy and said that he really didn't do anything special. He said that he killed 29 super beasts, 20 high level and 10 mid level. Yang Jian raised his head and started counting on his fingers, asking the guy if he was joking or something. The girl turned to the main character and raised her eyebrows in surprise, saying, "Why is he saying such a thing? And they all know that he is strong, but not as strong." The guy looked at her and waved his hand, saying that he told the truth, but no one believed him. He thought that if he told them that he also killed the star beast, their heads would explode. The man with blonde hair smiled and laughed. He said that the main character made him laugh, and the schoolboy Wang Teng boasted that he had killed 29 super beasts with his own hands. Wang Teng turned to look at the man as he said that this was just ridiculous. The guy with blonde hair was sitting on a chair, crossing his arms over his chest and laughing. A girl with black hair was laughing next to him. Someone said that he was bragging like that. Others said that it was difficult to kill 19. But he was lying to them about 29, and he talks too much. A guy with blonde hair that covered one of his eyes looked at the main character and said that he had long heard that Wang Teng was a martial artist of the highest rank, so he wanted to compete with him. But apparently his strength was empty talk. A group of students in white jackets looked at Wang Teng. One of them clenched his hands into fists and said that they represented their school and let him behave with dignity. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, smiled at the blonde and apologized for making them laugh. A girl with purple hair gathered in a bun and purple eyes looked at the guy, addressing him as Ju Wu, and said that this was too much. He turned to her with a frown and said, "Man, wrong. What is she saying? And he just makes friendly jokes about their classmate." He asked the main character if he was speaking correctly. Lin Chuhan looked at them displeasantly and said that they were overdoing it, and that what they were discussing had nothing to do with them. Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian began to argue with them, standing up from their seats, telling them that they were talking about their own things, and in order to avoid getting into trouble, people usually do not brag to those who are stronger than them. Wang Teng sat silently with his arms crossed on the chest with your hands. Ju Wu spread his arms to the sides in front of the girl and smiled at her, saying that she misunderstood him, and he was just talking about it and was certainly not jealous of Wang Teng. The guy tilted his head, looking at her with an evil smile, and thought that he had previously thought that Lin Chuhan was beautiful, but did not find any reason to get closer to her. But now is the time for this. A guy with blonde hair in a dark jacket smiled and walked up to Ju Wu, saying that he was probably misunderstood, but he had no evil intentions. And about the main character, He just hoped that the guy would stop talking nonsense. Lin Chuhan frowned at them and thought what hypocrites they were. The guy with blonde hair put his elbow in Wang Teng's place, holding the phone in his hand and smiling, told Lin Chuhan that he is Yan Peng from the Huiying school, and he is a top-ranking martial artist. He invited the girl to add each other on WeChat to get to know each other better. The main character smiled as he listened to him and said that they were having a lively conversation. He stood up from his seat, lowered his head and said that he heard something. Wang Teng turned to the guy with blonde hair and asked. They were completely freaked out. Everything around them had darkened, and red energy was coming from him. Yan Peng covered his face with his palm, his hair fluttering with red dark energy, and he wondered where he got such strength from. The main character moved away from his seats, stepping on the floor of the airship. He stood in the center, in front of Yan Peng. Clenching his fists, red energy continued to emanate from him, and he said that as he understood, the guy wanted to compete with him. He loudly asked where such self-confidence came from. Yan Peng fell to his knees in front of him, leaning on his hands and clenching his teeth. Wang Teng asked what was wrong. He looked down at the guy. There was a red gleam in his eyes, and he said that he also dared to ask WeChat from the headman, and he clearly overestimated his strength. Yan Peng said that everything that Zhu Wu said was out of a sense of justice. Zhu Wu stood looking at the main character in shock and trembling, saying that they had a misunderstanding and suggesting that they discuss everything. Wang Teng smiled at him, closed his eyes and asked again. He kicked the guy, causing him to fly back and say that the fact is that he doesn't want to talk to them right now. A powerful blow passed through the seats in the airship, from which red energy emanated. Zhu Wu looked at the main character in fear. His clothes were torn and his hair was disheveled, and he thought how Wang Teng could be so strong, and he was afraid that the guy would kill him. Wang Teng turned with a smile at the other guy, who was looking at him in fear, and said that there was also him, and just now he was laughing the loudest, but now he was scared. Lowering his head, the main character rubbed his hand, clenching his other hand into a fist, and the guy put his hands in front of him, trying to say something. Wang Teng hit the guy hard in the face, and he flew back. Several teeth in his mouth were missing, and tears appeared in his eyes. The main character looked down at them with a crazy look with a red glow and a smile on his face, saying that the problem had been solved and suggested that Lin Chuhan return to their places. They would be landing soon. The rest of the students looked at him in shock, their mouths open, and thought that it was better not insult Wang Teng. People walk along the city streets. The main character with the container behind his back thought that the boss was right, and after returning home he needed to figure out how to use the star bone. He opens the gate and knocks on the door, and then tells his mother that he has returned. He comes inside and asks if she is not at home. Cheng appears and notices that the young master has returned. The main character asks her where her mother is. Aunt Cheng smiles and says that the lady left the house early in the morning. The main character asks what business forced her to leave at such a time. The girl replies that it seems that something happened in the company. The lady did not tell her in detail. The protagonist with a gloomy look asks what could have happened and whether his father should be there. The girl puts her hand on her chest and says that the protagonist's father has not yet returned from a business trip. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. He runs and tells his aunt that he ran to the company office, and then he thought that something had definitely happened. Sunlight illuminates a huge office building. The main character approaches the worker and says that he is looking for Lai Ziyume. A worker with pink hair asks the main character who Lai Ziyume is. The main character, with bewilderment on his face, thought that she didn't even know the director's wife, and did such brainless chickens really exist. A guard with a baton appears behind the protagonist and asks the protagonist what he is doing here. The main character turns around and asks the man if he is the head of the security department, Mr. Sun. He asks him if he saw his mother come to the office. The head of the security department replies that the lady is in the conference room. The general director of Bao came from the company opposite, and with him several people, and it seems they want to lure the vice president of Jia to themselves. The main character says the name Bao Sins with surprise on his face. He thought that in a past life, when the Wang family went bankrupt, this guy came to share his father's company. He adds that he didn't think this slimy guy would show up so early. The protagonist made a stern expression on his face. He takes a step and thought that today he will deal with this Bao Sins. He will be responsible for everything. The head of security shouts to the younger Wang to wait for him and adds that Bao Sins has brought a lot of people with him and he will also call a few now. He asks Cheng Ergu to take the guys and gather them all on the 8th floor. The elevator panel indicates the 8th floor. The head of security tells the protagonist that everything is ready. There are many guards standing in front of them. One of them says that although they are simple subordinates, they are full of enthusiasm and are waiting for further instructions. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that then they go to the conference room. Behind the double doors, Lizume tells Jiagijin that her husband treated him well, but he took advantage of his departure and conspired with strangers to take over the company's shares. The man tells her that she cannot talk like that, because a person strives to rise up. He adds that the CEO of Baosins is a very good strategist. The company definitely has potential and of course he will follow him. The head of security tells the main character that Vice President Jiagijin seemed like a good person to him and he did not expect such a thing from him. The protagonist opens the double doors with his foot. Lizume gets up from his seat and asks his son why he came here. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, says that he found out that something important happened, so he needed to find out. Baosin smiles and tells the protagonist that this is the business of adults and he shouldn't get in the way here. The main character puts his hands on his mother's shoulders and sits her down on a chair, and then tells her to sit down, otherwise she will get tired. The protagonist's sister with pink eyes greets the protagonist, and he notices that she is also here. The pink-eyed girl with a smile on her face says that such things are happening in the family. The father is worried. She adds that he asked her to see if there was anything she could do to help. One of the people at the table tells the protagonist that he still does not respect his elders. Another person at the table says that they will now start a meeting, and if the protagonist has nothing to do, then he better leave here. Baosins thought with an angry look that this kid dared to ignore his words, and then added that he would teach him manners. The main character throws and places the container on the table. He asks with a gloomy look why he has to leave. Baosins laughs and says that raising a Wang family is no good, they can't even cope with a small child. He says that he thinks that Wang Teng is no longer small and needs to teach him discipline, otherwise he will have problems in the future. He says that if the CEO of Wang cannot do this, then he asks to be allowed to do it. The guy with green eyes screams and asks Baosins how he dares to command Wang Teng while the director is not here, and then adds that he can only insult his wife and son. The scoundrel gets up from his seat and tells the green-eyed guy that he didn't think he would be such a loyal dog. The main character tells his mother not to worry. The protagonist smiles and says that he is here. Flames emanate from the main character and he calls the name Baosins. A strong fiery aura emanates from the protagonist. He asks the scoundrel who he is to educate him. The villain made a scared expression on his face due to the protagonist's strength. He gets angry and tells the protagonist not to make him angry, and then calls Tizu Lei. A man with blue energy in his hand jumps on the protagonist and calls him an arrogant boy. Lizume shouts to his son to be careful. The protagonist's cousin calls out to her brother with a worried look on her face. The protagonist and Tizu Lei clashed in battle. The main character's mother, with surprise on her face, thought that her son was not hurt at all. The protagonist's opponent is pushed away after the protagonist's attack. The main character takes his sword out of the container and says that someone told him that he cannot hide all the time and the moment will come when he will have to reveal his power. Otherwise everyone will try to trample him. The shadow of the hair covers the protagonist's eyes. The main character's eye glows red and he says that he didn't think so before, but now this thought seems true to him. The protagonist looks at the building behind Baosins and asks if this is his company's office. The scoundrel trembles and replies that it's true. His company is there. The protagonist smiles when he hears the villain's answer. He clutches his sword in his hand. His sword is engulfed in fiery energy. He swings his sword. A wave of energy rushes into the Baosins' office. An explosion occurs in the building and debris falls down. The villain trembles and looks in fear at the result of the protagonist's blow. Lizume looks at his son with concern. The protagonist's cousin has a shocked expression on her face. The office building was left with a huge mark from the protagonist's blow. Baosins thought with fear on his face that he was definitely a martial artist. Jiagijin screams and asks how an ordinary major boy could turn out to be a martial arts master. The main character goes towards the villain. Baosins wonders if this is really Wang Shengguo's talented son and adds that this is clearly just a joke. The main character, with an angry expression on his face, tells the scoundrel that if he behaves like this again, not only the building, but himself may suffer. The main character tells Jiagijin and the guy behind him that he doesn't care what they're up to, but until his father returns, they need to behave themselves. He adds that if they want to leave the company when he arrives, he will not interfere. The blue-eyed vice president gritted his teeth and thought that it was all over. Baosins was unable to grab a share of the shares, and Wang Teng was determined. The protagonist's cousin hugs Lizume with joy on her face and shouts that it's great. With a cousin, Their company is not in danger. The cousin thought that under the protection of such a martial artist, their Wang family would never fall. The main character tells his mother and cousin to leave here. Outside the office, he asks mom what's wrong with dad. She replies that he went to a neighboring province to discuss business, but at this time the other party decided to play a dirty game, and with the help of local bandits, they are holding her father and will not let him go until he signs the contract. The cousin places her left hand on her right forearm and says that grandfather has already sent a person there for negotiations, but so far to no avail. The main character asks what kind of project the father does not want to participate in, and then says that even if they suffer material damage, it's okay, because life is more important. Lizume replies that everything is not so simple. This project is very problematic. The protagonist's father is in serious trouble and they want to make him a scapegoat. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought that maybe these people had harmed the Wang family in their past life. He adds that he must go and find out everything. The main character tells his mother to stay at home, and he himself will go to the neighboring province. Mom asks her son if everything will be okay. The protagonist smiles and tells his mother not to worry, because she saw what he is capable of, and now he used less than 10% of his strength. The cousin tells the protagonist that she will go with him, because he thinks that they should contact the person who was sent there by his grandfather. The car drives up to the building. He asks his sister if this is the place. The girl replies that the negotiations are taking place in their club and first they will meet with the grandfather's man to sort out the situation. She approaches the man and he tells her that the negotiations did not work out. No matter what conditions they offer, the other side does not agree to let him go. They clearly have other intentions. The main character's eyes are covered by a shadow from his hair. The protagonist's cousin asks the man what they want. He replies that they want to take over several gray enterprises. This is important for gaining influence in the city of Jiang. The man replies that there is a society of the Iron Fist there, a gang consisting of more than 100 fighters. The main character thought that it turns out that even if you harm a person, no one will care. He gets out of the car and says to wait for him here. He heads into the building and says he will go inside. The man asks the protagonist's cousin if the youngest son really wants to break in there alone. The main character's sister twirls her hair around her finger and tells the man to just watch. The main character approaches the blue door. He knocks on it. A guy with a black bandage on his forehead looks out the door window and asks who is there. The main character replies that this is a delivery. The guy with the black bandage shouts to the protagonist not to fool around and asks what can be delivered so late, and what is he doing here. The protagonist replies that it is for their boss and it is very personal, and then asks the guy if he wants to know. The guy with the black armband yells at the guy not to talk nonsense and asks what their boss can order in the middle of the night. The main character closed his eyes and raised his hand, and then said that he warned because their boss ordered Viagra. The guy with the black headband opens the door and then tells the main character to come in quickly and have a better conversation inside. He leads the main character along and says that he will take him to the boss, and then asks him not to talk about what happened just now. The main character closed his eyes and with a smile on his face tells him not to worry and adds that he won't say anything. A guy with a black bandage knocks on the door, says that it is him, Xiao Yu, and adds that something was delivered to him. The boss asks if this is Xiao Yu who is guarding the entrance, and then asks him what they delivered to him. The main character became wary after the words of the gang leader. The protagonist shouts that this is their urgent order, and then the boss knocks down the door and the protagonist jumps away from the door. The protagonist has an angry expression on his face. The boss jumps on the protagonist, and he unpacks the package in his hand. The swords of the boss and the main character clashed. Golden energy appears around the protagonist's feet. The protagonist makes a cutting blow, but the enemy blocks it. The gang leader tells the protagonist that he is strong. He asks the guy in the black headband who sent the protagonist. The boss shouts to the subordinate that he is letting everyone in here, and then adds that he will deal with him later. Many villains appear. One of them shouts and asks who dared to break into the club of the Iron Fist gang. The main character stands opposite his enemy. The thugs support their boss. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, tells the boss that he did not think that he would be a maximum level martial arts student. The gang leader laughs and tells the protagonist that if he wants to be in his place, then he needs to be strong. He made a stern look and tells the protagonist that he has great strength at such a young age and could very well have a bright future, but today he will die. The main character asks the villain if these are all his people. The gang leader replies that these guys are enough to cut him into pieces. The boss orders his subordinates to kill him. The boss goons are preparing to attack the protagonist. They run towards young Wang. The main character smiles and fiery energy begins to envelop him. A whirlpool of fiery energy is created around him. The boss gritted his teeth and made a surprised expression. The protagonist smiles maliciously. He jumps towards the enemy. He makes many strikes with his sword. He makes cutting blows to several enemies at once. A bead of sweat runs down the gang leader's face. He asks if the protagonist is a martial artist. He turns his head back a little and one of his subordinates asks why this monster showed up to them. Another subordinate says that he is a master and they will not be able to deal with him. The boss turns towards the protagonist and thought that running away was the best tactic, and the rest could be dealt with later. The boss runs away, and the main character is enveloped in powerful fiery energy. The main character turns around and asks the villains if they really want to escape. The main character makes a blow and a wave of energy rushes towards the enemies. He screams as the wave of energy approaches his enemies faster and faster. The gang leader blocks the attack with his sword. The sword cracks from the blow. It breaks and the gang leader flies away from the force of the blow. He falls to the ground. The main character with a stern look asks the gang leader who told him to grab Wang Shenguo. He replies that he only knows that they are from Sayadu and their leader is also a martial artist. With a desperate expression on his face, he says that he could not refuse and had to attack Wang Shenguo. The main character thought about Sayadu and the master with an angry expression on his face. The main character sits down and the gang leader says that he had no choice and asks for mercy. The main character exhales and says that he doesn't want to kill him. He concentrates fiery energy in his hand and says that however, his heart tells him otherwise. The boss begs for mercy, but the main character burns him. The protagonist with an angry expression on his face thought that one cannot be merciful with enemies. The gang leader burns alive and screams in pain. His subordinates watch his death. The boss is trying to reach out to his subordinates. One of the subordinates is trembling and asks if the boss is dead. The main character turns around and replies that it is so. The villains run away because they believe that the protagonist has gone crazy and is about to kill them. The protagonist squeezes the sword in his hand and hears one of the boss's subordinates shouting that there is no need to kill him because he just joined the gang and did not kill anyone. The protagonist thought that for the well-being of his family he would send anyone to hell, after which he ran after the people from the gang. Tied up, Wang Shenguo sits on a chair. His mouth is covered with tape and his eyes are covered with a black bandage. He thought that he didn't even know what was happening to his family and added that he had no enmity with these people, and then asked why they kidnapped him. He thought that their target was the whole family. He turns towards the protagonist who came here. The main character tells his father that his mother is waiting for him at home to have dinner together. He unties his father. Wang Shenguo holds his hand and asks his son how he ended up here. The main character says that if he had not come, then who knows how long he would have been kept here. Wang Teng holds his father by the forearm and says that they need to go because mom is already tired of waiting. The father takes a hesitant step and says that they should go faster. He loses his balance and almost falls. The main character helps his father stay on his feet and says that he has not yet turned 50 years old, but he already has problems with his legs. The cheeks of the protagonist's father are red and he screams that his legs are simply numb from being tied up for a long time. He adds that he has good health and can even walk 10 floors in one breath. The main character and his father leave the room. Wang Shenguo asks his son how he got here. He looks at his son and asks him if he really fulfilled their requirements and they gave him documents to sign. He asks him not to say that he signed the documents because then their family will be doomed. The main character smiles and tells his father to calm down because he is not stupid. They leave the building and the main character says that he clearly explained everything to the gang. They realize their mistakes and release the hostage. The father answers his son that he is still very young and can he really decide something with other people. Several corpses lie on the floor with pools of blood next to them. The main character asks his father why he should deceive him and then adds that if he had not persuaded them, they would not have let him go. The main character thought that it was good that he managed to cover his tracks because he didn't want his father to find out about that bloody massacre. Sunlight illuminates the skyscrapers. The protagonist's cousin tells Wang Shenguo that then she will go and tell her grandfather so that he does not worry. The father of the family replies that then he will not detain her because after all this she needs to have a good rest. The cousin tells the protagonist to come to them when he has free time because after all, they are brother and sister. She adds that they should spend more time together. The main character raises his hand and says goodbye to his sister. Wang Shenguo thought it was strange. Wen Yanan used to hate this idiot, and why has everything changed now? Chen holds Lai Ziyume's hand and tells her that she hasn't slept a wink all night, and she needs to rest, because such a regime is harmful to health. The mother of the family replies that she can't do anything because she can't sleep. Cheng notices something. She informs her mistress that the head of the family and her son have returned. Ziyume hugs the head of the family. Wang Shengguo smiles and says that he is back, and then apologizes to his wife for making her worry. The main character, with concern on his face, thought that he would be fed dog food again. The main character tells his parents that they are like lovebirds and he feels sick. The father calls the main character a brat. He and his wife blushed. The family sits at the table. Cheng carries the dish to the table. The father of the family, with a surprised look, asks if their son is a martial arts master. Ziyume tells him that if he doesn't believe it, then let him find out from him himself. Wang Shengguo puts his hand on the table and asks his son if his mother is telling the truth. The protagonist concentrates fiery energy into his finger and tells his father to watch. The father of the family notices that this is a great power, and then tells him that he has been practicing martial arts not so long ago, and has already become a master. Wang Teng smiles and says that he met one grandfather who said that he had strange bones, and then gave him magical abilities. Ziyume smiles and tells his son that he is talking nonsense again. Wang Teng points his thumb at himself and says that then there is only one explanation. He is very talented. Wang Shengguo smiles and says that he has innate talent and adds that he doesn't even believe that he has such a son. Ziyume says that she carried him and gave birth to him, so this is her merit. Cheng stands with a tray in his hands. The plates are empty because the family members have eaten. The head of the family with a serious expression says that this Bao Sins dared to attack Wang Teng, and he needs to settle scores with him. The mother of the family tells her husband not to worry, because their son has already dealt with them. And besides, this incident showed which of the company's employees are truly loyal. Wang Shengguo exhales and says that's right, you can take advantage of this situation, restore order in the company, fire incompetent people and hire fresh staff. The father of the family asks his son if the results of his exam have arrived. The main character replies that they were supposed to come today, and then thought that he had already forgotten about the exam. He shouts to his parents to take his time and asks them why they are so excited. Wang Shengguo sits his son down at the computer desk and tells him to stop talking and start typing in his exam pass number so they can quickly see the results. The father of the family opened his eye wide. The monitor screen shows scores with an A+ grade. The father of the family asks if these are the real results of their son and maybe they entered the pass number incorrectly. The main character looks at his father and tells him that he speaks as if he is not his child. He adds that he just did well in his exams, but he doesn't believe in him at all. The father of the family tells his son that he is too good and asks not to blame them for being so surprised. The elder calls the protagonist on the phone. He asks his parents to wait because someone is calling him. The main character puts the phone to his ear with a smile on his face. The headman sits on the bed and holds the phone to his ear. The main character asks the headman how her exam is going. The head girl smiles and says that she passed the practical exam in martial arts and scored 80 points. The main character removes the phone from his ear, and the girl says that she did not expect this. He smiles and asks how is her performance in other subjects. He thought that the head girl had never been so excited. The joyful elder says that language and literature 138, mathematics 143, English 146, professional martial arts course 148. And then asks the main character how he likes it. The main character asks the headman if she really sold her soul to the devil. The headman asks the protagonist how many points he passed and assumes that he scored high on the practical exam. The main character says that he received the highest score and plus another 20 points, and then adds that genius cannot be hidden. The father and mother of the family look at each other. The headman sticks out his tongue and tells the protagonist that he has completely lost his shame, after which he hangs up. The main character puts the phone in the pocket of his jacket. The protagonist looks away. The main character's parents give off a dark aura, and their eyes glow. Ziyume smiles and asks the protagonist if he was talking to his classmate just now. The main character replies that she is his neighbor at his desk and they have a good relationship. Mom asks the boss if this is true, which is why the guy has a worried expression on his face. Ziyume says that they understood everything and a good relationship is not bad, after which the protagonist's face turned red, and then asks him to bring her to their home and his mother will cook a delicious dinner. Chen enters the room and tells the lady that Principal Yui and Teacher Fang have arrived. Ziyume asks Principal Yui and Teacher Fang why they came here. The teacher laughs and says that they now have a martial arts champion in their high school, and he adds that he came today to congratulate them. Ziyume, with a surprised expression on his face, asks if their son is a martial arts champion. The director with glasses says that if they have questions about entering the institute, they can ask them. He smiles and says that the previously mentioned rewards await the protagonist. The main character sees 2 boxes and a bottle. One of the boxes is open and there is a bag in it. The main character summons blue stones from bags onto his hand. The director says that he heard that the protagonist uses the ice element when fighting, so he asked to find the original ice element stone. He adds that the protagonist can use it and improve his skills. He says that this bottle also contains a miraculous ice element pill, which can be used to increase strength. Streams of energy envelop the bottle. The main character opens another box and says that this stone of dark cold is a rare natural treasure. He got it by accident, and he can make a weapon with the ice element out of it, and this stone will be useful to him. The main character thought that these rewards were good, but it was a pity that the stone was so small. The director says that they gave away the awards, so now they'll probably go. The main character raises his hand up and thanks the teacher and the director for everything, after which he wishes them a happy journey. Someone screams for the protagonist. Drops of sweat flow down the protagonist's face and he thought who it was again, because usually he doesn't have so many people. A man with brown hair appears. The main character says that this is the owner of the Fu Hall. The main character closes himself with his own hands, because many people reach out to him with documents in their hands, and then asks to see their conditions. The main character, with concern on his face, offers to talk about this in the house. The documents are on the table. The main character asks if it will be a problem if he combines admission to an educational institution and a martial arts gym. The man with brown hair replies that this is not a problem and the protagonist can enter the military academy, so everything will be fine. He adds that students from the strongest military academies train in their gym. The owner of the Fu Hall asks the protagonist which institute interests him. The main character looks at the documents and asks to let him think. The main character says that he chooses the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall, after which Fu raises his hand up and smiles. He tells the other 2 hall owners that he has won. The bald man in the blue shirt took the contract because they were wondering what was there. Fiery energy comes from fiery energy. They shout that this is an SSS-Rank contract. The bald guy tells Fu that he will be so angry. He thought that fighters who signed such a contract immediately moved to the general level. The man in the blue shirt says that they won't cope with such conditions and it's a pity that they are missing out on such a talented guy. The owner of the Polar Star Hall hands the protagonist a bracelet and tells him to put it on, and then he will immediately be able to go into the internal network of the Polar Star and buy all the necessary resources, and then adds that 1 billion is given in installments. He reports that the protagonist can buy an apartment in the area of their martial arts hall. It is very safe there, and no one will cause problems. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that if they moved there, then their whole family would be safe, and he would not worry about them. The main character asks Fu if he has any suggestions about entering the institute. The owner of the hall replies that all institutes are similar to each other. At the military academy the rules are stricter, but there are some things better than others. He raises his finger up and says that the military academy is the fastest way to gain power, and, moreover, if he shows himself worthy, he will be awarded military honors. He adds that in the future the protagonist will be able to single-handedly command the army and his power will rise to the skies, especially in another country. Fu says that it should be said that they are now creating a huge army and they need fresh forces. The main character made a serious expression and thought about another country, and then adds that he must think it over carefully. Fu says that after registering for the exam, there will be a month left before the start of his studies and he can find a group for him to train in the martial arts hall, and then adds that for now he will join them and then go to another country. A man is sitting on the sofa with a glass of wine in his hand. A man comes to him and says that the Iron Fist gang has been defeated and its surviving members have fled. The man with red hair on the sofa opens his mouth. The dark-skinned man says that he personally saw it. Several people were killed with 1 blow, and several top-level martial arts students were no exception. He adds that the boss of the Iron Fist gang has disappeared without a trace, and there is a black mark at the scene. The red-haired man smiles and thought that this could be a martial arts master with the fire element. He gets up from the couch and asks his subordinate to return them all, and then adds that he is tired of trusting other people to clean up this mess. The dark-skinned man asks the red-haired guy if he will take care of this incident. His eyes turn red, and then he says that he needs to return them all. The main character, with concern on his face, says that it's definitely him. The poster says, "Welcome to the North Star Martial Arts Hall." A guy with a bag behind his back points his finger at the protagonist, after which he says that this is the same champion. Someone else says that it's definitely him and he didn't think that such a master was hiding in their hall. The main character thought it was awkward. One of those present shouts that they must try twice as hard, they must not shirk their training. Another guy says it's true and they need to try harder. The main character smiles and thought that he could take their bubbles. Evening light illuminates the city. The main character opens the system interface and thought that after he gains more than 100 intelligence points, he will rise to a perfect level and his understanding of training methods will increase significantly. He turns on the window with characteristics and thought that the morale indicators are also about to exceed 100 points and this needs to happen as soon as possible. The protagonist looks to the side and hears someone asking to let him through. A man with a red bandage on his forearm stands next to a girl in black clothes with a hood. Lin Chuxia tells the guy in the headband that he is looking for Wang Teng and she really knows him, so she asks him to let her in. The guy with the headband crosses his arms and asks the girl if she really knows the winner of the martial arts exam. He adds that over the past few days, many people have come here who supposedly know him. The girl was crying, and the guy with the bandage thought that it seemed that this girl was up to something. There was no way she would let her in. She turns back. She asks the main character if it is him. The guy with the bandage apologizes to the protagonist and the girl, after which he adds that he didn't think they really knew each other. The main character smiles and says that it's okay. He strokes the girl and tells her to come with him. They leave and the protagonist asks the girl how she got here. Lin Chuxia said that recently she felt that everything was depressing her, and the atmosphere around her was so heavy, so she looked for him. The main character asks how she feels now. The girl looks at her hands and asks why she felt so comfortable. The main character's hand is enveloped in purple energy. A notification appears congratulating the protagonist for obtaining Devil Lotus Poison +10 with Poison Great Power +7. The main character asks the girl if her sister knows that she came running here. The girl replies that she doesn't know. The main character takes something out of his pocket and exhales. He hands the phone to the girl and tells her to talk to her sister first, otherwise she and her mom will worry. Lin Chuxia holds the phone and says okay. The girl put the phone to her ear. Lin Chuhan asks if this is the main character, after which the younger sister answers. The headman is silent for a while. With an angry expression on her face, she asks her sister if she doesn't understand that she and her mother were worried about her. The younger sister says that she only left the house once and adds that she does not want to return so early. The older sister asks the younger sister if she doesn't understand that she has health problems. She begins to respond to her sister's words. The main character interrupts the girl and tells the headman that since she doesn't want to return home early, then let her stay with him. The older sister agrees with the protagonist. The main character strokes Lin Chuxia, and with a smile on his face says that they have figured it out, and then adds that first they will go to his house and eat, and in the evening he will take her to an interesting place. The girl asks the main character what kind of things he is carrying. The main character replies that he has an acquaintance here. He likes to drink strong alcohol and he added something to it. Lin Chuxia thought that this was the outside world. The main character enters the room and says that he came to visit. A man with gray hair and a goatee asks the protagonist and the girl who they are. The main character asks the man if he doesn't recognize him. He picks up the bag and tells him to look at what he brought with him and it's adorable, and then asks him if he wants it. The man shouts what he wants and asks him to bring it here quickly. The protagonist throws him a package. He caught the package and the main character thought that this guy was pretty clever. Lin Chuxia asks the main character if this is some kind of master. The main character replies that this is so. A man with a bottle in his hand looks at the guests. He looks at the main character and asks why they are whispering there, and then asks him to come over and adds that he will give something. He gives something to the girl and says that he is giving it to her and there are things they need inside. The girl is holding a flash drive in her hand. The main character thought that this was a familiar flash drive, and then mentally asked if he was mentally taking them. The man takes something out of his pocket and says that he has something for the protagonist. He takes a card out of his pocket. He asks the main character if he wants to find his treasure, and then asks him to follow this map because he left everything there. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face and he laughs. The gray-haired man lies down on the bed and says that he gave out gifts, and then tells the main character and the girl to leave and not interfere with their rest. The main character asks what kind of person he is, and then says that this is a drawn map. Lin Chuxia says that it looks like a real card. The main character asks the girl to let him look at the map. The girl says in her ear that it's here. The main character blushed and crumpled the card, and then told the girl that she had turned the card over. Moonlight illuminates the night city. The main character tells Lin Chuxia not to tell her sister about today's matter. The girl eats ice cream. The main character said that he would first examine this map, and then they would talk to her. The girl smiles and says that it was kind of him. The main character sees the headman and calls her. Lin Chuhan stands under the light of a lantern. She names Wang Teng and Lin Chuxia. The main character thought that the headman looked so exciting today. The older sister takes the younger sister by the cheeks, after which she asks her if she was stunned and why she went so far from home. Wang Teng with a fake smile says that it's okay that she left the house, because he was also walking. Lin Chuhan tells them that they were out so late and what if something happened to her. The main character says that she needs to go for a walk more often and she can't sit at home all the time. And what would happen? After all, she's with him. The head girl says that she wasn't so worried only because he was next to her. The girl turns away, and the main character asks her what she said. The head woman replied that it was nothing. She blushed and said that she couldn't let them break up like that. The main character turns and leaves. The headman calls the name of the main character. Lin Chuxia puts her head on her sister's shoulder and tells her to stop being so serious, because she will only scare him away. She replies that she doesn't care whether she scares him away or not, and then again asks her sister where she was today. The main character lies on the bed with the system window open. The protagonist thought that his morale had also reached a perfect level, and then asked how to use it. He adds that it is probably possible to control objects from a distance. He sits down and says that he will try to do something easy first. He reaches out to a glass of water. His expression is grim. Water flies out of the glass. The main character wonders whether this depends on the perfection of fortitude. He closed his eyes and thought that although he did not see this force, he could control it. Water floats above the glass, and the main character thinks about the power of thought or the power of moral spirit. The main character closes his eyes and thought that in the end, it doesn't matter what it is, because it can become a technique for attack. The water rushes forward at great speed. The ice stake gets stuck in the wall. The protagonist smiles and says that everything went well. He thought with a smug smile that it was just a stream of water, and if he used it to compress a great force, it would be very powerful. He reaches his hand towards the brown container and thought that this is not so difficult, so he will try it on a dark night. The full moon hangs in the night sky. The main character is sitting on the ground. He closes his eyes. He opens the container with the sword. The main character makes a wary expression on his face. He makes the sword fly into the air. The main character smiles and thought that he succeeded. He looks at his sword, shrouded in blue energy, and thought that the sword could move through the air. He thought that he could try to control the sword. The main character stands on a sword and flies on it, and then thinks that it can really fly to him. He smiles and wondered if this could be considered controlling a sword in the air. The main character deftly maneuvers in the air and laughs. Daylight illuminates the buildings. The tired main character walks along the corridor. A bead of sweat runs down his face. He thought that last night he had spent all his morale and now his head was just pounding. Someone calls the protagonist and he turns around. The guy with glasses tells the protagonist that the admissions professors at several major universities want to talk to him personally, so he will take him to them. They walk down the corridor and the teacher says that it is unexpected that there is a martial arts champion in his class, because he had never even thought about it before. The main character laughs and asks if this is surprising. The main character enters a room where several people are sitting on sofas. The teacher apologizes for the long wait and then asks to be allowed to introduce Wang Teng, the city's martial arts champion. The main character smiles and says that he is very flattered that they personally came. One of the men shouts that he is a teacher from the admissions office of Huanghai Military University and asks to call him Teacher King. Another teacher says that he is from the admissions office of Dunhai University and his surname is Lai. Another teacher says that he is from Xiadu Military University and his surname is Zhu. The teacher with glasses says that all 5 universities are ready to fight for Wang Teng and adds that he is handsome. The main character, with a shocked expression on his face, thought that these were the top 5 universities in Huangxia, and added that all these teachers from the admissions office came for him. The main character sits on a chair next to the teachers. A girl with long brown hair tells the protagonist that he must have heard the name of their first university, and there he will be able to take advantage of their best resources and connections. She adds that the rector said that he would like to see him at the university. The man with black hair says their Jinling University is almost the same as the first university, and their rector is level 11 star general, so whatever they promise, they can do it too. The man with glasses says that their Dunhai University's resources are much more extensive than those of other universities. He adds that their rector also has level 11 star general, and if it weren't for an urgent matter, he would have come personally. The main character, with concern on his face, thought that there were 3 masters of level 11 Star General at once. The tension was growing. A man with a metal insert in a glove hits the table with his hand and calls the name of the protagonist. The red-haired man tells the protagonist that the military academy is the only place where you can fully realize yourself. He shouts to the protagonist that he only needs to study well, and then he will be able to receive a military rank and go to another country to fight along with the soldiers. A red-haired man with scars on his face says that in addition, the authorities decided that immediately after joining their academy, the protagonist will receive the rank of sergeant. The teachers were surprised by the red-haired man's words. The girl with glasses says that he has no shame or conscience. He adds that they simply decided to attract Wang Teng with a military rank. The bald teacher says that they also have military ranks, and in addition, the Xiadu Military Academy has a number of other privileges. He smiles and says that General Lei Yao is an outstanding student of their university and is now commanding the Red Tiger Army in another country. He adds that if the protagonist performs well, a worthy place will be guaranteed. The red-haired man crossed his arms and said that in their Huanghai Academy, there are many students who join the Black Sparrow Army after graduation, and there are still many opportunities that suit Wang Teng. The red-haired man says that this is just ridiculous, and is it possible that there will be room in the Black Sparrow Army for Wang Teng? The bald man and the red-haired man look at each other with anger. The main character smiles and tells teachers King and Zhu that he heard that the military academy restricts the freedom of students, and then asks if this is true. The bald man says that the rules at the military academy are stricter than in a regular educational institution, but they are needed in order to weed out the weak. The bald teacher Zhu says that the rules at the military academy are stricter than in a regular educational institution, but they are needed to weed out the weak. Teacher King extends his hand and tells the protagonist that he is strong enough to break these rules. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that if this is so, then he wants to go to one place. The headman calls the main character, who is looking at his phone, by name. With a smile on her face, she asks the guy which university he wants to go to. The main character with a smile on his face tells the girl to guess. The headman with a dissatisfied expression on his face asks the protagonist whether he will say it or not. The main character says that he wants to enter the Huanghai Military Academy. The girl asks the main character if he will really go to the military academy, because she thought that he would go to the first university. The main character says that the military academy suits him better, and then asks the girl where she is going to enroll. The head girl puts her hand on her chest and says that she wants to go to Dunhai University, but she hasn't fully decided yet, so she is going to apply to Dunhai Institute of Technology as her second choice. The main character, with a look of surprise on his face, asks the girl if she will regret it, and then adds that it is initially based on creative success. Then you pass the exam and can easily enter Dunhai University. Lin Chuhan says that she has nothing to regret, and then says that the protagonist already knows what situation her family is in. The main character opens his mouth slightly. He closes his eyes and says that in any case they will study at Dunhai. The girl lowered her gaze and asked the protagonist if he would accompany her. The protagonist and the girl are standing on the bridge. The head girl looks at the main character and thought that they will graduate soon. She says it's late and she should go home. The girl leaves, leaving the protagonist alone. He is silent with a calm expression on his face. He lowers his gaze and exhales. He goes in the opposite direction. The headman shouts the protagonist's name. She breathes heavily and tells the main character that if she gets into Dunhai University, then he should come see her. The girl blushed after she said this. The main character exhales and smiles. He waves goodbye and leaves. The headman tells the main character a whim as soon as he has time. After 3 days, the main character is sitting with a phone in the gym. The head girl cries and tells the protagonist that she has entered Dunhai University to major in martial arts. The main character stands up and with a smile on his face says that is expected from the head girl, and then congratulates her. He smiles and thought that all the prefects are so hardworking, and then adds that he also needs to improve. The main character opens the door. Fu tells him that he came quickly. He accompanies the protagonist to his comrades and asks to be allowed to introduce the Fighting Tigers squad. There are several people in front of them. He says that he personally selected this team and all these people have the 3rd level of Star General, so he will go with them to another country. The main character shakes hands with a blonde man in camouflage clothing. Fu introduces him as Ling Jian, and then adds that previously he was talking about the protagonist. He is the champion of the Dunhai martial arts exam. The blonde tightly squeezes the protagonist's hand. The blonde wonders why his handshake is so strong. The main character smiles and greets his commander. The main character thought that he was some guy who came without an invitation and it would be okay if you wanted to check him out. One of those present says that martial arts champion is a really worthy title, and they will also introduce themselves now. A bald man with stone hands says that his name is Yongfei and he is a master of the earth element. A blonde man with red eyes concentrates flames in his hand and says that he is Yan Jinming, a master of the element of fire. The girl with blue hair says that her name is Yan Jinyu and she has the element of wood. A girl with long red hair tied in a ponytail says that her name is Liu Yan and she is also a master of the element of fire. She gets up from the sofa and tells the main character that he will walk with her. She says that she will cover the main character and make him happy. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face and he blushes. The blonde asks the girl not to tease the guy, and the girl replies that she understands. Yan Jinming shouts to the main character that he needs to prepare well. The main character with ski goggles on his face turns around and shouts that he is ready. He takes the container by the strap. He hangs it over his shoulder and walks towards the rest of the team. The protagonist smiles and thought that he would finally go to another country, even to another world. He got down on all fours and thought that replacing weapons this time was expensive, and he spent all the money allocated by the Polar Star Hall. He exhales and thought that the masters really spend all their money quickly, but Master Lu's equipment is definitely not cheap. He adds that he has no idea how Master Lu makes weapons from the bones of star beasts and black stones. The main character goes outside and thought that if he could make this Lucine, he could control it in the air. That would be very cool. The main character apologizes for the wait. Lin Jian leans on the car and says that it's okay, since everything is assembled. It means they'll be leaving soon. Several people gathered near the car. Someone opens the car door. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. A huge portal is activated, which is located near them. The main character looks at a large portal near him. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. Lin Jian smiles and asks the main character if he is surprised. Yan Jinming says that the main character will be surprised when they get to another world. Many people are heading towards the portal. Particles of violet energy fly near the main character. Liu Yan asks the main character where he is looking, and then asks him to go faster. He goes inside the portal. He falls into the black void. A huge tower is located in the middle of the square. The main character sinks to the stone floor. He wonders if they have arrived. Lin Jian said with a smile on his face that almost everyone experiences discomfort when they pass through a spatial rift, but nothing can be done. Liu Yan says that he still remembers how he vomited, and then says that it seems that this guy is not like everyone else. The main character looks away. The protagonist notices pink bubbles near him. He thought that they had really fallen out of the rift. Bubbles rush towards the protagonist's hand. The system informs the protagonist that he has received an empty bubble. The main character looks out the system window and asks if this bubble is really empty. He raises his head up and thinks that now his morale has improved and he won't have to bend down to pick them. Otherwise, before he looked like he was planting potatoes. He adds that he just arrived and already received an empty bubble, so it seems that the other world is friendly to him. Lin Jian hugged the main character and asked him why he was frozen. The commander shouts across the entire square, "Welcome to another world." The main character turns back. He looks at the tower and says that they really just appeared from there. Yan Jinming says that this is the well-known Tower of Great Power. It is located in the center of the city and all the local people draw energy from it. The main character thought that this tower is known to everyone, and then adds that it looks original. A gray-haired girl with a scarf over her face and bunny ears chooses her groceries at the counter. The main character asks what's wrong with that girl. Yan Jinming replies that this is a bunny girl and she is one of the beast people. He takes a closer look at the protagonist and tells him that he is somewhat similar to her. The protagonist replies that this is not true. Yan Jinyu hits his brother on the back of the head and tells him to stop pestering Wang Teng. He tells the girl that it's nothing, they are just having an intellectual conversation. Liu Yan notices that there are so many people here. The main character looked at the girl and blushed. The red-haired girl says that not only beast people, there are also dwarfs, giants, and sea people. She adds that when they arrive at the local Polar Star branch, then she can show him some techniques. The main character puts his hand on the back of his head and says that if the planet Earth and the other world live in peace and harmony, then why can they calmly come to them? But they can't come to them. The red-haired girl crossed her arms on her stomach and said that once there was one strong fighter who wanted to go into the rift, but he was seriously wounded and, due to the reaction of the rift, almost lost his life. Indoors, a man in a hood is sitting at a table. Someone opens the gate leading into the room. Lin Jian says that this is the branch of the North Star in another world. There is a bar counter in the room. A girl with a tray carries the order of a man in a cap. The commander adds that here you can take on missions and train, as well as sell battle trophies. Someone present notices that Ling Jian brought a newcomer to them. Another person asks if this is the same guy. Another person says that this new guy looks inexperienced and how did he become a martial artist at such a young age. The commander asks the people sitting at the table what they even know, and then adds that this is the champion of this year's Dunhai martial arts exam, and the owner of the hall personally asked to take him to the team. One of the people at the table asks if he is really so young, and is already a champion and has even become a master. The main character lowered his gaze. The commander hugs the protagonist and with a smile on his face says not to listen to them, because they are not saying this out of malice. He asks to go with him so that he can tell general information about another world. They enter a room where a black ball is levitating and someone is sitting in a chair next to it. The commander shouts to Haishu that he has brought a newcomer to him and needs to show him the heritage stone. He asks the protagonist to place both hands on him. The main character stands near the heritage stone and wonders if it is a magical thing. The main character touches the ball with his hand. He opens his eyes wide. The ball begins to glow strongly. The main character looks at his hand and asks if he has already learned the language of another world. The blonde asks the main character if this is great, and then adds that they will wait until he rests, and then they will go hunting outside the city. The full moon is in the middle of the night sky. The commander goes into the forest with his squad and says that the dark misty forest in front of them is the goal of their journey, and there may be many star beasts here, so you need to be careful. The protagonist and Liu Yan look at him. The commander says that first you need to put on infrared goggles. A squad of fighting tigers walk between the trees. The main character looks around and says that there is such a gloomy atmosphere here. He opens his eyes wide and the commander shouts for everyone to stop. Liu Yan sits down and the red-haired girl asks what it is. The commander says that there is wind wolf excrement here. The main character and the red-haired girl made surprised expressions on their faces. Yan Jinming sits down and pays attention to the shape, color and smell. The commander with a hammer in his hand says that they look fresh and he has clearly been here recently. He looks at Yan Jinming and the protagonist, and then tells his team to be careful, because wind wolves travel in packs and if you meet them, there will be trouble. A red-haired girl looks out from behind a tree and says that 7-8 wind wolves live here and hunt together. Yang Fei puts his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and says that wind-type star beasts, such as wind wolves, are very fast and can work together. He adds that this is the first time their brother Wang Teng has arrived in another world, so they shouldn't take any risks. Yan Jinming stands in front of them. A snake jumped on him. He cut it into 2 parts. The commander asks if everything is okay, and Yan Jinming replies that it's just a snake and the star beasts are not visible yet. Lin Jian shouts to be careful. He shouts the direction for 6 o'clock and throws his hammer. Yan Jinming dodges the hammer. The hammer hits the wolf's head. In the dark, many red eyes are visible. Many wolves lurk in the shadows. The commander made a worried expression on his face. The wolf runs towards the fighting tigers team. Lin Jian clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that everyone needs to prepare for a fight. Yan Jinming shouts the word forward. The commander runs towards the wolves. He picks up his huge hammer. He swings his massive weapon. Yan Jinming concentrates flame energy into his sword and attacks with it, while his sister hits with green energy. Liu Yan shoots at enemies with pistols. She has a massive weapon behind her back. Several defeated wolves lie in front of her. The red-haired girl thought that she forgot about the new boy, and then asks the protagonist if everything is okay with him. The main character stuck a sword into one of the wolves, and the girl looks at him in surprise. Drops of sweat run down the protagonist's face, and he thinks that these star beasts have no protection. He adds that he is lucky because he just almost died. The red-haired girl looks at the protagonist and tells him that he has well-developed strength and fighting skills. The main character smiles and says that it's nothing special. Lin Jian says that the champion of the martial arts exam cannot be a weakling. The main character sits down and says that they need to act quickly, after which he adds that soon other star beasts will come to the smell of blood. He looks out the window of the system with a smile on his face and thought that a lot of great power fell from these wolves with the element of wind. He adds that this is also an increase in teamwork skills. The protagonist looks at the commander and thinks that unfortunately there is no great power here, and he has long been jealous of the great power with the element of gold Lin Jian. But it seems that he did not use it to kill wolves. There is a transparent ball next to the protagonist. The main character receives a notification that he has received the Wind Walk combat skill. He smiles and thought that wind wolves could also drop combat skills. The red-haired girl exhales and says that it's a pity that none of these wolves had a star core. She adds that you can only sell their fangs and fur. Ian Jinming with a smile on his face says that after all, this also costs money. The commander says that he decided that they would rest tonight and tomorrow morning they would go to the Valley of the Wind. The red-haired girl asks if it's about tracking down the unicorn that was seen last time and wonders if it's too early. The commander with a serious expression on his face replies that before going there, he wanted to check the protagonist for a couple of days. But now he has seen what he is capable of, so there is no need to do this. The red-haired girl tells the others to wait. Liu Yan shouts that the unicorn is one of the 3 main star beasts. He is very cunning. She adds that even if they attack all together, they will not be able to kill him, and one little carelessness can destroy everyone. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. Yan Jinming tells the protagonist that he didn't tell him anything about the dark misty forest, and then asks if there are any questions. He says that this forest is divided into an outer, middle and inner ring, and there is also a mysterious zone and a forbidden zone in the very center. He draws a map with a stick. He says that level 1-3 star beasts live in the outer ring zone, level 4-6 star beasts live in the middle ring zone, and level 7-9 star beasts live in the inner ring zone. Yan Jinming says that the mysterious area is a very harsh area, where Lord level star beasts live. He pokes the stick in the middle of the map. Yan Jinming exhales and says that each of them is equal in strength to a martial artist, and as for the forbidden zone, not a single person has returned from there alive. The commander says that they are now in the outer ring area. They saw the unicorn 3 days ago, but they ran out of supplies and returned to replenish them. Lin Jan says that this unicorn is very rare, so it most likely has a star bone, and if they can track it down, they will earn a lot of money. He asks the protagonist what he thinks. The main character smiles and says that he would really like to see a unicorn, but he is unlikely to be able to help them cope with such a stellar beast, only if he covers them. The commander shouts that in this case, tomorrow morning they will leave for the Valley of the Winds. The Fighting Tiger team raises their fists in the air and shouts cheers. In the middle of the forest there is a rocky area with a river. A boar with 2 tusks stands near the river. The commander tells Wang Teng that this is an earthen boar, a level 1 star beast, and the protagonist must deal with it on his own. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, replies that he understood, after which he thought that this was his test. The main character shouts and calls the boar a piece of meat. The ground boar pays attention to the cry. The main character takes out his sword and shouts to the boar to look here. The boar's eyes turn red. A wild boar runs towards the protagonist. Yan Jinyu asks the commander if he can defeat this boar. Lin Jan says that this should not be a problem for him, then asks how long he will fight him. Liu Yan with a smile on his face asks what they will argue about. The commander with a smug smile offers 10 yuan stones. The red-haired girl smiles and says that she thinks he will kill the boar in 5 minutes. The blue-haired girl says that it is known that Wang Teng is very fast, but she does not know how strong he is and how he breaks through defenses, so she bets for 10 minutes. Yang Fei lifts her chin with her hand and says that she will leave it for 12 minutes. Yan Jinming raises his finger up and says that he also wants to and adds that he can handle it in 9 minutes. Lin Jan smiles contentedly. He raises his finger up and says that he bets that he can handle it in less than a minute, and asks to prepare his pebbles. The main character made a serious expression on his face. He dodges the boar's attack and shouts to his comrades that they really bet on him. The main character raises his sword up and calls his comrades vile. He hits an earthen boar with his sword. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that it seemed that this scaly armor was similar to steel, and was it really impossible to penetrate it? The main character jumps away from the enemy's attack. He thought that this beast has one method of attack and the only feature is thick skin. The protagonist dodges another boar attack. He comes behind him and prepares his sword to strike. It concentrates blue energy into the sword. He makes a thrust with his ice-covered sword at the boar. The boar growls loudly, scaring the birds around. The main character stands in front of a defeated boar. The commander laughs and shouts that he managed it in less than a minute, so they need to give their yuan stones. Yan Jinming and Liu Yun look at the commander with concern. The red-haired girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face says that this guy used such a mean trick. It's not fair. She and several other team members descend on the protagonist. The red-haired girl tells the protagonist that he just won not with the help of great power, and then asks what kind of technique it was. The main character puts his hand on the back of his head and with a smile on his face says that he is just a first-level Star Master. The amount of great power he has is limited and he saves it. The main character says that he thinks that this technique is very convenient, and in the future he will use it often and call the technique the Millennium of Pain. The red-haired girl covers the face of the blue-haired girl. Liu Yan, with a red face, shouts that there is no need to use it in front of their eyes. The commander laughs and tells the protagonist to take the tusks and scale armor of the boar. He looks back. The bald guy tells the protagonist that he seems to have found a star core. The commander shouts that this is indeed a star core, and then adds that the protagonist is a very lucky guy. The commander gives the core to the main character and tells him not to show it to anyone, and then adds that they are now leaving for the Valley of the Wind. The main character thought that as long as he killed only 3 star beasts and obtained 2 star cores, fate favored him. Air currents diverge through the gorge. The commander with a huge hammer in his hand notices something. He says with a serious expression that there were people here. Yan Jinming says that's right, there are human traces here, and are they going there in vain? The red-haired girl asks if they still need to go to this valley. The bald guy says that if they meet their opponents there, the battle will be fierce, because they don't know how strong they are. The commander says that they will go and adds that they still need to look, and their squad has no one to fear. He says to head forward and the whole squad follows him. They go further along the gorge. The commander tells everyone to prepare for battle, and then adds that the last time he saw a unicorn, he was far ahead. A dark silhouette watches the squad. He makes a jump towards the squad. The main character notices movement. The energy is directed towards the red-haired girl. With a surprised expression on her face, she wondered if she would have time to dodge. The main character shouts carefully. He stands in front of the red-haired girl. The protagonist clenches his teeth, and a drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The main character repels an attack with a sword. A lot of smoke gathers around. The main character is pushed back. The protagonist made an angry expression on his face. Several clots of blue energy are directed at the main character. Many clouds of smoke emanate from the protagonist. The red-haired girl shouts the protagonist's name. She asks if everything is okay. The protagonist's shoulder is frostbitten, and he says that if it weren't for the combat suit and power shield, he would not have gotten off so easily. Liu Yan blushed and thanks the main character. He says now is not the time for thanks. The main character asks if this is the same unicorn that was discussed. The commander replies that yes, it is him. A huge rabbit with a horn stands at the top of the gorge. The protagonist, with confusion on his face, was surprised because it was a rabbit. The red-haired girl shouts that she didn't expect them to be attacked by him. Yan Jinyu shouts with a surprised expression that the unicorn is injured. She reports that there is blood on his left side. The commander says that apparently this was done by the people who were before them, and because of the wound he became aggressive. Lin Jian throws his hammer and shouts that they will kill him while he is weakened. The hammer leaves a trail of gold behind it. A huge hammer flies past the unicorn. He quickly rushes towards the squad. The commander stands near the rabbit with an axe in his hands, and Yan Jinming and Yan Jinyu stand behind him. The commander pushes away from the rabbit. He gritted his teeth and wished the unicorn death. A unicorn with red eyes stands opposite the squad. Several bullets head towards the rabbit. He closes his eyes as the bullets hit his body. A red-haired girl with a smile on her face shoots from her machine gun. Lin Jian attacks the unicorn with his axe and commands it to go forward. Yang Fei throws a stone at the enemy. The flame attack shoots straight at the rabbit. A huge cloud of smoke appears around him. The main character closes his eyes and thought that they had defeated him. The bald guy shouts that the rabbit wants to run away. The rabbit runs away, leaving a blue trail behind it. The main character strikes with his sword and a blue wave of energy comes out of it. She rushes straight at the unicorn. The commander shouts to the protagonist not to let him escape. The main character stands in the way of the rabbit. The protagonist makes several attacks on the enemy. He hit the rabbit in the face. Lin Jian shouts that he won't last long. Everyone in the team works harmoniously. The unicorn concentrates a ball of blue energy on its nose. The red-haired girl screams that everything is bad. Many streams of energy gather around the ball. The commander shouts that this beast wants to kill them even with his own life. A red-haired girl shoots an enemy with a pistol. A bald guy throws a stone spear. Many attacks rush towards the unicorn. The commander shouts to move aside and jumps on the rabbit, his weapon shrouded in golden energy. He performs a strike using the gold elemental technique, Mountain Peak. A powerful blue beam emanates from the unicorn. He rushes straight into the wave of energy that the commander launched. The floor splits and a lot of smoke appears. The main character covers his face. Someone is in the middle of a crack, and the main character wonders if everyone is alive. The main character runs and shouts asking the commander if everything is okay. The commander sits on the floor and replies that he is more or less and adds that he is a little wounded. He asks what about the others. A bald guy and a blue-haired girl are hiding behind a stone. Yan Jinyu shouted that they were here. The red-haired girl lands on the ground and says that it seems no one was seriously hurt. Lin Jian tells the main character to go see if that beast is dead. The squad heads towards the defeated monster. The commander looks at the rabbit and says that it seems to be dead. The bald guy says it was hard. Lin Jian tells Yang Fei to go and see if there are star bones there. The bald guy replies that it's good. The protagonist smiles and says that Brother Yang has decided to become a butcher. The bald guy resolves the unicorn body. The red-haired girl smiles and tells the main character to let him show his talent, because this activity is clearly suitable for him, so he needs to be more patient. The bald guy cut the unicorn. Yang Fei shouts that he has found a star core. The commander shouts that it's great. This is a level 3 star core and it can be sold for a lot of money. The bald guy holds a glowing stone in his hand. He notices something. He notices a green glowing bone inside the unicorn and says that it is a star bone. The bald guy with a smile on his face says that there really is a star bone here, and then he laughs and tells the commander that they can leave. Yan Jinming says it's true. The commander asks to let him see it too. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He asks the commander if they are a squad of elite soldiers and why they are excited at the sight of the star bone. Lin Jian asks the main character if he is tired of chatting, after which he says that they have been looking for such a bone for many years. He looks as if he is not happy at all. The red-haired girl tells the protagonist that he probably doesn't know how much a star bone is worth. The main character answers that he knows and says that he passed the martial arts exam with flying colors, and the heads of the education bureau gave him a star bone as a reward. Liu Yan, with incomprehension on her face, thought that you would die of anger if you start comparing yourself with others. The main character looks towards the unicorn. The bald guy shouts that he took it out and adds that it is a femur. Lin Jian says to quickly let him look. He takes the bone in his hands and says that it is good. The main character smiles and tells the commander that saliva is flowing from his mouth. He thought that the cheerful landscape had changed to a sad one. The squad is standing in the middle of the gorge. The main character asks the protagonist how much money they can get if they sell this bone. The commander replies that they will send it to an auction house and will be able to sell the bone for 700-800 million, and maybe for $1 billion. The main character says that it is so expensive. The main character looked thoughtfully and thought that it seemed that the head of the education bureau was really an important and rich man. Feathers fly next to him, and the protagonist makes a surprised expression on his face. The man on the huge bird tells the squad that they are very brave guys and got what belongs to him. The main character says that this guy didn't do anything when they killed the unicorn, and it turns out that he wants to get the reward for nothing. The commander says that he speaks the common language of the Sini continent, and is most likely a local resident. The commander clenches his weapon in his hand and says that it looks like a fight is inevitable. He asks with a shout whether this is too arrogant and says that he really can't kill the unicorn himself and doesn't allow others to do it either. A man in a white mask on a bird crosses his arms and says that, in fact, this rabbit belongs to him. He looks at the squad members and asks them what they want to do, after which he commands his bird named Zio Hai to kill them. The bird makes several strikes and wind waves rush towards the squad. The squad is preparing to take the blow. A huge cloud of smoke rises. The main character covers his face. The bald guy shouts that it is again a star beast with an airy style. The commander commands Liu Yan to shoot him, and the protagonist to quickly shoot with a bow. The main character shoots from a bow. The tip of his arrow is ice cold. The commander orders him to kill the rest, otherwise the rest are screwed. Arrows and bullets rush towards the bird. The red-haired girl shouts to the commander that he dodged. The commander gritted his teeth and thought that this guy was sure that they would not reach him. The guy in the mask laughs and tells the squad that if they are even a little smart, then they should give the loot here or die instantly. Lin Jian screams and asks him if he is going to kill them simply by using wind blows. He adds that the guy should go down and fight one-on-one, and not hide behind this bird. The guy on the bird takes the flare gun and tells the squad that they are going to die. He fires a rocket launcher and shouts to taste his fire. The rocket flies towards the squad. The bald guy covers the squad with a stone and shouts that this is a fire cannon. You need to hide behind cover. An explosion occurs, followed by a cloud of smoke. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that this gun is very powerful and expensive, and it seems that this scoundrel constantly carries it with him. The guy on the bird laughs and fires the fire cannon a few more times. A lot of smoke comes from the explosions. Several explosion holes appear. The main character says that his whole body hurts. He exhales and says that the main thing is that he is alive. He sits down and asks what's wrong with the commander and the others. The guy in the mask comes down and says that he is the survivor. He crosses his arms and says that it seems he took advantage of the moment and snuck away to save his own skin. The masked guy tells the protagonist that his teammates are probably dead, then laughs. Blood pours out of the main character's mouth. The guy in the mask asks the protagonist what he pulled out of that unicorn's body, and then asks who carried those trophies. He adds that if he says it, he will think about saving his life. The main character asks the masked guy if he killed them. The masked guy asks the protagonist if he wants revenge, and then says that he advises him to answer his questions. Otherwise he will die a miserable death. The protagonist grits his teeth and tells the enemy that he talks a lot, just like a grumpy old man. A guy in a mask with an angry expression on his face shouts to the protagonist to say goodbye to life. He shouts to the protagonist that he himself wanted this, so he will help him die. The main character thought that now was the right moment. He sends out an icy blast of energy using the power of thought, Meteor Castle. The guy in the mask wonders what this power of thought is. He concentrates golden energy in his hands. He tries to repel the protagonist's attack. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, shouts and commands to split up. The main character's attack is divided into many small parts. The masked guy pushes away after the attack. The main character tells the enemy that he is not strong enough to kill him. The main character holds a red-haired girl in his hands and carries her to the others. He puts her on the bed and says that they are all seriously injured and unconscious. He thought that young Fei was especially hard. The main character thought that the explosion had injured his leg. He sits down near the rocket launcher and thought that ordinary people cannot use the fire cannon. But this guy can. The main character exhales and thought that it doesn't matter, the main thing is that everyone survived. He holds a ring in his hand and thought that this spatial ring and its resources would be useful to him. He adds that this guy is really rich. The main character looks out the system window and thought that he had found a mid-level attribute with wind elemental techniques. He adds that in the internet of the martial arts hall, such attributes and corresponding martial techniques are worth a huge amount of money. A system window appears congratulating you on receiving the Wind Spirit Mastery Technique and the Spring Wind Claws skill. The main character rests his chin and thought that this guy gave him equipment and combat skills, and then wonders if the more you kill, the richer you become. The commander opens his mouth slightly. The main character approaches the commander and asks him if he feels better. The commander replies that he is alive, after which he asks what happened to the others. The protagonist says that they are still unconscious. The commander made a disappointed expression on his face. Linjan says that this is all his fault, and if he had decided not to engage in battle with him, then this would not have happened. The main character tells the commander that even if they gave their trophies to that guy, he still wouldn't let them go. The commander asks the protagonist how he was able to save them, and the main character opens his mouth. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face and he says that the guy thought that everyone was dead and relaxed, which is why he was open to a surprise attack. The commander replies that this is how it is, after which he says that then they will wait until everyone wakes up and they will go home. Young Fei hugs his daughter and asks her why she is crying, after which he tells her that dad is already back and everything is fine. His wife stands next to them. A bald guy tells his daughter that he will spend more time with her in the future. The main character watches them from the side. He thought that behind the beautiful picture of the life of a martial artist lies a huge risk, and if he wants to rise to the very top, he must become much stronger. The protagonist makes a stern expression on his face. The main character grabs the strap of his container and thought that enough chatter. He needed to turn the newly received materials into weapons. Above the entrance hangs a yellow sign with the inscription Master Lu's shop. The main character stands near the entrance. With anxiety on his face, he blew to see if he had come there. The main character peeks around the corner and asks if anyone is here, and then adds that a few days ago he agreed to create a weapon. Someone hits the workpiece with a hammer. A man in a bandana tells the protagonist to come in, but he will have to wait a little because he is striking iron. The shop owner puts down his hammer. He wipes his sweat with a rag and apologizes to the protagonist for having to wait so long. The main character replies that it's okay, after which Lu asks him to sit down. The shop owner smiles and introduces himself as Lu Zisheng. The main character tells the shop owner that he has a special name. The shop owner exhales and replies that his mentor gave him this name, after which he adds that he saw the drawings of the thing that the protagonist wants to make and asks if he brought the materials. The main character takes something out of his jacket and says that he brought it. He holds a ring in his hand. The ring glows brightly. The shop owner thought what kind of guy this is since he owns a spatial ring. Lu Zisheng says that these are really good materials, and with these two things he can make a special 6-star Lucien. The main character asks the shop owner if he really can forge a 6-star weapon. The shop owner says that these two things can be used as the main material, and then takes the materials. He asks whether the protagonist will buy the auxiliary materials himself or help him. The main character materializes more materials and asks which of these will be useful to him. The shop owner took a closer look at the golden ball. He looks at it and shouts that this is the golden ball of the sun and moon. The main character asks what it is and is it really some kind of rare ore. The shop owner looks through a magnifying lens to see that this is a very peculiar metal. It is quite heavy. He adds that it is very rare. Weapons for strong warriors are forged from it. The main character takes the ball and says that it is not heavy and for him it is a comfortable weight. The shop owner laughs and asks the protagonist to try to pour great power into him. Golden and blue energy emanates from the ball. The ball pulls the protagonist's hand down due to its weight. He clenched his teeth and thought that this ball was so heavy. The shop owner crosses his arms and says that, purely theoretically, the more force you put into the ball, the heavier it becomes and it can constantly get heavier. He crosses his arms and asks the main character if he is accidentally selling this golden ball. The main character says that he is not for sale. He says that although he cannot sell it, he wants to make a weapon out of it. Lu Zisheng opens the journal and says that no problem. The golden ball of the sun and moon is best forged into a heavy weapon, such as a battle axe, hammer, or fanxian hueji. The main character asks you to help him make building bricks. The shop owner shouts that this won't work. It's just an insult to the golden ball and a waste of resources. The main character says okay then, he will find another master who will do it for him. The shop owner came to terms with the protagonist's words. The bald man tells the protagonist that he will help him and asks him to come in 3 days. The main character leaves and thanks the shop owner, and then says that they will see each other in 3 days. Lu Zisheng says this guy is strange. The main character walks through the hall where there are many people. The main character thought that the auction was about to begin and he hoped that the unicorn star bone could be sold at a good price. A man in a fur coat with his hands in his pockets tells the guy with white hair next to him that he tried his best to get him an invitation to look at the light. He adds that he will soon meet many strong masters. He looks at the guy next to him and says that Wang Teng is just a brat and shouldn't take anything to heart. The guy answers that he knows and says that next year he will go to the best university and finish him off. The main character notices these two. A guy in a white t-shirt shouts to his father that this scoundrel Wang Teng is there. He clenches his hand into a fist and says that it's as if he came here on purpose. The father tells him that stop shouting, this is unacceptable, and he needs to be more serious. With a stern expression on his face, he asks questions about how this guy received the invitation and whether his family really tried. The son puts his hand on the back of his head and apologizes to his father. A man with glasses approaches them and asks Mr. Lai if he, too, has decided to take part in the auction. Mr. Lai notices that Mr. Zai is in front of him. He says that he took his unlucky son with him so that he could see how such events are held, and then asks Zai that he really likes some kind of lot and that's why he came here. The guy with glasses crossed his arms and said that he wants to make a new weapon, because he came to buy materials for it. He says that his son is probably going to go to university and asks if he took part in the martial arts exam. Mr. Lai says that his son is already a high-level martial artist and unfortunately, this year his participation in the exam was interrupted due to the meanness of one of the students. He will only be able to try again next year. The guy with glasses tells Mr. Lai that his son is quite talented and why should anyone bother him to pass the exam. The man in the cloak replies that the fact is that this man became the champion of the martial arts exam. And that's what's funny. He adds that it was Wang Teng. He also came to today's auction and didn't even say hello when he met. But you don't have to be so arrogant when you become a master. The main character stands away from them. Zai laughs and says that there are many such beginners. They become masters, and then they walk with their heads up. The man in the cloak smiles and replies that it is true. People like Wang Teng will sooner or later face someone who is stronger than them. He adds that you never know when your death will come. He tells Zai to go to the auction site and they leave. The main character eats chocolate chip cookies and thought that the auction would start soon, and then wondered why Ling Zhan and the others didn't come. A girl with red hair asks the main character if it is him. The protagonist turns around. He recognized this voice and manner of speech. He thought that this could be the sister of that Zhu Jai guy. The girl raises her hand in greeting. The main character asks Zhu Hui why she is here. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, He shouts to the protagonist that he asked his brother to find him, and then asks him why he does not answer messages, arrogant due to the fact that he has become a martial artist. The main character puts his hands forward and says that he has a lot to do lately and he just returned, and then apologizes and says that he simply did not turn on the phone. The girl asks the main character if he really thinks that she won't understand that he's lying, and then says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and he's somehow become callous. She adds that she will settle scores with the protagonist when she returns. A guy approaches them and asks the red-haired girl if this champion of the Dunhai martial arts exam is her first love. The girl raises her finger up and says that he is just an immature child and what kind of love can we talk about. She adds that he is just a regular stickler. The main character, with an upset expression on his face, thought about who the immature child is. The guy with brown hair tells the main character that since he is Zhu Hui's friend, he can consider him his friend too. He introduces himself as Zai Zhilong and calls the protagonist brother and asks him to come with them. Otherwise he will run into the big guys in the auction room. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that Zhu Hui called him an immature child and he can forgive her for this. But how dare this guy call him brother? The main character, leaving, waves his hand and says that it's not worth it, because he's waiting for his friends. Zai Zhilong with an angry expression thought that this guy was annoying him, because he wanted to use him to make a good impression on Zhu Hui. Someone approaches Zai Zhilong and asks him if it is him. The guy sees his uncle in glasses, who asks him if these are his classmates next to him. A guy with brown hair replies that yes, they studied together at Jiangnan University. He looks at the protagonist with a dissatisfied look and says that they also have a martial artist from Dunhai who lives off campus. Zai Zhilong addresses the protagonist by name. He shouts that Mr. Zai is a 3-star soldier and shouldn't the protagonist greet him and bow to him as a sign of respect. People at the auction admire such a high rank. The guy with glasses straightens his tie and says that it's unnecessary, and there are a lot of people here who can't even hold a candle to him. He adds that he heard that there was a misunderstanding between the protagonist and Lai Junheng, and as revenge, he forced him to refuse to take the martial arts exam. Zai Zhilong asks his uncle if he is joking. He points his finger at the protagonist and shouts that he thought this guy was just arrogant, but it turns out that he is also heartless. Zhu Hui shouts that there is nothing like that and Wang Teng is not like that. A guy with brown hair tied in a ponytail tells a girl not to let the protagonist deceive her. He asks where he is so sure that he is not that kind of person. Zai Zhilong, with an arrogant expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he really made Zai Zhilong refuse the exam. The main character eats bread and turns around. The main character puts food on a plate and says that since Lai Junheng said so, then he has nothing to answer. The man with glasses says that it doesn't matter who said what, but this behavior of the protagonist will make itself felt in the future if he becomes a powerful warrior. The main character takes a bite of bread and asks the man with glasses what he cares about this. The main character says that they don't even know each other, but he appeared out of nowhere and said a bunch of things that the protagonist is not aware of. With an angry expression, he asks Mr. Zai what right he has to do this. Zai Zhilong shouts and asks the protagonist if he has ever heard of respect for elders. With an angry expression on his face, he shouts to the protagonist that he is doing this for his own good, and he talks to him like that. The main character tells the guy that since he doesn't believe, he won't try to convince him, and then asks him if he really doubts his skills. Zai Zhilong tells the protagonist that being the best in the entrance exams, he must develop not only his skills, but also his morality, intelligence, and body, and then asks the protagonist what he does. Zhu Hui tells the brown-haired guy to stop and says he's gone too far. Zai Zhilong puts his hand on his chest and says that Wang Teng just insulted his uncle. Isn't that too much? He thought that the red-haired girl was still protecting this child. Mr. Zai tells the guy to stop and adds that if she wants to be friends with Wang Teng, please, they are different birds of a feather and you need to stay away from the girl. He crosses his arms and tells the main character that he himself chose this path, and the main thing is not to regret what he said when the time comes. Lin Jan appears and asks the guy with glasses if he is threatening a member of his staff. He hugs the protagonist with one hand and tells him that he has been here all this time, at the buffet table, but there is no hiding from them. The main character exhales and tells the commander that he was hungry while he was waiting and couldn't find a place for himself. Mr. Zai thought that this was a troop of fighting tigers. Lin Jan puts his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and, looking at the guy with glasses, asks if this is good old Zai Kun, and then asks him why he is threatening a member of his squad. The man with glasses shouts that jokes aside, Wang Teng is just a high school graduate, and he cannot be a member of the squad. He asks Lin Jan if he really thinks that he is afraid of him. The commander tells Zai Kun that he may not believe it, but Wang Teng was personally selected for their squad by the master of the Jinxing Martial Arts School. Drops of sweat are running down the face of the bespectacled man. He asks what's wrong and then adds that he just told him to behave normally so that he won't have problems in the future. He thought that if the master really liked this child, there might be problems with this. The commander laughs and notes that it seems Zai Kun spoke a little differently before. The main character agrees with the commander's words. Liu Yan asks the main character if this old man has offended him, and then says that they will sort everything out if you just ask. Lin Jan says, no matter how regrettable it is, it was Lai Junheng who was the only one who caused trouble during the exam, and now he is spreading rumors. Lai Junheng stands with an anxious expression on his face, beads of sweat running down his face. Lin Jan asks Zai Kun how he can behave like this without understanding the situation. The man with glasses shouts at Lai Junheng that they set him up, and the guy puts his hands forward and says that this is a misunderstanding. He puts his hand on the back of his head and tells Lin Jan that he was wrong. The commander asks him if he really thinks that this is enough. A man with glasses asks the commander what he wants. The commander replies that he needs to apologize to Wang Teng, and compensation for moral damage would also be helpful. Zai Kun screams and asks what kind of extortion this is, then says that this is the Bond family's house and asks what they will do to him if he refuses. Lin Jan replies that he can't do anything now, but they will get out of here someday. The man with glasses shouts to the commander that he is uncompromising as always, and then throws a bag of 30 stones to the protagonist as compensation. The main character catches the bag. He puts it in his jacket pocket and asks if all soldiers of this level are poor. The commander crosses his arms and asks Zai Kun to add 50 more stones with an angry look. A man with glasses asks the blonde man if he is sane. Lin Jan with an evil look tells the man with glasses that he will have the opportunity to check whether he is sane if he does not add another 50 grand. The man with glasses leaves and says okay, they still have their whole life ahead of them. Zai Zhilong asks his uncle to wait for him. The commander with a satisfied expression on his face says that there is not much time left and they have to go. The Bond family man has prepared something special for them. The main character answers that it's good. He tells Zhu Hui that he will go with his comrades, and the girl agrees. She tells the protagonist that he has such good comrades and she is envious. She stands in the middle of the hall and wonders why she has the feeling that he is no longer the Wang Teng she once knew. At the auction, prices are quoted at 20 and 50 million. A lot of people are holding up signs with numbers. Behind the glass on the second floor stands the commander of the Fighting Tigers. He exhales and says that there are so many rich people in the world and wonders why he can't be like that. The main character sits on the sofa and leans on his hand, and then says that it's true that the price of the previous lot made him doubt that they were spending money, and not leaves from the trees. The auction host shouts that the next lot will be of interest to many people. This thing has just been delivered from another world. A woman with purple hair brings an object covered with a red cloth. Behind the cloth is a bone that was obtained by Lin Jan's team. The auctioneer says that the femur is a 3-star unicorn beast with the element of wind. Auction participants discuss what is happening. One of the participants shouts that this star bone is a unique thing that must be purchased. Another auction participant laughs and says that no one will outbid him. The presenter says into the microphone that enough talk. The starting price of the lot is 500 million. Each bet adds at least 10 million. Auction participants quote prices of 500 and 550 million. The main character and the commander sit in a separate room and watch what is happening through glass. The main character, with confusion on his face, says that these people are crazy. The commander with a smile on his face exclaims that they will soon get rich. Yan Jinyu calls out the red-haired girl's name. Liu Yun shouts that they are rich and as soon as they receive the money they will immediately go shopping. The girls hug with joyful faces. The blue-haired girl shouts that it's been so long since she went shopping. Her hands are itching. The main character stood against a glass wall. Auction participants name prices up to 1.5 billion. He watches the auction participants and asks if this is the world of the rich. Someone names a price of 2 billion, and those present are shocked. The auction host knocks the gavel and announces that the lot has been sold. He reports that this star bone for 2 billion goes to their precious guest from the 8th box. Yan Jinming raises his hand and shouts that they are rich. The commander shouts that this is cool. The presenter with a smile on her face reports that this is the last lot for today. The sound of a shot is heard. The presenter covers her ears. One of the participants asks what happened. Another asks what is happening. Someone shouts, "Long live the truth." The guy with brown hair says that these are followers of the truth and you need to be careful. The presenter asks to stand in the rune formation and leave the building. The commander shouts that they are from a sect and adds that they will also enter the battle, so you need to take weapons. A detachment of fighting tigers moves forward. The commander commands to prepare for an attack. A blue barrier appears. People in robes fight with auction participants. The commander throws his hammer. He hits one of the villains. One of the villains shouts that some more pathetic people have come and they need to be killed, after which 3 people prepare for battle. One of the followers of the truth with red eyes shouts that insignificant people deserve to die. Lin Jian with a hammer in his hand shouts that everyone needs to disperse. He clashed in battle with one of the followers of truth. He clenched his teeth and said that he has good strength, but not enough power. The follower of truth tells the commander that now he will feel the power for himself. 3 followers of truth jump on the main character and the red-haired girl. Liu Yan asks the main character to cover her, after which he fires his pistols. Many shots are directed at the followers of truth. One of the followers of the truth dodged a bullet and thought that this girl was causing a lot of problems and we needed to deal with her first. The cult follower performs a jumping strike on the protagonist. The main character gritted his teeth, his body enveloped in fiery energy. It blocks the enemy's blue beam. An explosion occurs, causing a lot of smoke. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that this is a 3rd level Star Master. He is only 1 level higher, and the difference in strength is exactly that. A follower of truth with a sword shrouded in blue energy goes towards the protagonist and tells him that he is just a 2nd level Star Master, and then asks him where he got so much courage. The bullet flies straight at the man in the robe. A man dodges a bullet. He deftly maneuvers next to the main character and quickly found himself next to the red-haired girl. He tells her that she is playing with fire. The protagonist's eyes glow blue. He calls the follower of truth a scoundrel and shouts to him that he is his main opponent. The main character makes a jump. He shouts to the follower of the truth that he is his main opponent and raises his hand to attack. He throws a punch at the robed man, but he blocks it. The robed man jumps back. He asks the main character if he really wants to show his fearlessness, and then tells him to be braver and go to his death. Purple energy appears around the protagonist's hand. He clenched his teeth and said that the wolf, even when dying, will show its fangs. The main character asks the man in the robe if he really thinks that he is some kind of weakling, after which he strikes him, but the enemy blocks. The protagonist makes several blows in a row and knocks out the enemy's sword. A man in a robe falls to the ground and screams in pain. He calls the main character a fool while looking at him. He clenched his teeth out of anger. He leans on his sword and coughs. The veins on the guy's face swell and turn purple. He tells the protagonist that he used poison, and then adds that he cannot remove it from his body. He calls the main character a non-entity and falls to the ground. The protagonist is breathing heavily and thought that the poison of the demonic lotus was really very toxic. The girl with red hair tells the protagonist that he seems like a cruel guy. The protagonist smiles and says that this is not so and he is actually kind. Usually he wouldn't hurt a fly, but he can harm bad people. Liu Yan calls the main character a fool with a dissatisfied expression. The girl looks at the defeated follower of truth. She thought that his face was very dark and wondered if it was because of the poison. She smiles and calls the protagonist a cunning one. The main character puts his hand on the back of his head and with a smile on his face says that he is fighting seriously, so the poison was used in order to accurately kill the enemy. The girl with red hair leaves and says that she will go and help the rest of the group, and tells the main character to rest here. The protagonist opens the system window and says that now it was dangerous and adds that the enemy used medium-level water elemental techniques, and his sword skills were at the highest level. He concentrates fiery energy into his hand and moves past defeated enemies. He thought how cool it was to feel a surge of strength. He adds that there are so many skill balls on Earth and he will collect them all and then go to help the group. The commander makes a hammer blow. The main character lands on the floor next to the red-haired girl, and the commander, Lin Jian, says that they will consider that they have dealt with everything, but it is better to leave now. He says that it is unknown whether these thugs have reinforcements. A golden beam appears behind him. The commander shouts and asks what is happening. Someone shouts that the big guy Yu is dead. They need to run away from here. Even the level 6 Star Master Yu was killed, and the rest are no match for him. The main character tells the commander that this guy was so strong and they defeated him. The commander replies that we need to leave quickly. Followers attack auction participants. A man in a robe with a scythe attacks Zhu Hui, which is covered with a hand in which blue energy is concentrated. Beads of sweat run down her face. She thought that her own body was not listening to her and she would soon die. The main character attacks enemies with blue energy. He punches one of the followers of truth. Zhu Hui, with a look of surprise on his face, asks the main character why he is so strong and adds that he is stronger than the senior students from the university. The remaining followers of truth run towards the protagonist. The main character fights with a guy in a robe and shouts to the girl that she needs to leave quickly. A guy in a robe attacks the protagonist from behind. Zhu Hui shouts to the main character that the enemy is behind. Liu Yan fires his pistol. She struck the head of a follower of truth who attacked the protagonist from behind. The main character tells Liu Yan and Lin Jian, who came to the battlefield, that he knew that they would cover him. The main character tells Zhu Hui that he will go with the team because they still have work to do. He adds that he won't be able to be near her. The girl tells the main character to take care of himself. The team runs along the ground and the commander says that the trading house suffered big losses today and how good it is that they sold the star bone earlier and received the money. Lin Jian exhales and says that it's great that there are level 7 star masters among them and today they managed to avoid significant losses. The commander says that he will transfer the money for the bone later and tells the red-haired girl that she should not spend it all at once and should recover first. Liu Yan thought she knew about this and wondered why he was talking so much. Lin Jian tells the main character to go home too, because he doesn't need to fight these psychos. The main character tells the commander that he understands, and then runs away. He thought with a serious expression that the skill bubbles left by high-class masters were very valuable and rare, so he had to go back and find them. He mentally apologizes to the commander for his deception. The police arrived at the auction building. The main character put on a mask and a jacket with a hood. He thought that with such a disguise no one would recognize him, and besides, the auction house was closed. It was impossible to enter there. The protagonist pays attention to something. He looks at the two guys and mentally asks who these people are. The guy with brown hair turned his attention to the protagonist. He asks him which department he is from. The main character asks the guy what he's from, and then adds that he knows the rules and you can't ask that to everyone. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He assumes that it was one of the followers. The guy with brown hair puts his hand on the back of his head and says that he made a mistake and he was just accepted, so he doesn't know all the rules yet. The main character says that everyone should mind their own business and adds that they are equally disguised, and then asks if he thinks this will arouse suspicion. The guy says that the main character is experienced and thinks through everything better than him. The guy leaves and says he's gone and tells the protagonist that they will see each other at an abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs at 20. The main character, with an alarming expression on his face, thought that he seemed to have accidentally found out the place and time of the meeting of those sectarians. He turns around and thinks that he can't just go there. He thought that he should try to go around the building on the other side and look for more skill bubbles. He finds a bubble that is enveloped in pink energy. The main character extends his hand to him and says that hard work pays off. He adds that this bubble is large and was probably left by a very strong master. The main character opened his eyes wide. A system notification appears congratulating you that the sword talent is at the highest level, and the initial stage of swordsmanship is at the highest level. The main character raises his fists up and smiles. He cries and says that if you have high-level swordsmanship talent, you can quickly master all sword techniques and combat skills, not to mention the 13 sword styles. He adds that he earned it with sweat and blood, and if he missed such a bubble, it could be equated to losing a whole fortune. Such skills cannot be bought with money. The main character stops crying with happiness and says that as for the followers of the truth, he will leave a note for the guards, having done a good deed. Security guards check the area with flashlights in their hands. One of the guards points and tells the others to look there. There is something written there. He reads the contents of the note and reads information about a gathering of followers of truth in the southern suburbs at 20. A security guard with brown hair asks if this is true. The guard with blue hair says that whether it is true or not, they need to first report the note, because they themselves cannot investigate this matter. Lu Zisheng stall. The shop owner sees the protagonist and tells him that he has finally arrived. The main character grabs the case, and the owner of the shop says that it contains leucine and a brick, just as the protagonist ordered. The main character sits down at the table with the owner of the shop. Lu Zisheng says that leucine is a 6-star weapon of the highest level, and this ingot is a 5-star weapon of the lowest level. There is leucine and brick on the fabric. The main character looks at these objects with admiration. He closes the case and says that he is very pleased, and then calls Master Lu a top-level professional. The shop owner laughs and says that of course people in Lu's workshop don't deceive people. The main character leaves and says that he will go secretly today to meet the sectarians to try out a new weapon. Night light falls on the building. There are two people sitting in ambush. The guy with black hair says that he didn't think they were holding meetings in such a place, and it's good that they brought a lot of people here for an ambush. The guy with brown hair says that there are many criminals here who have already made a name for themselves, and the one who informed them about this is really a good person. The main character watches them from a tree. The guy with his hair tied in a ponytail says he thinks everything will go well today. The main character smiles and thought that they would be surprised if they knew who exactly gave such a chance. He concentrated the fiery energy in his hand with the stone and thought that he was tired of waiting. It was time to act. He quickly throws the stone. He runs straight towards the closed gate. Two people come out of them. One of them asks who is there, and the second commands them to look around. A policeman with his hair tied up holds a shotgun in his hands and says that they can't hide anymore. It's time to attack. The police throw a smoke grenade. They begin to shoot from ambush at the enemies. The main character watches what is happening. With a surprised expression on his face, he says that he has only seen this in a film about policemen and bandits. He looks down. He sees the cultists running away. One of them says that no one is following them. The other says that no one cares. The main character laughs while listening to their dialogue. He concentrates the energy in his hand. He swings his brick. Police officers inspect the area with flashlights in their hands. A policeman with blue hair tells the commander that there is someone there. The commander replies that he is coming. There is a crescent moon in the middle of the night sky. A policeman shines a flashlight on three defeated cultists. A policeman with blue hair asks if a mysterious benefactor helped them. The police commander replies that it is possible, but he chose to hide his identity and not advertise his merits. The main character sneezes. He walks near the trees and asks if someone remembers him. He adds that it doesn't matter and the weapon works well, so tomorrow he will have to go to another world. People stand near a twisted tower. The main character holds his hand on the strap of the container behind his back. He looks at the ball in his hand and says that God knows when he will be able to accumulate enough spatial skills. He raises his head and thought that people from another world cannot pass through the rift. He adds that people from Earth are always ready to meet enemies and there are many weapons placed outside the gap. He wonders what they are protecting after all. The main character enters the headquarters. A guy with blue hair and a goatee asks why this newcomer from the Fighting Tigers team is alone. The masked guy next to him says that the Fighting Tigers recently lost one of their team members, so now they need to rest and restore their formation. The main character approaches the man behind the counter. Some of those present thought that this fool really decided to look for adventure. The main character says that he wants to rent a heavy armored car. The bald man behind the counter asks the main character if he is alone and adds that it is difficult for one person to cope with such a machine. The main character, with a smile on his face, thanks for the warning and says that he has thought about it. The bald man hands over the key and says that if the car is damaged, the damage must be compensated at full cost. The main character drives a car. He looks at the map and says that there is a town in the area where you can meet a variety of martial arts masters, including bandits, so it's better to wait until nightfall and go into the forest. The car stops near the forest. The main character gets out of the car. He's paying attention to something. He immediately changes his location, leaving only smoke in the previous place. The bandit with the sword asks where the guy ran. A bandit in a hood and a mask shouts that he is too fast, and then adds that before he could blink an eye, he was already gone. The main character is sitting on a tree. A masked bandit asks the boss what they should do. The boss orders us to split up and search. The main character thought that these people probably noticed him when he was passing by the city. The boss of the bandits with blonde hair commands everyone to disperse in different directions and look for him, and then orders them to immediately give a signal as soon as someone finds him. The main character thought that the power glow around these three showed that they were all first-level Star Masters. He adds that he still needs to find out why they are looking for him. The boss sits on a rock and asks where these two went and that guy hasn't been found yet. The main character, with a creepy expression on his face, asks the boss of the bandits if they are looking for him. The bandit boss turns around and thought that the enemy was behind him. He turns back, but the protagonist is no longer there. Something flies at the bandit, leaving a golden trail behind it. Lucine hits him square in the chest. The main character looks at him and thought that this guy is the strongest. The remaining two are weaker than him. Two other bandits run towards the boss. One of them asks the boss what happened to him. Lucine flies into the back of one of the bandits. It goes right through his torso. The hooded bandit asks what's going on here. The bandits shout loudly throughout the forest. The main character jumps from a tree near the defeated bandits. He smiles and says that this star bone Lucine made him the perfect secret assassin. The main character concentrates the flame in his weapon and says that it is time for intensive training. A month later, the main character sits on a tree and looks through the system window. He says that all his fighting techniques have been brought to perfection, and his strength skills are also close to ideal. He adds that he mastered all the techniques of the 3rd level of the Star Master so quickly that he is now not afraid of the 4th level Star Masters. The main character hears someone screaming. He says there is something there. He looks at the group of people running and wonders what those sounds are. He wondered if someone had collided with a star beast. People are running from a black tentacle with a purple aura. The main character looks at them and thought that this is the common language of another world, and it looks like this team is from there. The tentacle rushes towards the people. It grabs the guy in the bandana by the leg. The guy reaches out his hand to his fleeing comrades and asks to save him. The protagonist made a surprised expression on his face and wondered what was happening, because even he didn't notice. He activates spirit vision and then sees a purple aura. He opens his eyes wide in surprise. He sees a dark silhouette and thought that it was a black aura of great power. A drop of sweat runs down the main character's cheek. He asks, "What is it?" One of the unknown people jumps towards his comrades and shouts to be careful. A bald, muscular guy screams that it must be a dark beast. He asks where he even came from here. The hooded guy shouts that if they can't escape, they will face the dark beast and they will have a slim chance of surviving even if they fight with all their might. The girl with blue eyes says that this is almost impossible and they need someone to stay alive and report it. The main character thought about the dark beast and believes that, judging by their conversations, it is something terrible, and besides, information about it is quite important. He wonders if that black glow is the dark beast. The main character opens his eyes wide. There is no longer a silhouette in the same place. He thought that he was distracted for a second, and this devilry had already disappeared. 4 people stand in the middle of an open area. One of them says that we can't hesitate any longer and urgently need to run away from here. Another person says that as soon as they separate, they will be destroyed one by one. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that this mysterious thing had disappeared somewhere, and he had a bad feeling. He notices something. He turns around and makes a scared expression on his face. A dark silhouette sits on another tree branch. The monster with red eyes opens its mouth. The main character opened his mouth in fear. He falls to the ground. The monster jumps after him. The girl with blue eyes and the others heard a noise. The monster attacks the protagonist and breaks a tree branch. The main character throws Lucien at the enemy. There is an explosion in the sky and the enemy is not visible due to the smoke. The girl runs to the protagonist and asks him who he is. The main character says that now it doesn't matter who he is and adds that first we need to deal with this creature, and then they will talk. The bald man tells the girl named Loya that they can't trust this guy, because if he wasn't sent by the dark beast, then how did he end up here? The girl replies that they have no choice and first need to deal with the dark beast. The main character shouts to be careful because this creature is right above their head. The girl looks up and sees a monster. One of her comrades sends a wave of energy at the enemy. The monster repels the wave of energy with its attack. The bald guy shouts to attack everyone together and stones and fireballs rush towards the enemy. The enemy repels attacks one after another. He rushes towards the protagonist. The main character put a barrier in front of him. The monster attacks the barrier with its clawed hand. The main character thought that it was dangerous and if he had not blocked this blow, it would have torn his heart. He attacks the monster, but the enemy dodges. The main character, with an angry expression on his face, thought that the movements of this creature were too chaotic and he could not be distracted. Otherwise he would immediately lose sight of him. The girl asks the protagonist if he can see him. The main character answers yes, but he runs very fast. Someone is calling Loya. The girl looks in his direction. The guy, who was grabbed by the torso, reaches out to his comrades and asks them to help him. The guy in the hood shouts that Myo Lun is alive. The guy who was grabbed by the tentacle asks to save him. The guy in the hood runs towards him. The bald guy puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him to wait. The guy in the hood removes his hand and, calling the man Kun Kai, asks him what he is doing, because their comrade is seriously wounded and they need to help him. The bald guy puts on a serious expression and tells the hooded guy not to go there, there's something wrong with him. He adds that something strange is happening there and he is bleeding. The main character thought that this Myo Lun's body was glowing just like that beast's body. The guy's body glows with purple light. Loya says she will go there and check. She goes to her friend. She asks Myo Lun where he is injured and if he can go. She tells him not to worry, because now she will help him, after which she extends her hand to him. The guy opens his mouth and growls, his eyes turning red. The girl was taken by surprise. The girl's comrades shout her name with shocked faces. A girl attacks a guy in a bandana. His severed head falls to the ground. Someone jumps out of the bushes. The monster rushes towards Loya. He shouts that he was waiting for her. The girl turns around. Both her hands are engulfed in flames. The monster hits the girl. Their attacks clashed. The main character thought how quickly everything was happening. Loya attacks the monster. The monster burns after the girl's attack. The main character says that this is his chance. He makes a jump towards the enemy. He points his weapon at him and shouts that he will kill him now. There is an explosion in the sky. A drop of sweat runs down Loya's face and she thought it was all over. The monster attacks the girl with a clawed hand. The girl hits a tree. The monster stands right in front of the protagonist and the girl's comrades. The bald guy makes a surprised expression on his face. A monster with purple eyes opens his mouth. He is dressed in a kimono. The main character makes 2 attacks on it. He makes another strike at his enemy. He turns around and shouts to the girl's comrades to help her quickly. The hooded guy picks up the girl and carries her away while the protagonist fights the monster. Loya holds her forearm and says that she is alive. She gritted her teeth and said that this thing has assimilated with Maya Olan. The main character jumped away from the monster. He lands on the ground. The girl tells the protagonist that it seems useless to try to pierce his heart. You need to cut off his head. A powerful stream of violet energy emanates from the review. The main character shouts that they need to kill him, because this monster is no longer their comrade. The guy in the hood tells the protagonist that this is none of his business. He says that the monster has already assimilated with him and they need to let them deal with it themselves. He sends several fiery clots at the monster. They hit the target. The main character with a surprised expression on his face says that it was powerful. A bubble with a dark power skill appears next to the main character. With an anxious expression on his face, he wondered whether he would become evil if he picked it up, and at least the system did not deceive him. He touched the bubble and thought that he would first pick it up and then find out everything. The system congratulates you on obtaining dark skills and dark great power. The main character looks at his hand, which is enveloped in a purple aura, and wonders what it is. He thought that unlike other types of great power, this one emanated a feeling of coldness and darkness. He adds that 8 more bubbles with moral strength skills fell from him. But is this one with some kind of special dark force? The main character, with a look of incomprehension on his face, thought that mentally ill people lose bubbles with moral strength skills. However, in this case, bubbles with dark strength are rare, which means that these dark skills are not associated with psychological illness. A monster jumped out from the epicenter of the explosion. He lands on the ground. He stands with one hand and growls. He runs towards the protagonist. He reaches for it with a clawed hand. Loya cries to the protagonist to run faster. The main character makes a one-handed blow to the monster. The girl was extremely surprised by what was happening. The monster is lying on the ground. The bald man swings a club. He apologizes to his comrade, who was turned into a monster. He hits it. Loya exhales and asks if it's over. The main character asks the others if they know what this skill with dark power is. The blue-eyed girl asks why they would tell them about this. The bald man says that they need to quickly get rid of the corpse and leave. He packs the corpse, and the girl says that honestly, they know very little about the dark force and dark beasts. Perhaps they can get more information in the city after they give the report to the military. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He asks if they are military from their Shinwu continent or from Earth. The girl replies that the military of both sides should know about this and adds that this decree was promulgated 20 years ago. Both sides must be immediately notified of the appearance of a dark beast. The main character asks if the military is worried about dark beasts. The girl replies that they say that dark beasts have appeared before, but in recent years this has been happening more and more often. The military only recently revealed information about them. She adds that if you don't show up to the military today, they will find him themselves. Moonlight illuminates the city. Northern district of Yunchen City, headquarters of the Earth Forces. The protagonist's car goes to the city. The car is stopped at a checkpoint. One of the guards says that this is a specially protected area, and asks to get out of the car to present documents. The main character tells the guard that he is from the Martial Arts Academy, and he has important information. The security guard asks to see documents. The protagonist shows him the documents. The guard says that the identity has been confirmed, and then asks what happened. The main character shouts that he met a dark beast. The guard makes a shocked expression and asks you to follow him. There is a black and yellow sign hanging on the wall. A man in a fur coat asks the protagonist if he met a dark beast in a foggy forest. The main character replies that he came across a dark beast in a foggy forest, and there was a group of warriors from another world. He puts a bag with a part of the monster on the table and says that he took it for research. The man in the cloak says that this is a good job and reports that the corpses of dark beasts can infect other living beings if they are not removed in time. He smiles and tells the protagonist that Lao Fu told him that he is the champion of the Dunhai martial arts exam, and then asks if this is true. The main character was surprised that the man mentioned Lao Fu. The main character gets up from his seat and asks the man if he is also from Dunhai. The man replies that Lao Fu is an old friend of his. He tells the protagonist that he is his favorite. The main character asks General Shen what this dark beast is. The general asks the protagonist if he knows about the expansion of the martial arts exam this year, and he answers that he knows. The general says that as the protagonist knows, they are dealing with these dark creatures. Many fighters died in battles with them, so they are expanding recruitment. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He puts his hands on the table and says that if confronting dark beasts is a problem in another world, then why do they put so much effort into it? The general replies that he can only say that it is also unsafe on Earth and sooner or later they will also suffer. The main character opens his mouth and thought that it's clear, that's why the spatial rift is heavily guarded. General Shen waves his hand and says why else would the martial artists be sent to another world. He adds that the more privileges they have, the more responsibilities they have. With a smile on his face, he tells the protagonist not to worry, because students do not have to go to the front line. He adds that there are those who are chosen for clerical work in the rear. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asks how things are on the front line. The general answers the protagonist what he will see when he enters the university and adds that the dark beast he met was of the lowest level, but the dark beasts of the highest level are frightening with their mere appearance. The main character says that then he has one last question and asks where the dark beasts came from. The general replies that from the abyss. A few days later, the main character stands in the middle of a city street and says how tired he is. He exhales and thought that they sold all the materials they got from the killed star beasts, and now he has some money, so he needs to return home and visit his mom and dad. People near the main character talk about a fire in a luxury residential complex. The main character makes a wary expression on his face. He runs very quickly towards the building. The guy with pink hair asks if this guy is so young and already a martial artist. The guy with brown hair thought he was so fast. The main character grits his teeth and hopes that everything is okay with his parents. He runs past the women, one of whom says that she heard that there was an accident in the house of the rich Wang family. Another girl says that she found out that the head of the family killed someone, and the man's son became a martial artist to take revenge. The main character approaches Aunt Zio and asks her what happened at the Wang family house. The girl asks Wang Tang if it is, and then says that she went to look at Wang Fugui's house, but the man told her not to interfere. The main character exhales and says that it really didn't happen in his house. Aunt Zio tells the protagonist to go to his parents anyway, because their house is nearby. The main character smiles and says goodbye to his aunt. The girl says that the main character has somehow become too polite, and besides, he has become a master of martial arts. The girl in green clothes says that this guy is really promising, and it will be interesting to watch him in the future. Many people gathered near the burning building. Lizume looks at the fire and thought that she never thought that the Wang family would die in the fire, because Dudu is still so small. She presses her hand to her chest, thinking that she was probably killed too. She steps out of the crowd and yells at the man with green hair to stop. Lizume says that she is just a child and he should let her go. The little girl tells her aunt that she is scared. Lizume tells the girl not to be afraid, because her aunt is here. The green-haired man clenched his teeth. He points the spear at the girl. The girl says that no matter how strong his hatred is, the child is not to blame for anything. The green-haired man asks what about his parents, because they were also innocent, but when Wang Fugui killed them, no one even stood up for them. Lizume put her hand on her chest with a pitying look on her face. She thought that she saw that he was really hurt and she should not blame him for what he did. But the girl was not to blame. He tells the woman to move away and informs her that he will not kill her. Lizume says that she is sorry that this happened to his parents, but she cannot calmly watch the murder of a child. The man clutches his spear and says that too much talking means she will die. The man throws the girl to the ground and walks towards Lizume. He points the spear in her direction. The girl with glasses replies that she will not watch the murder of Dudu. He makes a dash towards the girl and tells her that then she will die. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. The protagonist makes a jump. He strikes the enemy. It lands far behind the enemy. He cut off the hand of the guy with green hair. Lizume makes a shocked expression. People watching what is happening have alarming expressions on their faces. The main character stands in front of his mother and tells her that everything is fine. With a gloomy expression on his face, he says that he has come. Lizume looks at his son with a surprised expression. The main character tells the guy with green hair that he doesn't care about his hatred, but if he even lays a finger on his mother, he will break his arm. He makes an angry expression and tells the villain that he will teach him a lesson. The guy with green hair says he holds on to the place where his hand was cut off and tells the main character that if he is not going to kill him, then he will die himself. The main character, with a gloomy expression on his face, asks the enemy if he is really resisting. The main character stands in front of the scoundrel and tells him that he is weaker than him and whether he wants it or not, he must obey him, so he gives him a chance to continue cultivating and training, so that later he can find and take revenge. He introduces himself as Wang Teng. The green-haired guy introduces himself as Yan King and tells the protagonist that he remembers him. He leaves the area of the burning house. He asks the main character and his mother if they are happy. Lizume says that it doesn't matter, the only thing that matters is that he should follow his heart. The green-haired guy walks away from the burning building. Dudu hugs the main character's mother. Lizume asks what if this guy doesn't cope with his problems and takes revenge on him in the future. The main character props up his chin and asks his mother if she wanted him to kill him on the spot and calls him cruel. Mom replies that of course not, and how can he even tell her that? The main character puts his hand on the back of his head and says that he is joking. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, thought that Mom should not have gotten involved with that martial artist. He adds that it's good that everything worked out and he was able to protect her. The remains of a burnt house lie on the ground. The police arrive at the building. The protagonist looks at the man with glasses and recognizes him as Captain Chai, and then says that they have met. The captain greets the protagonist and says that they are doing everything as usual, drawing up a protocol. He thought that this guy became a martial artist. Who would have thought? He turned his attention to the girl. Lizume puts her hand on her chest and says with sadness that her parents died. She adds that she is worried about her and asks if she can live with her. Captain Chai, with a smile on his face, tells the girl to take care of her. The main character, his mother and Dudu leave the territory of the burnt building. The main character turns around and asks his mother what she is going to do. Mom replies that Dudu's mother said that Wang Fugui's relatives are bad people and the girl should not be given to them. The main character says that it's good, then let the girl live with them, and if someone comes and makes a scandal, he will teach them manners. Lizume replies that he knows that the protagonist has become stronger, but still now he must be careful when going out. The main character says that he already said that, but they need to move to the area where families of martial artists live and offers to look after a house there so that a situation like today does not happen again. Loaders take things out of cars. Wang Shengguo tells his son that he began to be useful and bought them a house for 300 million, and then adds that even he has never had that much money in his life. The main character carries a box in his hands and tells his father not to worry, because he will be even more useful in the future. The main character's mother stands at the doorway and asks Dudu, who is peeking around the corner, what happened. The girl cries and says that she wants to go home because she misses her mom and dad. The main character's mother tells the girl to live with her aunt for a while because mom and dad are very far away now. The main character and his father are observing the situation. The girl says she's crying because she thinks that her mom and dad don't need her. Lizume hugs the girl and tells her that they love her more than anything in the world and they need her. Dudu asks why they didn't come for her and if they died. The mother of the family asks her husband if they can adopt a girl. Wang Shengguo exhales and says that Xiao Tang will have a sister, and this is not bad, so let him live with them. 3 days later, many people are standing in a luxurious hall. The man raises his glass and thanks everyone for coming to the banquet in honor of his grandson Wang Teng. One of the guests says that the old man has not lost his touch even in his years. The guests congratulate the protagonist. The main character stands with a serious expression on his face. Someone opens the door. Ju Wu makes a big smile. He comes inside and says that everything has just begun and he came on time. Wang Shenhun, the eldest son of the Wang family with gray hair. He asks the guy with dreadlocks who he is. Ju Wu leans on the bell and says that he is the one who brought the gift. The main character thought about the bell with a serious expression on his face. The main character stands opposite the guy with the bell. A courier named Ju Wu stood in the doorway next to the bell given to the protagonist's family. He took a round blue device from his pocket with his hand. From this device appeared a large hologram of an old man in a blue robe on a wheelchair. The old man folded his hands in front of him and said that he had not seen Wang Jinsung for a long time. Wang Jinsung tensed and frowned, clenching his teeth, sweat running down his face. He stood at the top of the stairs. The head of the family called the old man in the hologram by the name Jin Jiangping and asked if he had died then. Jin Jiangping smiled slightly and looked at him, asking if he shot him then. All the guests at the banquet looked at the hologram. The old man shouted that he was very lucky and they should have put more bullets into him, after which he began to laugh loudly. Wang Jinsung frowned and looked at him angrily. He said that he was allowed to live so many years in vain. After that, he asked if Jin Jiangping decided to find him to take revenge. The old man smiled evilly and answered in the affirmative, saying that he had no chance before. But now the Jin family is much stronger than the Wang family, so he came to get even with him. Wang Teng frowned and shouted to the old man that it was he who kidnapped his son last time. Jin Jiangping looked up at him and coughed, after which he said that he did not have much time left. He would still take the Wang family to the next world. He ordered his subordinate Ju Wu to present the gift. The guy obeyed him and put the hologram device in his pocket, and then raised the bell. Wang Shengguo looked at him angrily and ordered to call people here while he detained him. Ju Wu was already standing with a bell in the middle of the hall. He was surrounded by strong men in formal suits. The guy grinned and chuckled, saying they were presumptuous. Lifting the bell onto his shoulder, he jumped and hit all the guards in the air. As soon as Ju Wu landed on the floor, he threw the bell. A huge monolithic gift flew straight. The bell rushed straight towards the stairs where Wang Jinsung was standing. At the bottom of the stairs stood Wang Teng, who immediately reacted. He jumped up to the bell and kicked it so that it would not fall into his family. His grandfather Wang Jinsung looked at him in shock and shouted his name. The main character's parents were also taken aback and called out to him. The courier lowered his head. Only his smile was visible from under his cap. He said he waited until Wang Teng appeared. While the main character was standing at the other end of the room, Ju Wu jumped towards the bell. He hit it with his fist, pointing it in the other direction. The main character chuckled and waved his hand, which was surrounded by fire. With his hard fist he struck the brass bell. Then, he stood on the floor and kicked the bell. Now the monolithic gift was flying towards Ju Wu. At this time, the main character jumped high into the air. He launched another kick, but this time it was in the air. At breakneck speed the heavy bell began to rush down. Ju Wu frowned and raised his gaze. No one reported to him that the guy had the first level of Star Master. He didn't understand how he could do this. The giant bell, leaving a trail of fire behind it, fell down, breaking the floor. All the guests looked at this in shock, their mouths open. As the smoke screen began to evaporate, everyone saw that Ju Wu was holding the bell with huge earthen hands. His glasses were cracked and sweat was dripping from his face, but he was able to catch it. Wang Teng jumped onto the bell from above, causing a long roar to be heard. He looked down arrogantly and asked Ju Wu if he was still standing. The guy bared his teeth, barely holding the multi-ton bell. He called Wang Teng naive and said that he was a master of the earth style, and could not handle his strength. The main character lowered his head and asked if he was sure. He placed his foot on the bell and pressed harder. Then he asked how he was now. The enemy immediately felt the pressure. He tensed. Blood was coming from his mouth. He could not understand why it became so much heavier. Trying to stay on his feet and resist Wang Teng's pressure, he asked how this was possible and where such strength came from. Ju Wu's face began to dissolve and his glasses cracked. In the end, he could not withstand the pressure and fell, sending a shock wave from the bell. The main character stood on top of the bell. He was surrounded by a fiery aura. The guests looked at him, their mouths open in surprise. Wang Teng jumped to the floor with ease and grace. He pointed towards the bell and asked the staff to clean up since Ju Wu was dead. The guy took a few steps forward and threw his arms in the air, saying that it was a great show. He informed the guests that the show was over and they could return to their food and drinks. Everyone immediately started praising him and saying how cool he was. Wang Teng smiled, closing his eyes. The guests looked at the main character with admiration. The girl with purple short hair said that her cousin was much more handsome than the cutest guy in school. The pink-haired girl blushed and said that Wang Teng was so cool. The guy with blue hair agreed with her and said that compared to him, his classmates were just non-entities. Wang Jinsung walked up to his son Wang Shengguo, who was hugging his wife, and said that he had raised a good son. They turned to him and his grandfather said that Wang Teng is very talented. He will achieve a lot in the future. Wang Shengguo replied that he was such a fool. Wang Jinsung smiled softly, laughing, and told him to take care of his son, because with such a guy, the Wang family will prosper. They have already become much stronger. The old man frowned and stopped smiling when he realized that the most important thing at the moment was Jin Jiangping's threats. He was already on the verge of death, and therefore must have gone crazy. Wang Teng was holding a glass of drink when he noticed his grandfather's thoughtful face. He turned to Wang Jinsung and asked him not to worry. The main character approached his grandfather and said that he thought that Jin Zhongping would dare to openly come to Dunhai, because he had entered the Huanhai Military Academy, so he was not afraid of him and they could rely on him. Wang Jinsung smiled happily and closed his eyes, saying that his grandson would help solve his grandfather's problems, and the Wang family was lucky to have Wang Teng. The main character looked at his grandfather and asked what happened to Jin Zhongping. Wang Jinsung said that this was several decades ago. They lived in the same village and were friends, then they left together to look for work. Two guys hugged and walked towards the sunset. The heroes were always attracted to beauties, and they both fell in love with Grandma Wang Teng. She was a young girl with long hair and a ponytail that blew in the wind. She chose Wang Jinsung and they started dating. Jin Zhongping immediately turned his back on Wang Jinsung and hated him. He clenched his teeth and bared his teeth viciously. After that, he wanted to kill Wang Teng's grandfather, but he was careless and Wang Jinsung struck first. He shot him with a black pistol. The grandfather looked at his grandson and said that he didn't think that Jin Zhongping could survive. Wang Teng smiled awkwardly and sweated, laughing nervously. He said that his grandfather greatly surprised him. Ju Wu asked to be released. He was tied to a chair and immobilized, with a guard standing next to him. Wang Shengguo looked at him and asked why he had not died yet. The main character looked at Ju Wu creepily and said that he simply stunned him. The beaten and exhausted guy raised his head and asked what he wanted to do. Wang Teng frowned, lowering his gaze to his face, and said that he would let him go when he answered his questions. Feeling hopeful, Ju Wu looked straight and asked if he would really let him go. The main character lowered his pupils down and frowned. He said that he had no choice, and if he did not tell everything, he would kill him. Ju Wu sighed resignedly and replied that he could ask him. Wang Teng walked closer to the guy and asked what he knew about Jin Zhongping. He replied that he is an ordinary person, but his grandson Jin Qinkang is a martial artist. Wang Shengguo frowned. His pupils constricted and his mouth opened slightly. The main character did not answer anything to this and said to continue the story. Ju Wu said that the Thunder Martial Arts Hall entered into an SS-level contract with Jin Qinkang. He became the disciple of the hall owner himself. He later became a 6-star martial artist. This provided the Jin family with strong influence. Everyone from the Wang family was shocked except for Wang Teng. The father and his friend were very surprised by this information, which was evident from their faces. Wang Jinsung frowned and said thoughtfully that even if one of these factors is discarded, it is still very dangerous. He looked down and his face turned pale. Now he understood why Jin Zhongping said that there was a genius in their family. This was Jin Qinkang. He turned to his grandson and asked if he was okay. The main character answered in the affirmative. He turned to his family and said that Jin Qinkang was given an SS-level contract, but he himself signed an SSS-level contract. His father and grandfather looked at him dumbfounded, trying to digest this information. Wang Teng smiled, slightly closing his eyes, and asked to give him time, and he would still show this guy what he was capable of. His grandfather Wang Jinsung put on a calm face and agreed with him, but said that before he reaches the peak of his strength, let him continue to train and fight with Jin Qinkang. The main character replied that he understood everything. Wang Jinsung leaned against him and asked what he would do with Ju Wu. Ju Wu heard this and shuddered. He immediately began kicking and screaming that they would let him go when he answered all the questions. Wang Teng smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth, and replied that he would keep his word. Ju Wu held his hand and hobbled away from their house. Wang Teng looked at him with eyes full of hatred. Wang Jinsung came up to him from behind and said that if you remove the weeds but do not pull out the roots, the problem will not be solved. The main character turned to him slightly and told him not to worry, because as soon as he left Dunhai, death awaited him. Ju Wu was already sitting on an empty plane, and a flight attendant walked past him. The guy was very angry. Sweat was running down his face. He shouted that this child does not understand anything, and when he returns to Sayadu, he will tell Jin Qinkang everything. He definitely went to professional killers to deal with the Wang family. Suddenly his heart began to pound and it stopped abruptly. Ju Wu screamed as the plane flew over the city. Wang Teng looked at the sky with a faint smile. Thinking that Ju Wu was already dead, he used the power of his mind to attach a silver needle to him, which pierced his heart. The guy was walking down the street and humming something to himself. He said it was time for him to go home and pack his things for school. The sky was blue, the sun was shining brightly. People were walking near the bus stop. The main character was wearing a blue sweatshirt and had a large bag with him. He looked at Huanhai Academy and said that it looks impressive and there are a lot of people here. His university life will begin soon. Wang Teng put his hands in his pockets and looked at the crowd of freshmen near the table. A guy with glasses was sitting at the table. Next to him stood a beautiful girl in a red and black suit with white hair. The girl pointed to a map of the campus and said that the martial arts faculty dormitory was divided into 4 blocks, A, B, C, D. Wang Teng took off the hood from his head and began to listen carefully to the information. First-year students live in Block D. There are 300 rooms. 4 people live in each room. That is, a total of 12 people can be accommodated. First-level star martial artists live in separate rooms in Block C. There are 300 in total, meaning 300 people can live there. In such rooms there is a bed on a tier. Under the bed there is a table and a wardrobe. The room is made in beige shades. The second and third level star martial arts star masters live in a block with good infrastructure, with a total of 200 rooms. It has large double beds and a beautiful interior with carpets and decorations. As soon as the students heard about this, their eyes lit up. The girl with white hair winked and said that Block is the most elite. 100 of the best masters live there. Most of them are 4th-year students. Their level is higher than 3rd, so students will have to try hard to get there. The guy with glasses said that the dormitories are shared between boys and girls. The freshmen who heard this immediately opened their mouths and were filled with enthusiasm. The girl pushed the guy with glasses into his laptop and said that they had misunderstood. She smiled and said that students of the same sex can live in the same room. Only the territory is shared. This immediately upset the students. The girl lowered her hands and talked about one rule. They can challenge one of the top 100 students, and if they win, they will take his dorm room. The academy employee picked up the tablet and offered to see how they were distributed among the rooms. She listed names in their rooms, all ended up in Block D. The main character listened carefully, waiting for his name and his room to be called. Without waiting for an answer, he approached the worker, began to take a piece of paper out of his pocket and asked which room he was in. She took the piece of paper and began looking for information on the tablet. She said in surprise that he lived in Block C, Room 1. This shocked not only her, but also the other students. The purple-haired girl looked at Wang Teng and said that she didn't know he was so cool. A dark-haired guy approached the main character and said that he was strong. Because none of the newcomers had ever entered the first room of Block C, Wang Teng did not understand what was wrong with this, and asked about it. The girl with white hair smiled and said that the first room in each block is a special place. The strongest student from the corresponding group lives there. She looked at the guy and said that he was the first newcomer who managed to occupy this room right away. He would definitely attract everyone's attention. She warned that many would want to attack him, so he needed to be careful. He looked at her silently and listened carefully. Then, the main character sighed wearily and said that in the worst-case scenario, they will organize a competition and everyone will understand that he is the strongest. He was already a 3rd-level master, so he had nothing to fear. The rest of the first years started to get angry. One of them said that this guy was pissing him off. Wang Teng continued to stand at the organizer's table. They decided to continue announcing the distribution of rooms and advised not to be late tomorrow. The next day came. Students were gathered on the football field. Those who were late were in a hurry and ran to be on time. The metal gates to the sports field suddenly closed. The unsuccessful students were left behind the gate. They were indignant that they were only a minute late, and the gate was already closed. Some demanded to be let in. Someone flew up to the main stage, leaving a shock wave behind them, and ordered everyone to be quiet. The students looked at the dark silhouette on the stage and did not understand who it was, because such overwhelming energy emanated from this person. Some even became scared. It was the dean of the martial arts department of the Huanhai Military Academy named Peng Yuanchen. He was a strong man with black hair and a goatee, and had a scar on his eye. He said the students disappointed him today. His voice was so loud that it reached the back rows of students. Peng Yuanchen shouted that the military academy is a place where soldiers are trained, and they were late for the general training. Now they are standing here and disgracing themselves. The man crossed his arms over his chest, his coat fluttering in the wind. He shouted that a soldier's duty is to obey orders. They entered the military academy, which means they must follow the rules. He ordered the late students to run 20 laps around the court. Wang Teng immediately became upset. The student next to him had the same feelings and asked who could run that many laps. Peng Yuanchen frowned and looked at the students with disappointment. He said that they did not receive the privileges of the military academy in order to enjoy an easy life, because they are future soldiers and have great responsibility. These words made the main character think and listen more carefully. Peng Yuanchen looked at the students menacingly and told them that one day the day will come when they will understand that when the world needs them, they should stand in the forefront. because their family and friends will be behind them. His majestic silhouette stood on the stage. The man said that the strong are not the one who carries the sun, but the one who bears the burden of responsibility for other people and for all life on the planet. The main character looked at him with a calm face and thought that these were good words. When he learned about the abyss, he began to better understand the meaning of Peng Yuanshan's words. However, Wang Teng didn't understand why the dean said this so creepily. Peng Yuanshan crossed his arms over his chest and said that there was one last thing left for today. This was the conferment of a military rank. The two girls looked at the stage in surprise when they heard that one of the freshmen had received a great honor. Peng Yuanshan announced from the stage that they had all heard about the martial arts exam in Dunhai. The champion of this exam is awarded the rank of sergeant. The crowd was immediately surprised. They did not understand how this was possible and shouted that freshmen could not have military merits, and they could not be awarded a rank. Peng Yuanshan lowered the corners of his mouth and calmly said that he knows that the seniors are unhappy now, but Wang Teng is special. He decided to give the others a chance. Students of his level could challenge him and, if he won, receive his rank of sergeant. The main character began to tremble, smiling awkwardly. The students immediately began to whisper to each other. They wanted to get to know him. Someone said that he would not scare the younger students. He just wanted to exchange experiences. Wang Teng, due to the pressure, knocked over the table with glasses of water and shouted that the calling of the title is good, but this old fox is digging a hole for him. Peng Yuanshan looked at him and called him to the stage to present him with the title. The dean beckoned him with his hand and asked why he was shy and ordered him to quickly get up on stage. The students looked at Wang Teng in surprise. A burly guy with dreadlocks looked at him and asked if it was really Wang Teng. The girl with red hair blushed deeply and said he was cute. The students watched as the main character climbed onto the stage and said that this handsome guy was probably also smart. Peng Yuanshan looked at the guy's embarrassed and depressed face and asked if he was unhappy with something. Wang Teng looked up and replied that everything was fine. In his thoughts, he didn't understand why this old fox asked him this. Peng Yuanshan looked at him with pride and a smile on his face and said that many years had passed since the freshman was awarded a military rank, and he was glad that they had such a student. He said that his journey has just begun. There are many challenges ahead of him, and he hopes that by the end of his studies he will have added a few more awards. The dean hoped that he would eventually see him wearing the general's armor. The man imagined Wang Teng standing in armor on a mountainside and planting a flag while hundreds of people looked at him below. The students began to turn to each other and whisper, why didn't the dean tell them what abilities Wang Teng had? That the dean had such hopes for him. The protagonist's eyes instantly turned white as soon as he heard the other people talking. Sweat and tension flowed down his face. He looked at the dean and thought that he was mocking him. The seniors now hated Wang Teng even more. The main character decided not to leave it like that. He looked at Peng Yuanshan and said that he had a question. The guy couldn't allow himself to be manipulated so easily. The dean turned to him and said that if he had questions, he could ask him now. The guy reminded him of his words that his title could be received by another person of the same rank as him if he defeats him. He lowered his head and thoughtfully asked if he could challenge other people to gain their rank. Peng Yuanshan smiled faintly and replied that this does not work with other people's military ranks, since they earn military merit through hard work, so it cannot be taken away. The dean thought that the guy was great, because he was quite smart and would obviously cause him problems. Wang Teng began to be indignant. He frowned and said that it was unfair, because if he loses, he will lose his military rank, and if he wins, he will receive nothing. Peng Yuanshan asked what he was offering. The guy looked at him and suggested betting to people who want to challenge him, such as study points, which are often used here. The man looked down and raised his eyebrows and agreed, but set a limit of 100 points at a time. Peng Yuanshan thought that this guy was good at arguing. He smiled and realized that Wang Teng was very self-confident, similar to him in his youth. The dean announced from the stage that they were done for the day and then looked out at the crowd. He said that tomorrow at 8 AM they will begin to choose a department. They can look at the details on the official website of the academy, and then warn not to be late. After the ceremony, Wang Teng walked around the academy campus, people around him complaining that they had not slept at all yesterday. Suddenly someone called the main character by name. He immediately turned around. His classmates approached him and offered to go together to the training ground to prepare for the ceremony of being assigned to departments. The main character went with them and agreed, but asked why they called him. The dark-haired guy scratched the back of his head and replied that he was tough, and that he should stay close to strong people. He pointed to his roommates and said they admired him. They said they were happy as long as he was happy. The dark-haired guy raised his finger up and asked if he knew anything about the 5 branches of the academy. Wang Teng looked at him thoughtfully and replied that he did not know and asked him to tell him. The guy began his story. The first was a military branch with the emblem of a shield and 2 swords. Their main focus is on developing the combat skills of students, who will become the main force on the battlefields in the future. This department has the highest mortality rate, so students must be aware that they are taking risks. The officer branch is responsible for training tactical command personnel. Blacksmithing had a yellow emblem with a hammer. They teach forging techniques to create weapons suitable for warriors. The next one was the alchemy department. The emblem is a cauldron with a green crystal. This department develops alchemical skills and supplies warriors with elixirs for cultivation and treatment. In the runic department, there was a comprehensive in-depth study of runes. Their emblem was a blue crystal with runes. The last was the officers section. Their emblem was a chessboard and a chess piece. They were responsible for training tactical command personnel. Wang Teng listened carefully and thought that each branch had its own advantages. He wondered if it was possible to select all the branches. He just wanted to collect all the skill bubbles. The ceremony of distribution into departments began. There were tents for each section on the sports field, with a huge crowd of people standing in front of them. Peng Yuanchen looked at the crowd that had gathered and said that no one was late today. A woman in a red dress with a bracelet on her arm said that they remembered his lesson yesterday for a long time. They announced that they would give the floor to the heads of departments. The students were immediately filled with enthusiasm and began to wait for their appearance. A muscular, bald man wearing a t-shirt and khaki pants appeared on stage. He had scars all over his body and head. It was the head of the military branch named Tun Hu. He said that only the strongest enter the military branch. A man in a Chinese blue robe and glasses approached him. He had long hair. He told Tun Hu that he was wrong, because their students were only strong individually. The man asked if they had ever won a military exercise against their officer squad. The man in the robe turned to the freshman and introduced himself. His name was Su Jin. He is the head of the officer department. He believed that warriors should be strong, but developing mental abilities is also important. In ancient times, one talented commander was able to single-handedly defeat an army of thousands, so real strength lies in the mind. Tun Hu got angry and approached him, saying that he was playing his dirty tricks again. Su Jin covered his face with a fan and asked if the commander was the heart of the army and if he knew what it meant to plan a victory strategy for 1,000 Lai. Another person approached them from behind and asked them not to quarrel in front of the students. He was a young man with pink hair and a mole under his eye. He was very handsome. He said his name was Oh Jansun and he was the head of the blacksmith department. He wanted to warn them that learning blacksmithing required exceptional talent, and he welcomed everyone who signed up for his department. The girls immediately began to look at him with loving eyes and say how handsome he was. Su Jin and Tun Hu looked at him in confusion. An old man with a long beard, dressed in a traditional yellow suit, approached them all. His name was Sui Hyun. He was the head of the alchemical department. He said that alchemy was a more skillful work than crude forging, and if the student considered himself talented enough, he could pass the test. If the results are positive, he will be admitted to the alchemy department. Sui Hyun began to stroke his beard and said that everything is simple in their department. There are a lot of elixirs. If you need it, you drink it, throw away the bottle and move on. Oh Jansen looked at him angrily and shouted that he stands at his boiler all day and cooks all sorts of nonsense. What kind of skillful work can he even talk about? A woman in a red dress with a revealing neckline came to them and asked to introduce herself. The male students looked at her and drooled. Her name was Zai Tujun. She is the head of the runic department. She had long red hair. Zai Tujun said that their department was suitable for those interested in learning runes. Wang Teng looked at them with a dazed look and thought that these 5 did not look very reliable. He decided that this was not so important, after which he approached the first tent of one of the departments. The crowd immediately paid attention to him. They believed that the guy would probably go to the military department. Tun Hu immediately started laughing and said that Wang Teng knew where he should go. Su Jin sighed and told him that the guy was very promising, and Tun Hu could not cope with him. Suddenly a voice asked what his interlocutor meant. Su Jin and Tun Hu's faces immediately became shocked. The main character walked with sheets in his hand, and the students shouted that he had taken all the registration forms. They didn't understand whether he really wanted to apply for all the branches. Dean Peng Yuanchen and the heads of departments were dumbfounded by the information they heard. The head of the military department pointed his finger at Wang Teng and asked the dean what this guy was up to. Suddenly, Peck's loud voice came from the stage, asking what this nonsense was. The crowd suddenly fell silent and Wang Teng stopped. The scream was so loud that it almost knocked the guy off his feet. He was surprised at how angry the dean was. He stood right in front of the main character and called him by name, which made the guy taken aback. Peng Yuanshan's eyes glowed ominously red. He looked at him and asked what he thought of himself, since he wanted to select all 5 branches. The dean also asked if he considered himself a consummate genius. He loomed over Wang Teng and started shouting that he didn't have the strength to do this. It was self-destructive and irresponsible. There was a sharp bang and a bright red light appeared. Peng Yuanshan squeezed all the registration forms in his hand and began to burn them, and he placed his other hand on the guy's shoulder. The man said displeasedly that he used to take it all as a joke, but now he was tired of it all. The main character smiled nervously, sweat running down his face. The dean told him to think carefully and choose a department. Wang Teng closed his eyes in embarrassment and replied that he just wanted to learn more disciplines. Peng Yuanshan told him that this was commendable, but decided to offer another option. He closed his eyes and sternly said that he would enroll in the military department. This would be his main specialization, and the dean, in turn, would issue him a student pass so that he could attend classes in other departments. But this should not affect Wang Teng's military training. The main character smiled and thanked him, saying that he understood him. The dean ordered everyone else to continue the distribution without any tricks. Peng Yuanshan and Wang Teng stood apart from the entire crowd that was watching the scene. Several days passed. The main character was walking across campus with a large bag on his back. Someone called out to the guy, and he turned around a little surprised. A red-haired guy was leaning against the wall, and he called out to him. The main character looked at him with no interest and said that they did not know each other. The guy introduced himself. His name was Wai Hua. He was a second-year student and a first-level Star Master. He was wearing a black t-shirt and black pants and had an ornament around his neck. Wai Hua smiled and closed his eyes. He said that he heard that he was also accepted into the academy with the first level, so he wants to see how strong he is. The main character looked at him and asked if he wanted to challenge him. Wai Hua opened his eyes in surprise and said that this method was unlikely to be suitable. Wang Teng started to leave and turned to him, telling him to prepare 100 training points. His opponent was already starting to get angry. He said that he just came to see his strength. The main character calmly looked at him and replied that if he does not have 100 points, then let him not waste his time. He turned away and sighed, calling it boring. Wai Hua began to get even angrier as he narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. The guy said that they are meeting tomorrow at noon at the training ground. He will find 100 points for this. Wang Teng smiled, standing with his back to him, and said that they had agreed. Wai Hua also turned away from him and let out an indignant exclamation. He looked at the leaving freshman and thought that he didn't even know what he agreed to, because he didn't need to prepare 100 points. He would definitely lose. The red-haired man believed that he would win and take away the title, because 100 training points equal 1 million in the outside world. While they were leaving, the main character smiled sarcastically, realizing that Wai Hua wanted to fool him. Tomorrow the guy wanted to pretend that he won with difficulty so that as many people as possible would want to challenge him. The next day, many people gathered on the sports field, with Wai Hua standing in the center. The spectators shouted that Wang Teng had arrived. The main character began to walk closer to his opponent, taking his time. Viewers compared him to a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger, and also discussed that Wai Hua has been training at the academy for a year. And although Wang Teng is also a martial artist, he clearly has less experience and skills than Wai Hua. The red-haired man frowned and angrily shouted that the main character was late. Wang Teng spread his arms to the sides and replied that the freshmen were currently undergoing military training. He could talk to his instructor about it. Wai Hua called it nonsense, holding a large saber in his left hand. He stood in a fighting pose and ordered to stop chatting and start the fight. The guy turned to the spectators in the stands and shouted to them that they would all be witnesses, and if he lost, he would give Wang Teng 100 points. But if he won, he would receive his title. A guy in yellow glasses, who was among the spectators, said that he had a good chance to take away the title. A red-haired girl approached Wang Teng and Wai Hua and proposed members of the martial arts club as judges. They were third-year students Young Ling and Cheng Zhu, a guy with blonde hair and a red-haired girl in a top and skirt. The spectators looked at them in surprise and said that the two of them already had military ranks, so they could not participate in such fights, and they assumed that Young Ling and Cheng Zhu wanted to recruit Wang Teng into the martial arts club. Cheng Zhu crossed her arms and asked what they thought of their proposal. Wai Hua turned to her with a smile and said that it would be a great honor for him. Wang Teng didn't mind either. Wai Hua grabbed his sword tighter and it caught fire. He proposed to start and asked what weapon his opponent would use. The main character reached into his pocket and started looking for something there, saying that he would use it. Wai Hua looked at him in shock and confusion, asking what it was. A bright beam of light began to emanate from there. The audience shouted that it was blinding their eyes and they did not understand what it was. Cheng Zhu closed her eyes and asked in disappointment whether Wang Teng would really use this weapon. He had a gold bar in his hands. The guy asked if it was possible and wasn't it too cool. The audience frowned and even began to get a little angry, believing that the main character was mocking him. Wai Hua also became angry and bared his teeth. He asked why he was using a brick instead of a normal weapon and if he was playing a prank on her. He started running with his sword and shouted that today he would learn what the expression means that there is always someone better than him. The main character looked at him with excitement and ordered to attack. Wai Hua struck with his sword, but Wang Teng parried the attack with an ingot. After that, he jumped to the side, dodging the attack. Hundreds of spectators watched the fierce and active battle. Those watching tensed and sweated. They said that Wang Teng is so strong and if Wai Hua loses, he will be embarrassed. The red-haired boy swung his sword and landed on the surface of the sports field. The main character frowned a little and thought that this should be enough. Wai Hua pushed off from the soccer field, leaving an explosive trail behind him. He jumped high and ordered Wang Teng to die. The main character thought that his opponent would soon find out how strong he was. Wai Hua rushed down, placing his sword forward and aiming straight at his enemy. There was a loud explosion. Smoke and dust rose into the air, and a shock wave was created from their collision. Wai Hua was thrown back. He leaned on his sword and tried to stop, coughing. His face sweated and he looked at Wang Teng in shock, not understanding where he got such strength from. In the smoke screen, the guy sees a bright yellow shine. A gold bar flew through the smoke towards the opponent. The brick hit the red-haired guy right in the head. He fell on his back, unable to withstand the attack, and Wang Teng looked at him. The spectators were silent in shock and stood with their mouths open. Cheng Zhu giggled as she pointed her fist towards her face. Onlookers couldn't believe his victory, where he knocked out Wai Hua with a brick. The main character began to slowly walk towards the enemy he had defeated. He held up the gold bar and smiled, saying that he respects everyone he defeats, calling Wai Hua a show-off. The guy had a big bump on his head from the blow. The spectators were furious with Wang Teng's behavior, thinking that he was playing dirty. The main character turned to the judges and said that he had won this battle and asked to make sure that he gets his honestly earned 100 points. Cheng Zhu sighed and closed her eyes. She replied that their martial arts club would supervise everything. She told the guy that the brick trick was mocking. Wang Teng smiled awkwardly and rubbed the back of his head, replying that he wouldn't do that next time. A stranger approached him from behind and called him by name. It was a dark-skinned sophomore with dark hair named Zhu Keng. He proposed a fight tonight after the protagonist's military training. Wang Teng responded positively, but asked to prepare the points. These words made Zhu Keng taken aback. He wanted to teach him a lesson as soon as possible. Evening came, stars appeared in the sky. Zhu Keng and Wang Teng met in the evening, and spectators also came to see it. The opponent put on boxing gloves and apologized in advance. The main character smiled and said to stop talking and start fighting. He realized that Zhu Keng was serious. His opponent took off. Wang Teng's fist burst into flames. He opened his palm and prepared to repel the attacks. Zhu Keng punched, but the main character stopped his fist with his hand. Classmate Wang Teng looked at him in amazement and grabbed the guy. Zhu Keng tensed. Sweat began to flow down his face. He noticed that the guy was also fighting with his fists. The main character made a strike, but Zhu Keng ducked under his hand. He wanted to attack him in the face, but Wang Teng easily dodged it. The fighters stayed on equal terms, actively striking. Zhu Keng made a direct strike. The main character repelled the attack with his fiery hand. They were thrown away from each other. The second year did not understand why the first year was so strong and whether he was fighting Wai Hua with one hand. Zhu Keng crossed his arms and gritted his teeth, his face wet with sweat. Wang Teng called out to the guy, running up to him and clenching his hands into fists. He threw an uppercut, but Zhu Keng miraculously managed to dodge, although he looked confused. The main character smiled faintly and said that it was better not to be distracted during the battle with him. The sophomore coughed and began to carefully observe the burning fist of his enemy. Classmate Wang Teng still looked at him in amazement and praised him. His friend said that they would never reach his level. The blows struck one after another in a fierce battle between the two students. The main character hit Zhu Keng on the hand, which made him recognize him as a difficult opponent. Wang Teng threw him away a few meters and decided that they could end their show. The sophomore successfully landed on his feet and rolled across the field. The protagonist's silhouette disappeared into thin air and said that he recognized the power of Zhu Kung. The sophomore looked back, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. His eyes reflected Wang Teng with an ingot in his hand, shouting that he was receiving a gift of being hit with a brick. The third-year judges were taken aback. They looked at the battle in bewilderment. Wang Teng, holding a brick, told them that the competition was over. Zhu Kung was lying on the ground with bruises and bumps on his head. Cheng Zhu asked if he could avoid hitting someone on the head with a brick next time. The guy awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and replied that it somehow worked itself out. He closed his eyes, smiling softly, and thought about how they shouldn't find out that more bubbles came out after being hit on the head. Young Ling approached the main character and said that he did not think that a freshman could have such hand-to-hand combat skills. Wang Teng began to refuse. He said that Young Ling was flattering him and it was just luck. Zhu Kung was very strong and he almost lost to him. The third years looked at him in disbelief. Cheng Zhu walked up to him and smiled. She asked if he wanted to join their martial arts club. They here not only judged his fights, but also assessed his strength and skills. The main character opened his mouth in shock and said that he thought that the martial arts club was always watching the fights. Cheng Zhu closed her eyes and put her fist to her chin and replied that their club is indeed responsible for fair fights, but there are many masters in the academy. Young Ling sighed wearily and said that battles happen all the time, so they need new people so that they do not get tired to death. The martial arts club has a reward system. Every month a club member receives 5 training points. Wang Teng looked at him calmly, lowering his eyebrows. The guy smiled and closed his eyes, saying that in that case he agreed to join them. Of course, he may have a lot of problems in this club, but in his opinion there are more advantages. The audience looked at the main character and the third years, surprised that he was invited and his strength. His classmates smiled as he approached him and congratulated him. The main character began to feign anger and asked if they wanted to kill him and take away 200 points. The others supported his joke. Several days passed. While the main character was lying on a sun lounger with slices of cucumbers in front of his eyes, his classmate burst into the room and shouted that he had been called to fight again. Wang Teng stood up. The cucumber slices fell down, and the guy asked what was going on, because he had already beaten all the old men of the academy. The classmate opened his eyes wide and shouted that this time he was challenged by the senior student Zhou Tai. He used to live in the main character's room. He pushed him out and now this guy is very angry. Wang Teng looked at him uninterestedly and asked why he showed up just now. A classmate began to panic that Zhou Tai had studied him thoroughly. The main character picked up a cup of green tea and said that let him do what he wants. He lay back on the lounge chair and sighed. In the past few days, he had collected the skill bubbles of a dozen masters, and soon he would become a 4th level star master. He had no reason to be afraid of some Zhou Tai. In the computer room, several people stood near the computer. One of them asked who Wang Teng was. He was told that this guy was really a high-level master. A guy with blue hair was sitting at the computer. It was Zhou Tai himself. He was told to be confident because he was the best in his 2nd year, and if he lost, then their entire course would be disgraced. Zhou Tai shouted that no matter how strong he was only a 1st level master. He would definitely beat him. The guy looked at the photo of the main character on the monitor. Last year, Zhou Tai won all his fights as a freshman. He should remain the best, but Wang Teng stole all the attention. Martial Arts Club. It was a modern room with armchairs, sofas, and coffee tables, and there were several people there. The guy in dark glasses turned to the rest of the club members and said that he told the club chairman that there was no need to gather everyone here. He still wanted to take on all the tasks himself. A girl with long blonde hair and a short yellow skirt came in and said that she, too, would like to take on a few tasks for herself. A guy in a black shirt was sitting on the sofa and going through a folder with documents. He said that he called them here to look at the list of freshmen compiled by Cheng Zhu and Young Ling, and then they would make a decision on the freshmen together. The blonde in the skirt looked at the freshmen's files and said that all of these freshmen are quite strong, but they don't know everything about them yet, so they will need to look at them in the future. The club chairman looked at them and said that when recruiting new members to their club, they should not rush, but make a thoughtful decision. The others agreed with him. The guy in dark glasses looked to the side and asked if the newcomer who was now in 1st place was really that strong. They told him that this is true and there are a lot of rumors about him now. They say that he wants to fight Zhou Tai. The blonde sighed tiredly, making a slightly irritated face, and said that she would have to look at it. The guy in dark glasses sat down on the sofa and exhaled. He asked why they should look at a freshman, because this Zhou Tai simply has nothing to do, so he wants to disgrace himself in front of the entire academy. Young Ling burst into the conversation. He leaned on the back of the sofa and said that Wang Teng had defeated all the second years he had fought, so Zhou Tai could not lose and show that he was afraid of the first year. The guy in a black shirt and glasses took a sip of water from a glass and thought that the dean had really screwed up the senior students. He probably didn't think that this would happen. The weather was good outside. The sun was shining on the modern academy building. Tun, who was sitting in the staff room with the other department heads. He said that Zhou Tai was the prefect of the second-year military department, and Wang Teng seemed to irritate him a lot with his antics. Su Jin answered him that he himself was glad that such a strong student came to their academy. The head of the military department put his hand to his chin and said that when two tigers fight, one will definitely get hurt, and he feels sorry for him. The head of the officers department looked at him irritably, mentally calling him a show-off. Tun, who frowned and sighed, saying that if Zhou Tai lost, he would be severely injured. The teacher with purple hair told him that everything would probably be wrong, because Wang Teng was not omnipotent. The bald man told her that it was possible that Wang Teng had many more tricks. Su Jin sighed, lowered his head, and agreed with him. He said that a talented master like Wang Teng should have gone to their officers' department to direct his mind in the right direction. Tun, who told him that a good man's life is short, so he should live long and become very strong. He raised his head and started laughing, saying that the main character was coming to the military department, and he liked him more and more. The next day arrived and the sun was shining on the football field. The dark-haired guy looked around in surprise and said that a lot of people came to watch the fight. His friend answered him that there was even a teacher from the military department, a teacher from the officer department, and a teacher from the blacksmith department. Everyone noticed a man in a white shirt and dark glasses. This is Instructor Zhou Tai. The dark-haired guy looked at him dumbfounded and asked if he was interested in the fight too. His red-haired friend asked him how he could not care. After all, he taught Zhou Tai from the first year. His victory or defeat is certainly connected with the honor of the teacher. This friend frowned slightly and tensed. He noticed that Zhou Tai was already here, but Wang Teng had not arrived yet, which made him assume that the main character was scared. Zhou Tai stood alone on the field with his hands in his pockets. The red-haired guy's friend started laughing and said that all the second years lost to Wang Teng. He is not afraid of them, and the second guy asked if he had the courage to say that after Zhou Tai lost. The red-haired guy jumped up from his seat and shouted that Wang Teng had arrived. The main character walked imposingly along the football field, saying that they had agreed on exactly 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was still 1 minute left before the appointed time. They were worrying in vain. Suddenly someone called Wang Teng's name and he turned around. There were several people standing on the stage. Among them was the chairman of the martial arts club. He warned that this fight was different from previous ones. With a calm and cool face, he said that the written notice of the fight meant that the fight was mortal. The chairman wanted to know if he really wanted to participate. The main character looked at Zhou Tai, around whom the fire flared up. The chairman told Wang Teng that his opponent was a first-level star master, and he, as a freshman, had the right to refuse the match. The main character lowered his gaze and calmly asked about the mortal battle. The military department teacher said that Wang Teng responded to the challenge. If he admits defeat, then his student will be better off. Young Ling looked at him but didn't say anything. The chairman asked the teacher if he wanted to intervene in the martial arts club. Young Ling sighed. He didn't understand why he was so actively giving advice to his student before the fight, because it was dishonest. The teacher looked arrogantly and menacingly at the club chairman and told him that he was taking on too much. The chairman smiled. Glare from the sun appeared on his glasses. He said to stop playing games with your mentor. It's a simple rule. The chairman looked at the teacher creepily and said that if he did not agree, he could express his opinion to the academy and the bosses who were former members of the club. This caused the teacher to be taken aback and take a step back. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. He cannot argue with the generals. It is impossible. The chairman turned away from him and shouted to Wang Teng that he needed to think about everything himself, and no one would force him to participate. The teacher was shaking with fear. The main character turned to the chairman and smiled, thanking him. In the background stood Zhou Tai, who was still burning. The opponent was very angry. He frowned and bared his teeth, thinking that these guys didn't even notice him, and he needed to remind himself. He punched the air with his hand and shouted to the main character that if he did not participate, then let him leave and not waste his time. From the stage, someone shouted to him that this was presumptuous and let Zhou Tai not go too far. This competition must be fair. The sophomore clenched his teeth even more, feeling angry. He clenched his hands into fists and asked Wang Teng whether he would fight or not. The main character frowned and said in a serious tone that his aggression would not affect him. He said that if he wants to fight, they will fight. Chengzu, who was standing behind them, asked Wang Teng if he thought well, because the blade has no eyes. The guy turned to her and smiled, answering that everything was fine and thanked her for her concern. But he had thought it over. He turned back to Zhou Tai and stopped smiling. Looking at the flaming enemy, the main character told him that there was no enmity between them. But for the first time he heard that a written challenge to a fight meant a duel to the death. He lowered his head slightly and said that the previous seniors challenged him and he thought that they were not going to kill him just to get a rank. But today Zhou Tai made him realize that he was naive. His opponent became so angry that veins bulged on his face and neck. He shouted that the path of a warrior is not only about victories and defeats, because death is also quite likely. Wang Teng frowned and said with a serious face that he understood everything. Zhou Tai took out his black-hilted sword. This alarmed the spectators and they began to ask why Wang Teng did not take out his weapon and where his brick and boxing gloves were. Zhou Tai was already in full combat readiness. Wang Teng did not even budge. His opponent frowned, trying to maintain his composure. The main character lowered his head and did not show any emotions. The judges announced the start of the fight, and Zhou Tai immediately ran towards Wang Teng. The opponent seemed to insert a sword directly into the chest of the main character with a wish for death. The spectators jumped up from their seats in surprise and opened their mouths. They couldn't believe that Zhou Tai knocked him out with one blow. From a bird's eye view, two silhouettes were visible, one of which was on fire. Viewers asked whether Wang Teng would really lose so easily. Zhou Tai let out a disappointed cry when he realized that Wang Teng had not received a scratch. It was an illusion. The sophomore began to look around in confusion, not understanding where this guy had run off to. The main character was behind him and was about to kick him. He made himself known. Zhou Tai turned around in fright, not expecting such a move. Wang Teng roundhouse kicked his body, knocking his opponent back. The spectators shouted that he was so strong and few people were capable of such a thing. Despite the heavy blow, Zhou Tai was able to get to his feet, leaning on his sword to maintain balance. The observers opened their eyes in surprise and asked what level he was, and whether he used a fencing technique, combining it with great strength. Sweat was running down Zhou Tai's face. He didn't understand what was wrong with Wang Teng. The protagonist's face became creepy. His opponent couldn't understand why this guy was so strong. Wang Teng smiled and looked at him, asking what happened and where all his ardor went. These words angered Zhou Tai and he ran towards him aggressively. The main character threw off his bag. His opponent's body was covered in fire. He shouted not to mess with him. The guy struck a blow at the freshman, but he successfully parried it, after which the series of blows and dodges was repeated. Zhou Tai frowned and the veins on his cheek bulged from tension. They were thrown in different directions. The second-year student believed that he would quickly deal with the enemy, but he did not succeed. His eyes lit up with rage and he screamed loudly. He exclaimed that now he would see his true strength. A column of fire and light rose from the football field towards the sky. The spectators looked at this in shock, and one of them realized that Zhou Tai had deliberately suppressed his power level in order to reveal it in battle. The second one said that he was now already a second-level Star Master. Wang Teng put his hands in his pockets, looking at the flaring Zhou Tai, and asked, like, this is his trump card. The main character grinned contentedly and said that he knew this would happen. His opponent's eyes sparkled and he smiled madly. Zhou Tai said that he recognized his strength, but now he was a second-level Star Master, and then asked how he was going to fight him. He began to slowly approach Wang Teng and shouted that he would restore the honor of the second year. The spectators cheered him on. The main character, remaining calm, summoned a fiery aura and asked if he was sure. Red flames blazed around him. Zhou Tai looked at him and shuddered at the sight. He asked how he did it. Wang Teng frowned and grinned, saying that he accidentally moved to the next level. He suggested continuing the fight since they had both revealed their trump cards, and Zhou Tai headed towards him. His eyes turned white with anger. He ordered to attack, because his techniques would not be inferior in strength. They clashed in battle and there was a loud explosion. The spectators watched the brutal battle with rapt attention, marveling at the strength. Teacher and mentor Zhou Tai began to sweat from the tension, because this freshman was fighting on equal terms with his student. Zhou Tai frowned and shouted aggressively while his eyes glowed red. He pointed his hands into the sky and released a beam of fire. Smoke appeared around the fighters. The sophomore shouted that this was the end. The ground under their feet broke in two. Zhou Tai was breathing heavily, his face sweating. He said that the appearance of Wang Teng could affect his future. He should get rid of the guy in order to further develop himself. Zhou Tai stood near a fissure from which thick smoke was pouring out. Observers could not understand what was happening there and whether the freshman really lost. The second year lowered his sword, looking at the thick smoke, and said that they were done. Something golden flashed in the column of smoke. Suddenly a brick flew into Zhou Tai's head. His teacher opened his mouth in shock, not knowing what to say. Zhou Tai fell on his back. The main character rose to the ground and said that he didn't care what happened to him. His palms burst into flames, and the guy asked if he really wanted to rise by crushing him. He lowered his gaze to his opponent and apologized for hitting him, but warned him that was not all. Zhou Tai began to rise heavily, trying to clear his throat. The main character took his sword out of the ground. He began to approach his opponent and said that his fencing left much to be desired. So he grinned and decided to show real swordsmanship. Instructor Zhou Tai immediately tensed, gritting his teeth. Wang Teng swung his sword, leaving a red trail in the air. He delivered a powerful blow that left a trail of fire on the field. The spectator opened his mouth wide and was surprised at such a strong sword strike. Wang Teng is really good at fencing. The guy behind him asked if the freshman was that ruthless since it was a lethal move. He added that Zhou Tai declared war on him. Now they are in a duel to the death, and asked not to blame Wang Teng for wanting to win so much. The teacher suddenly jumped up and called the main character insultingly. The chairman reminded him that this was a duel and he could not interfere. Young Ling agreed with him and added that he was forbidden to stop the fight, otherwise he would be punished. The teacher had no choice but to frown and grit his teeth in anger. The silhouette of the main character was barely visible due to the smoke. Zhou Tai asked if he was finished. Suddenly a bright flash of light appeared again, directed into the sky. Zhou Tai was blazing and laughing loudly, as if he was glowing from within. He ran forward while surrounded by lights, and the people realized that Zhou Tai had truly learned the true power of the sword. Wang Teng frowned and covered his face. The teacher began to laugh evilly and said that it was immediately obvious that this was his student. The chairman looked at Zhou Tai and said that he was worthy of the title of sophomore and he was talented. Young Ling turned to him and said that Wang Teng was in danger, but he hoped that the guy understood that in battle the power of the sword increases significantly. The main character held a sword in his hands, looking at his opponent. Wang Teng grinned as his flames grew and he said things got more interesting. Zhou Tai smiled, showing his teeth, and praised him for coming this far. He prepared his hand and said that now this blade would teach him a lesson. He used the blade whirlwind skill, and a fiery whirlwind flew towards Wang Teng. There was a red flame around the main character. He smiled and recognized Zhou Tai as a worthy opponent. His flames seemed to form a line. The whirlwind almost overtook him. A wall of fire rose into the air, blinding everyone. Wang Teng was so strong that the fiery wall protected him from the whirlwind. He put his hands in his pockets and asked how he liked his blade power. There was a satisfied smile on his face. When Zhou Tai realized that his attack had failed, he glared at his opponent. Wang Teng placed his palm in front of him and suggested ending the battle. In an instant, he ran towards Zhou Tai, who screeched loudly. There was a loud explosion and stones flew in all directions. Only ashes remained at the site of the attack. The main character stood with his back to a huge smoking crater. The spectators were shocked. They began to turn to each other and discuss the defeat of Zhou Tai and mastering the true power of the Wang Teng sword. Young Ling looked at the battlefield and said that Wang Teng's strength is terrifying. Their academy has accepted a monster. The chairman asked if they saw that guy just use the fire element. He didn't think that he mastered 2 elements. The guy hit it well. The main character raised his right fist into the sky while his left hand was burning. The chairman lowered his head and said in surprise that Wang Teng is a second-level Star Master who has fist fighting and fencing techniques, and also uses 2 elements. He believed that now the dean and everyone else would be worried about Wang Teng's such strength. Suddenly, the chairman and Young Ling heard the teacher's piercing scream. He ran up to his student and began calling him by name. The spectators looked at this in shock and realized that Zhou Tai had died. They didn't think that such a talented student could end up like this. The teacher angrily called out to Wang Teng, who was standing with his back to him. The man shouted that he had killed Zhou Tai. The main character turned to him with an emotionless face and asked what was wrong. The chairman and Young Ling began to approach the teacher. They told him that he was going too far. The man frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking if he was really going too far and if he thought he wouldn't make it to the chairman. The chairman put his hands in his pockets and offered to try. He narrowed his eyes and looked sternly at the teacher and said that he had created problems for his student in the arena. The martial arts club was obliged to intervene in this. The rest of the teachers approached him from behind and began to defend their colleague, saying that he just loves his student, and there is no need to become an enemy of the martial arts club. They understand everything. They added that Jotai died in this fight and his teacher is grieving the loss. The chairman turned to them with a smile on his face and said not to worry. He just said it and suggested that they give the fighter's teacher a rest. The teachers began to lead the terribly angry teacher away from the battlefield. Suddenly Wang Teng looked after him and called out to him. He put his hands in his pockets and asked if he had any other favorite students and if he wanted to set them on him. The main character said that he could send them a challenge to a fight. The guy began to smile, his bangs slightly hiding his face. He said that now he is a second-level master, and asked to give him his student of the same level. And when he has the third level, let him send him his third-level ward. Wang Teng promised that he would kill them all one by one. The teacher turned around with a very angry face. He called him a name. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and asked again. He frowned and raised the corners of his lips, saying that he was never afraid of threats, and he destroys everything that stands in his way. The wind blew his jacket. The main character said that if the teacher does not like humiliation, then let him prepare points to challenge him. Just let them be of the same level as him. Wang Teng decided to continue to mock him and asked if he was a level 5 master and said that when he reached level 5, he would challenge the man to a fight, and then he would kill him. The teacher was offended by his impudence. He frowned. He put his hands in his pockets and asked if he was afraid of losing. Wang Teng told him that he would never think about it and would still challenge him. The teacher looked menacingly at the freshman and asked why he didn't kill the guy now. The main character beckoned him with his finger and offered to fight right now. This angered the man even more, and Wang Teng ordered an attack. The teacher gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking that there are people in the academy who protect the guy, but they still have their whole lives ahead of them and he will wait for the moment. The main character looked after the teacher leaving the field. He believed that he would definitely encounter him in the future, but he had every chance of quickly reaching the 5th level of Star Master, so he was not afraid. A system window appeared in front of him. Congratulations on obtaining a mid-level gold elemental skill, +8 to the strength of the golden sword. After Jotai, there were good bubbles with medium-level gold elemental skills, as well as an increase in the strength of the golden sword. He turned to the audience and said that he had gone to rest since the fight was over. They told him to rest well. The main character was sitting on a soft bed in his room in the lotus position. He frowned, his blue eyes glowing. Wang Teng looked at the light circling around his fingers, thinking that fire swords are hot and exude fury, while golden swords are sharper. All their power is concentrated in one point, and if you mix these elements, it will be cool. The guy got out of bed, stepping on the floor. He began to stretch and warm up, saying that he had earned so many points today and that he needed to eat well. At this time a meeting was taking place. Dean Peng Yuanchen slapped his forehead and said that he didn't think Wang Teng would cause him such trouble. He just wanted the guy to be snitched on. In addition to him, the heads of departments were at the table in the conference room. Sui Hyun stroked his beard and said that they would finish with the teacher's name. Tun Hu frowned and exclaimed that he deserved it. This year he was beaten during the competition. He lost his fighting honor, and now decided to use his students. Zai Tujin smiled awkwardly and raised her hand, saying that the teacher could have arranged this, but Zhou Tai himself chose to fight to the death. The head of the military department looked at the notebook on the table and said that the teacher had put great effort into teaching Zhou Tai, and expected to benefit from his high position. But he definitely did not expect Wang Teng to ruin his plans. Peng Yuanchen stood with his arms crossed over his chest. He said there is no right or wrong in martial arts competitions and they cannot blame other people for their loss. He suggested discussing how they would deal with this teacher. Tun Hu immediately exclaimed that he should be deprived of the opportunity to be an instructor. O Jansen put his hand on the table, looking at him, and replied that direct threats to students harm the image of the teacher. He knows of cases where students question the legality of the actions of mentors. Su Jin smiled slightly, covering his face with a fan, and said that it was unfair because he had worked hard for many years without receiving any recognition. Peng Yuanchen slammed his fist on the table. He put both hands on the table and offered to start by keeping the teacher as a mentor, but they would send him to another world for 6 months and then look at his success on the battlefield. At this point he declared the meeting over. The dean turned his back to the others and walked away, saying that everything was decided. He finally turned around and told his colleagues that he had told the director about Wang Teng, and he would make a decision when he returned. All the heads of departments were shocked by this news. They were surprised by the return of the director. A few days later, the main character arrived at the place where the tasks were issued. There were several counters with windows where visitors were received. Wang Teng looked towards the ATM-like machine. He went to the ATM and it asked to see his student ID. There are many types of missions: military missions, police station missions, city guard missions, academy missions, and other world missions. The main character looked at the monitor and decided to choose an easy weekend task to start with. He selected the mission on the screen to collect medicinal herbs from the mountain. A robotic voice wished him luck. The guy headed towards the exit. The automatic doors opened in front of him. The sun rose over the horizon, illuminating the mountain slopes and forests. A green car was driving along an empty road among the mountains. Wang Teng got out of the car near a small village. The guy turned to the driver and asked him to wait here. He would return before sunset. The driver replied that he hired him, so today he will listen to his orders. The main character approached a short old woman with a hat on her head and asked her how to get to the mountain. The aunt replied that it was not safe on the mountain. He was still young, and therefore advised him to return home. Wang Teng smiled at her, closing his eyes, and replied that he definitely needed to get to the mountain. He had important business there. The guy asked her not to worry, because since he came here, he was ready for anything. The old woman raised her head and said that the townspeople never listened to the advice of their elders. She said that yesterday 3 young people went up this mountain, but she did not see how they came down from there. The main character immediately drew attention to this information and asked what they were wearing and whether they said why they went to the mountain. Auntie looked at him suspiciously and asked why he was asking. Wang Teng sighed and reached into his pocket, asking if she could sell this information. He handed her the money. The aunt happily accepted the bills and told everything. These 3 were dressed almost like the main character, and they also had weapons with them. They said that they were looking for something in the mountains and asked local herbalists to show them the way. The main character frowned, thoughtful. He realized that they also went for the phantom flame herb and even thought that he would fail his first mission. However, he believed that since he came here, he needed to go to the mountains and see what was happening there. Wang Teng looked at the short woman and asked if there were any other herb gatherers in the village. She replied that one person was doing this and people were afraid to climb the mountains now. The woman frowned, looking to the side, and said that this herbalist has a daughter. She also often goes to the mountains and is familiar with the area. He can ask her. The guy put a whole stack of money in her hands. They walked together towards the village and he thanked her, asking if she knew the address of that herbalist. She said that she would take him to their house. The woman knocked on the wooden gate and asked if anyone was home. The gate was opened by a girl with blonde hair tied in 2 ponytails. She asked her aunt if something had happened. The woman replied that this guy wanted to go to the mountains and was looking for a guide, asking her to chat with him. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, but agreed to let him inside and discuss everything. They sat at a stone table. The girl asked if he wanted to go to the mountains. The main character answered in the affirmative and said that he heard that 3 people went there. He took out his smartphone and showed the image to the girl, asking if they were looking for it. She immediately recognized it as Ghost Flame Herb and asked if the guy was looking for it too. Wang Teng put away the phone and asked if she had heard about this herb. He said they were looking for the same thing he was looking for. Then he asked if she knew where to find the grass. The girl replied that she knew, her dad told her, but she was afraid to go looking for it herself. Wang Teng jumped up from his chair and asked if she had a map of the mountain. She began to twirl her hair around her finger a little embarrassedly and replied that she had all the knowledge about the area in her head. She raised her eyebrows and said that she had never gone there, but she knew the way and would take him. Besides, she needed to find her father, but he still had to pay her. The main character agreed and asked how much he needed to pay. The girl began to think awkwardly and embarrassedly, after which she said that the cost was 5,000. After which she added that 3,000 would also be enough. Wang Teng smiled at her and said that he would pay 5,000 and added on top if he could get him there before noon. He thought that she took so little money. The girl ran towards the house and said that she would now change clothes, take the tools, and they would hit the road. All the houses in the village were small. The girl shouted to her mother that she would go with a friend to run errands and tell her aunt to come see her. She warned her mother that they had left. The sun was shining on the mountains. There was a little smoke and fog in the air. The girl and Wang Teng came out of the forest. They came to the desired mountain. The girl warned that there were many poisonous snakes and insects in the mountain area. The main character turned to her and said that everything is fine. Let the main thing take care of herself. The girl turned to him, pointing to the path, and said to start from here. She said that she and her dad had already walked here, and although this road was dangerous, it was the shortest. Wang Teng agreed with her. The girl walked ahead. She looked at the guy and realized that during all this time while they were walking, she had not heard a single sigh from him, so she assumed that he was a martial arts master. The ghost flame herb they are looking for is very expensive. If they find at least a couple of samples, it will be good. Wang Teng called out to the girl, looking to the side, and said that they still haven't seen a single human trace. This is strange. She turned around and told him that she and Dad had not gone to the mountain for a long time. The girl assumed that they had found another way. The main character frowned and asked her to be careful, because her dad would hardly have left the familiar path. However, he realized that it could be dangerous here. He looked at the girl who was walking among the bushes along an overgrown path. She turned around in fear and said that she only knew how to go along this road and asked what they should do. Wang Teng suggested going further, just to be more careful. They continued to climb higher and higher up the mountain. Suddenly the blonde girl noticed something and tensed up. She stopped near the anthills and pointed there. Ants with red eyes began to emerge from the anthills. Green poison dripped from the jaws of one of them. Wang Teng's pupils shrank and he loudly shouted to be careful. The ants began to spit poison towards the people. The main character managed to grab the girl and dodge. The poison that fell on the ground immediately dissolved the entire soil. The girl lowered her eyebrows in fear and said that these were monsters. She started to panic and cry. The girl apologized and said that it was all because of her. Wang Teng smiled and looked at her, saying that there was no need to apologize, it was just an anthill. The army of insects ran towards the people. The main character extended his right hand forward. He sent a fire beam at the ants, attacking them. The fire began to mercilessly burn all the insects. The girl looked in surprise at the rising smoke and asked the guy if he really was a martial artist. All the anthills and grass nearby were burned. Wang Teng turned to her and said that the main thing is to watch her step. If she is bitten by a poisonous snake, he will not be able to help. She opened her eyes wide and said that she understood everything. She herself thought that he was such a young, but already experienced master. They reached a cliff high in the mountains and the girl said that they had arrived. She said that Dad had seen the grass they needed here before, so the main character can look in this place. The girl pointed to the rock and said that there were several bunches of red grass there. Wang Teng replied that they were lucky. He went to the grass and said that he would collect everything, asking the girl to stay where she was. The main character climbed up the vine, looked at the red grass and said that there really were a lot of shoots of this grass. His foray into the mountains was justified. The guy held onto the vine with one hand, and with the other hand he collected ghostly flame grass. While he was doing this, he noticed something strange. A dark red snake wrapped itself around his arm and began to hiss. The girl got scared and opened her eyes wide and asked to be careful. Wang Teng emotionlessly burned the hissing snake in his hands. He continued collecting grass and said that it was just a small snake. The frightened girl did not answer him. The grass began to move, and from there something attacked the main character. There were several more snakes. They were about to attack the guy. He pointed his fiery hand at them and said that they had attacked him in vain. He burned the reptiles and threw them down. The girl opened her mouth wide and said in surprise that this was so cool. Wang Teng walked a little further down the slope to the next shoot of grass. He looked at his find and thought that there was a lot of ghostly flame here. He could collect more. The main character jumped down to the girl and said that they could return. The girl looked at him with shining eyes and asked how he finished so quickly. She thought that he was a martial artist. No wonder he could handle even a poisonous snake so easily. And if it were as strong, he would earn a lot of money. Wang Teng turned around and sighed without answering. The view from the mountain cliff was incredible. Wang Teng said to go back. The girl immediately looked away from her thoughts and agreed. They went out into the forest, and the main character stopped abruptly. He frowned as if he had noticed something and began to listen. The girl looked at him and asked why they stopped. Wang Teng replied that someone was walking nearby. A man in yellow clothes came out of the forest. The girl immediately recognized him as her father. She immediately ran towards her dad, who was surprised to meet her here. His daughter stopped in front of him and said that she was glad to see that he was okay. She and her mother were very worried about him. The main character frowned a little as he looked at them. The father asked his daughter if he told her not to go to the mountains and why she disobeyed. Next to him were three young guys. The girl hugged her father and replied that one person asked her to show the way to the ghostly flame grass. He is very strong and they have already collected the grass. The group of guys were immediately taken aback when they heard this. A guy wearing dark glasses turned to Wang Teng, who was standing at a distance, and asked if he had collected the grass. There was a long distance between them. Father and daughter stood in the middle. The main character looked at the group of guys and grinned, saying that they were late and he had collected almost all the ghostly flame grass. He looked carefully at the strangers. One of them was tall and strong, the second was thin and tall, and the last one was of average height. Judging by their age and clothing, they are also from a military academy. One of the students turned to his dark-haired friend and said that this was their first assignment, and they failed it. The dark-haired man replied that he couldn't just leave it that way. The girl looked at them and got scared. She asked her father if they were in trouble. The man sighed tiredly and replied that he, too, did not warn her in advance, and it seemed to him that it was dangerous to get involved with these guys. He was afraid that they would take out their anger on them. The guys looked at Wang Teng and said that they could see that he was also from the academy, and asked if gathering herbs was a training task. The main character responded positively and said that it was time for him to leave. The guy with the dark glasses lowered his head and replied that their instructor told them to collect the ghost grass. They couldn't go back without it. Wang Teng looked at him irritably and asked what he had to do with it. He said they had a mission and he had it. He asked if they would have given him the herb if they had found it earlier. The guys were immediately confused. They could not come up with an answer. Their leader, a guy with glasses, said that there were 3 of them, and he was one, so they proposed to solve everything by force. He unsheathed his sword and ordered the phantom flame herb to be given to them. The strongest of them had almost run up to the main character. The rest were also ready to attack. Wang Teng started blazing red fire and said that this is empty talk and they watch too much TV. Suddenly they were distracted by a piercing scream. Everyone turned around. A gray dragon with blue wings appeared among the mountains. The guy with the glasses panicked and sweated with fear. The dragon stuck out its tongue and began to hiss. The guys shouted that it was a first-level star beast. The dragon immediately flew towards the people in the field. The girl's pupils shrank and she frighteningly shouted at Wang Teng to run away from here. The main character frowned and looked displeasedly at the dragon, mentally calling him a stupid animal, because there are a lot of people here, and he provokes him. The beast turned out to be simply enormous in size. It opened its mouth right in front of Wang Teng. The guy made his hand glow stronger. He directed a fiery beam at his opponent. The beam became brighter and stronger, blazing brightly. The black-clothed guy's glasses fell off his face and he opened his mouth wide in shock. The girl covered her mouth in surprise. Wang Teng burned the dragon, leaving only smoldering bones. The guy turned to the impudent students and called out to them. He looked at them menacingly, frowning his brows, and asked what they told him. The guys immediately became confused and tense, not knowing what to answer. The guy in the white t-shirt fearfully began to make excuses that they had misunderstood each other. The main character smiled evilly and replied that this was clearly not what they told him. The guy in the white t-shirt clenched his teeth and looked at him worriedly. He immediately smiled awkwardly and began to deny everything, saying that they meant that he had collected the ghostly flame herb and it belonged to him. The guy in black glasses supported him and added that they are intelligent and will definitely not take something away from others. Wang Teng smiled and closed his eyes, asking if they would fight him. The guy with long bangs sweated a lot and answered negatively. The main character sighed and said that at first he wanted to share a few bunches of grass with them, but he had already changed his mind. A group of guys were disappointed. They immediately ran away, saying that they still had a lot to do. Wang Teng stood next to a crater with dragon bones. One of the students turned around and thought that they had definitely been provoked into committing a crime. Wang Teng and the girl looked after them. The main character turned to the man and his daughter and said that the skin and entrails of this python could be useful to them, advising them to lower it from the mountain, or it would become food for the local wild animals. The girl opened her eyes wide and joyfully replied that they would take him, and thanked the guy. He waved goodbye to them and went down the mountain. The girl looked after him sadly. Her father told her not to even think about it. They were from completely different worlds. She turned to her father and replied that he knew. A group of students stopped in the forest to catch their breath. They decided to go down. The guy with glasses was sweating a lot. He said that the main character scared him, and the next time he meets the master, he will be more reserved. His friend asked which department this guy was from. The guy with glasses was breathing heavily. He replied that most likely he is from the military branch. He will definitely take part in the first national tournament this year, then they will know who he is. Wang Teng opened the door to his room, taking his bag off his shoulders, and said that he had returned from his first mission. He walked inside the room and said that he was so tired. The main character moved on. He wanted to take a shower and have a good rest. In the room stood a big-breasted girl in a white jacket with gray hair. While Wang Teng was undressing, she began to approach him. There was a sound of impact, leaving a red mark in the air. The main character turned around in horror, not understanding who it was. The stranger ran with lightning speed towards the guy who was preparing to defend himself. Wang Teng's gloved palm began to flare up. Their blows collided, making a loud bang. He furrowed his bushy brows in shock as he realized that she was able to stop his strike. The woman grabbed the guy's fist, not allowing herself to be attacked. The main character was thrown back. He slid across the floor. The guy stood in a menacing pose and asked the stranger who she was. His face was sweating heavily. He gritted his teeth and marveled at her strength. The woman straightened her white hair and praised the guy. Covered in fire from head to toe, he ran towards her. The woman extended her hand and a green sphere appeared around her palms. This sphere enlarged and protected her from Wang Teng's attack. As soon as the defense was gone, the woman kicked the guy's arm. She lunged and pushed the main character, who dodged to the side. With a smile on her face, the stranger continued her battle with the guy. He landed on his feet, using his hand to help him balance. The main character looked at her creepy smile and began to think if someone had sent her to kill him and who was so unpleasant about him. The guy frowned, gritting his teeth. He was breathing heavily, and sweat was dripping down his face. He realized that he couldn't win. Ancient wisdom said that if you cannot defeat someone, then run away. Guided by this wisdom, Wang Teng ran towards the exit of the room. He extended his fiery hand to the doorknob, deciding to simply run down the corridor and scream, hoping that one of the academy masters would definitely hear him and come to his aid. Suddenly his hand was electrocuted and a blue sphere appeared around the doorknob. He was taken aback and took a step back in panic, not understanding what was happening. The main character turned to the unfamiliar woman, suggesting that she had placed runes here in advance to kill him. He raised one eyebrow, deciding that once the runes were activated, he would no longer be able to leave. He won't even be able to call for help. He'll have to fight alone. Wang Teng jumped forward and ran towards the woman, shouting that they would fight in this case. In an instant, he moved behind the woman, whose hands flickered with a green light. He was about to punch her and had even begun to attack. However, the stranger reacted in time and kicked him away with her foot. He was thrown back. He was surprised by her speed and did not understand what kind of power she had. Suddenly, the main character felt something strange, opening his eyes wide. In an instant, the woman appeared in front of him, surrounded by a green aura. He looked at her in horror. It was the first time he had seen such a blinding light. The main character understood that he couldn't sit still. He got down on one knee and his hands caught fire again. Wang Teng believed that no matter how strong she was, he should not give up. A slight smile appeared on the mysterious girl's face. The guy directed a fiery beam at her. The woman again activated the green protective field, which prevented the beam from hurting her. She put on a calm face and shouted that resistance was useless. Blue lightning struck him, and a green ball appeared near him. He was tired, but still tried to break the rune formation on the door. He slammed his fists on the door over and over again, begging the rune to break. The fiery ray was able to break the rune. The main character shouted that there was a breakthrough. Wang Teng clenched his hand into a fist and decided to strike the final blow. The rune could not stand it, and the door broke in half. With a stunned look, the main character looked at the result of his work. The woman started to press the light button. She walked towards Wang Teng, who was standing in the corridor, and asked him not to be nervous. There was a book on the marble coffee table. The woman was sitting on the sofa and filing her legs. She said dissatisfiedly that she had broken a nail, after which she praised the guy and called him talented. Wang Teng approached her and, still in shock, asked her who she was. She looked at her perfectly filed nails and said guess. He looked at her and tried to guess who she was. The woman looked slightly offended. The main character thought that the battle was fierce, but there is not a trace on her clothes. She is incredibly strong. The stranger smiled, trying to hide her anger, and asked what he would say. Wang Teng looked away and scratched his cheek. The woman asked where he was looking. She narrowed her yellow eyes and ordered him to look into her eyes. She was giving him one last chance to guess who she was. The confused and exhausted guy looked down and asked to tell him who she was and what she wanted from him. The woman put her hand on her cheek and said that old Peng Yuanchen said that a genius had appeared in their academy, and asked her to return from the war zone to look at him. The main character looked at her in shock and asked if she was talking about Dean Peng Yuanchen. She looked at Wang Teng's surprised face and replied that she was the rector of the academy. His pupils shrank in shock and he opened his mouth slightly. The rector looked at him with a slight smile on her face, half of her face hidden by her hair. The main character realized the information he had just heard and began to be surprised loudly. He pointed his finger at the rector and asked if she was joking. Someone came into the room and said that she was not joking. Wang Tang looked towards the newcomer with round eyes. The man said that this was indeed the rector of their Tang Taishuan Academy. The woman grinned, covering her chest with her hands. The rector of Peng Yuanchen came in and asked Tang Taishuan why she didn't choose another place to test Wang Tang's strength. The main character turned to him in surprise. The dean looked at the rector with displeasure and said that they almost destroyed the entire room. She spread her arms and sighed, answering that there was no choice. He loomed over Wang Tang angrily and said that he only came here to confirm the rector's identity and test his strength, so he shouldn't worry about anything. Peng Yuanchen approached Tang Taishuan and started talking to her about something. The guy thought that his strength had already been tested. The woman began to push the dean in the back and say that if he had already graduated, then he could already return to the academy. She promised to take charge of the guy and ordered him to take care of educational issues. Peng Yuanchen looked at her displeasedly and asked if she knew how busy the academy was now. He accused her of appearing and disappearing like a spirit, leaving everything to chance. Tang Taishuan threw the dean out of the room. Wang Tang sweated from exertion. The woman turned to him and laughed, saying that Peng Yuanchen is a good person, so she trusts him to run the academy. The main character looked at her and asked if he should be grateful to her. He looked at Tang Taishuan slightly disappointed, thinking that she was so blunt about not doing anything. Wang Tang coughed, trying to attract attention, and said that if the rector had finished, then he would like to go to rest. His classes start early tomorrow. Tang Taishuan sat on the sofa and said not to rush since they hadn't talked about anything yet. She crossed her arms over her chest and stated that he is a rather secretive guy. He is a 3rd level star master, but his strength is greater than that of 4th level masters, and he also masters several elements. The woman began to bend her fingers and said that she had counted the elements of ice, fire, metal, wind, and then asked if there were any others. Wang Tang sweated and responded negatively. He lowered the corners of his mouth and looked at her emotionlessly, thinking that 4 elements would be enough. He couldn't reveal the rest of his skills to her. Tang Taishuan smiled slyly, touching her cheek with a finger and said that so be it. All masters have their secrets. She is not going to find out. According to her, a large number of elements is good, but there is nothing special about it. She met many such masters and she killed them all. The main character looked at her with a slight sense of horror, thinking that the rector was not only hot-tempered, but also very cruel. Wang Tang asked if she killed masters who mastered the 4 elements. Tang Taishuan asked if he was scared. The guy immediately tensed. He smiled awkwardly, scratching his cheek, and complimented the rector that she was strong and beautiful, and he said that he admired her. The woman smiled brightly and let out a chuckle, praising him. She pointed down and ordered him to kneel and begin to bow. This greatly confused Wang Tang and left him at a loss. Tang Taishuan stopped smiling and asked if he wanted to do this and whether an outstanding military leader like her was worthy of being his mentor. The main character looked at her with a confused and stupid face, without saying anything. He believed that this woman speaks first and thinks later. The rector narrowed her gaze and asked if he would do this. Wang Tang immediately smiled awkwardly, trying to hide his excitement, and replied that he wanted it. And if she had immediately said that she wanted to take him on as a student, he would have agreed without hesitation. Tang Taishuan looked at him a little dissatisfied, crossing her arms over her chest. Wang Tang thought that she was also a military leader, and first he had to agree to be her student. Then they could agree on something. The rector asked whether he would worship her or not. The guy tried to distract her from this and change the subject. He smiled, lowered his head, and suggested that we find a modern approach to the issue of apprenticeship. He invited her to bring tea, make food, and discuss everything. Tang Taishuan frowned and sighed tiredly, asking what he was up to. She said that if he didn't want to bow, he didn't have to. The main character began to leave and turned around one last time, saying that he would now pour her tea. After a while, he handed her a cup of green tea. Tang Taishuan took a sip of the drink and said that the tea tasted good. She inhaled with a slightly stupid face and said not to cook her food, since her food requirements are very high. A certain culinary skill is needed. She said that before that she didn't want to take on students, but Peng Yuanchen persuaded her, and besides, she liked the guy. Wang Tang smiled and nodded his head, thinking that she was a little strange. She smiled seductively and said that the old men were bragging about their students to her, but now it was his turn. She asked not to disappoint her. The main character looked at her and asked who these old men were and how strong their students were. Tang Taishuan spread her hands in the air and replied that he spoke as if he didn't know. They were all military leaders. Speaking about the students, she became thoughtful, looking up. The rector said that the strongest of the 6th level students is a star master, but that was like 6 months ago. This shocked Wang Teng and he asked her again with a blank face. Tang Taishuan crossed her arms and replied that it was too late to regret anything now. The woman stood up from the black sofa and said that being her student was also not bad. She said that she had heard about the situation with the teacher during the battle. She promised to beat to death whoever tried this again. The main character smiled, closed his eyes, and thanked her. He asked if he could use her authority if he got into trouble in the future. Tang Taishuan looked at his face with a satisfied smile and answered in the affirmative, saying that if something happens, he can call her name. Those who are afraid of her will immediately run away, but otherwise it will be useless. The woman headed towards the exit of the guy's room, offering to finish for today. She invited him to her place tomorrow evening, because she is his mentor and must teach him something. Wang Teng walked her to the corridor and waved goodbye. Entering his room, he exhaled with relief and was glad that she had left. He turned around with sparkling eyes and realized that he could now collect all the skill bottles. In his room, there were several multicolored translucent balls on the floor. He looked at these bubbles with joy and thought that he was rich. He extended his hand to the colorless bubble and asked what it was. When he picked it up, he looked at it with disappointment. A system window appeared above his head. "Congratulations, you have received a tribute to duplicity." The main character raised his head and asked how two-faced this woman must be that such a bubble fell from her. He asked his system if it was playing a joke on him. Wang Teng heard a strange sound and turned his head towards the source. He looked at the yellow egg standing on the windowsill. The main character was afraid that he had damaged the egg in the battle. With white and frightened eyes, he approached the egg, which was moving, and hoped that everything was all right with it. The shell began to crack with a corresponding sound. Wang Teng became even more frightened and asked if it was broken. The egg shell began to crack more and more. The guy's pupils narrowed. He looked at it in surprise and asked if it would hatch now. The main character watched the hatching and encouraged the egg. A small yellow beak poked out of the shell. The shell broke in two and a black round chick crawled out. Wang Teng was clearly disappointed. He thought that this little thing looked strange and assumed that it was a baby star beast. The black chick sat on the guy's shoulder, and he called him a stupid black chick, saying that he didn't look like the majestic raven at all. The main character asked if he wanted him to feed him. The guy said that since he was a star beast, he would have to feed him the meat of another star beast. He just had the meat of that python left. The chick sat on the edge of the plate, which contained raw meat. They both stood by the window. Wang Teng said that he was going to eat everything himself, but he would still share it with the chick, and if he eats it, he will grow faster. The next day, the main character came to the gates of a luxurious mansion, expressing amazement. He opened his eyes wide and asked if his master lived here, saying that it looked luxurious for a teacher's dormitory. The guy pressed the call button on the intercom, where Tang Taishuan's voice came from. She said that the door was open and he could come in on his own. Wang Teng walked into the house with a smile, a bag behind him. Tang Taishuan was wiping her head with a towel. She was wearing a nightie and apparently the woman had recently gotten out of the shower. She said he came too early and asked him to close the door. Wang Teng was terribly embarrassed and blushed deeply when the rector turned away from him. The woman asked him to sit down. He agreed and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Tang Taishuan asked if he was hungry since she had no food. The main character noticed something. There was a lot of trash on her coffee table, like a half-eaten pizza and an open bag of chips. The woman put the phone to her ear and ordered food delivery. Wang Teng even thought that she didn't seem to leave the house. Tang Taishuan turned to the guy and said with a dissatisfied face that she had not eaten anything today, and it was unlikely that Wang Teng wanted her to teach him on an empty stomach. The main character smiled awkwardly, closing his eyes, and agreed, saying that she should eat, otherwise he would feel guilty. Tang Taishuan sat down on the sofa opposite Wang Teng and suggested getting down to business. She said she had a rough idea of his power level. The woman said that his goal is not to become the best among his classmates, but to become the best in his generation. These words seemed to shock the guy. He opened his mouth in shock. The main character lowered his head and continued to listen to her. The woman said that not only his classmates, but also other young and talented martial artists are his competitors. She ordered to look forward and not limit herself to the academy. In her generation there are no equals to her. She even made the senior masters cry and call for help from her mother. Tang Taishuan grinned, lowering her eyebrows slightly, and said that he is now her disciple. He should not become better than her, but at least not be too weak. The guy smiled nervously, his eyes white with horror. He considered her the devil in the flesh. She also talks loudly. Tang Taishuan crossed her arms and crossed one leg over the other, saying that they will not rush into this. There are many talented martial artists among the fourth-year students. She gave him a goal. From tomorrow he will challenge one of the top 100 students at the academy. He must defeat them all. Wang Teng opened his eyes in shock and shouted that he would become the object of everyone's attacks. Everyone would hate him. Tang Taishuan just smiled and closed her eyes, asking if he was afraid. She tilted her head forward and said that if he defeated them all and became the school's enemy, then they would have no choice but to fear and respect him. The woman said that the strong stick with the strong. They never lack friends. The main character lowered his head and sighed in disappointment. He said that he understood everything, and she said everything correctly. Tang Taishuan crossed her arms and sighed, saying that fighting between masters of the arts is a common thing. For most people, losing does not mean anything special. You just need to train more, then you can become stronger. He shouldn't worry either. The doorbell rang. Wang Teng turned around questioningly, and Tang Taishuan was drooling from hunger. She asked the guy to open the door because she was so hungry that she couldn't get up. The main character got up from the sofa with a dissatisfied face. He met the food courier near the front door. The courier looked at him questioningly. Wang Teng replied that he was her student, to which the delivery man agreed and handed him boxes of food. The guy put the boxes on the table and sat down on the sofa. The woman ordered to open it faster. She supposedly would faint from hunger. The main character looked with surprise at the boxes of food and wondered what was there, because it smelled very tasty. With his mouth slightly open, he began to open the box, releasing a bright light. The food from the delivery glowed very brightly. Wang Teng said that he was about to go blind. He suggested that it was the legendary brilliant Chinese cuisine. The box contained a plate with 5 shrimp, salad and mushrooms, next to a cup of sauce. The woman looked at the food and said that this is a masterpiece of divine food from the chef. The fat man who brought the food, he is a real pro. The main character put on a calm face and said that a person's appearance is deceiving. He asked why the food glowed. Tang Taishuan had already eaten the delicious shrimp. She replied that it was because of great strength. Wang Teng made a puzzled face and asked what this meant. The rector said that this chef uses star beasts and elixirs as ingredients, and he also has special cooking methods, which allows him to stimulate great power and speed up the cultivation process. She imagined soups, steamed pies, baked fish, and shrimp. For the same reason, the chef is an active martial artist. Drops of sweat rolled down the guy's face. He said that only masters can stimulate great power. After some time, the boxes of food were empty. Tang Taishuan leaned back on the sofa with her belly full and said that it is difficult to cultivate divine food preparation now. It is truly a unique process. The main character realized that she was saying this not because of the delicious food, but to save the situation. The woman called him with her. The guy raised his head, looking at her. She stood up from the sofa and turned her head to the guy, suggesting a friendly afternoon duel between student and mentor. Wang Teng blushed and awkwardly replied that this would not end well. Tang Taishuan looked at him displeasedly and called him a pessimist. The main character decided to immediately justify himself. He laughed awkwardly and said that he meant that exercising immediately after lunch was bad for your health. The woman had already changed into her gym uniform and said that she would not teach him individual things such as exercises and fighting skills. From today on, she would suppress her powers to fight him. This way he will gain combat experience and knowledge. Her long hair reached her hips. She said that experience and knowledge are necessary for a martial artist. The woman said that many masters who came from the battlefield, although they do not have special techniques, but they can easily defeat brilliant masters. If a person has strength but no fighting power, he is empty. Wang Teng looked at his master and listened to her carefully. Tang Taishuan raised the corners of her lips and said that she didn't want him to become like this, and yesterday was fun. She suggested continuing the fight. The woman pushed off powerfully from the marble floor. She jumped towards the main character, smiling. Her hands became covered in green orbs as she ran towards the guy. Tang Taishuan tensed her palm, turning it into stone. She made a blow. The guy took a step back at the last moment. When he tried to attack with his fiery hand, Tang Taishuan hit his chest. Wang Teng was thrown back and grabbed the impact area. He gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking about how strong she was. The rector dealt another blow. The main character was able to block the attack. Wang Teng tried to attack back, but her opponent successfully dodged. Both his hands began to blaze with fire, and the woman took 2 steps back. The main character swung his flaming hand. He tried to punch, but his hand was stopped by Tang Taishuan's foot. He looked at her angrily, realizing that she had too much power. Apparently, last night she did not fight him at full strength. While Wang Teng was trying to catch his breath, Tang Taishuan slowly walked towards him. She suddenly took off, jumping. With a smile on her face, the woman moved her hand forward to attack. The main character covered his face with his hands, defending himself. He jumped back several times and got down on one knee. The guy was breathing heavily and sighing from fatigue. Tang Taishuan smiled and chuckled mockingly. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows. His hands caught fire again and he ran towards the rector. There was a loud explosion and a bright flash of light appeared. Half an hour passed. The main character was lying on the floor and breathing heavily. He turned to his master and told her that she had fought fiercely. Tang Taishuan stood next to him. She called him a fool because she was doing this for his own good. The woman smiled and looked down, saying that in the future there will be those who want to kill him, so she must unlock his potential power. She sat down next to him and started poking his finger on his cheek, ordering him to stand up. She told him to go to the logistics department today and buy himself a jar of black jasper ointment and apply it all over his body so that tomorrow he could withstand its blows. Wang Teng had bruises under his eyes and hobbled towards the exit and said he was leaving. Tang Taishuan waved at him and advised him to be careful. The woman smiled and exhaled, thinking that she had found a treasure, and if she were his age, she would not be able to handle it. Wang Teng approached the cash register and asked for one black jasper ointment. The cashier said it cost 100 points each, enough for 5 days. The guy immediately began to be indignant and asked why it was so expensive. The cashier smiled and replied that it was not expensive at all and this ointment was worth the money. He put his card on the cash register and still asked to give him one can. With tears in his eyes, he looked at the jar of black liquid and said that it was still too expensive. He needed to find a way to earn training points. The cashier smiled radiantly, closing her eyes, and said that points should be spent, not saved. Wang Teng walked towards the exit with a sad face, but he realized that if he challenged one of the top 100 students of the academy every day, he could earn points along the way. He came to his room and went into the bathroom with a large mirror. The guy was undressed and had a towel tied around his hips. He came to the bathtub and said that the ointment should be used with hot water. He opened the jar and said with a puzzled face that this ointment seemed terribly strange. But I had to try. He smeared the black ointment on his shoulder and left arm, saying that it itself was cold. Suddenly his body began to emit steam and his face turned red. He squealed so loudly in pain that even his chick was surprised. The next day he could hardly walk along the corridors of the dorm. He did not think that the cold ointment, upon contact with hot water, would boil and cover all his energy channels. His eyes were tired. He wondered if this was really the effect of the ointment. He walked up to the door to room number 100, saying that he wanted to come here. Wang Teng knocked on the door of the student who was the 100th best on the list, meaning he is the weakest among them. The main character believed that he would definitely be able to defeat him. The main thing is that he was now at the academy. He sadly lowered his head and sighed, knowing that if he failed the fight, that furious woman would punish him. The door was opened by a muscular and bearded student with a towel over his shoulder. He had a toothbrush in his mouth and a glass of water in his hand. He was surprised and recognized the guest as Wang Teng. The main character smiled friendly and called the student by the name Yuquan. He asked if he would have free time that evening. The student looked away shyly and blushed. He said that he did not date boys. This completely stunned Wang Teng. He didn't even know what to say to this. The rest of the students looked at them. The main character began to think about Yuquan's words. He shouted angrily that he had been misunderstood. The student looked at him with his mouth open. Wang Teng shouted that he had come to challenge him to a fight. The bearded guy opened his eyes wide and asked again to make sure. He asked if he understood what he was talking about. The main character sadly closed his eyes and apologized, saying that he could not disobey the master's order. He named the time and place of the battle and asked if he would come. Yuquan laughed and agreed, saying that he would show him the strength of the academy's top 100 masters. Wang Teng headed towards the exit and said that he would be waiting for him. Yuquan sighed and frowned, following the main character with his eyes. He thought that the guy had so quickly found himself a master mentor, and now it is not surprising that he is considered so talented. He wondered who his mentor was. The main character was walking along the streets of campus and talking to someone on the phone. Two students were discussing it. The guy with glasses asked his friend if he had heard that Yuquan from the top 100 disciples was going to fight someone. His friend asked if he wanted to compete in martial arts and who he would fight. He said that we need to tell him everything and invite him to a fight. Wang Teng with a tired face spoke on the phone with Tang Taishuan. He promised to win and asked if she would punish him if he lost. They ended the call and Wang Teng looked at the phone screen with displeasure. He believed that this woman was a real devil. Suddenly someone called out to the main character. He turned towards the voice. A fat student with glasses ran up to him and introduced himself. He was in his 3rd year as an officer. Wang Teng pretended to understand everything. The fat guy started talking about his name and how he changed it. Wang Teng with an emotionless face said that he must be talented, but asked why he called him. The fat man bent down to him and whispered that they say that today Yu Kun will fight with someone. He doesn't know who the opponent is, but he invited Wang Teng to take a risk. He heard that his opponent was very strong and the odds were 3-1. The fat man asked if he wanted to bet. The rest of the students approached them. One of them asked the fat man if he continued to bet, despite the fact that he had been caught so many times. The others laughed. The fat student turned to them and frowned, asking if they would bet. One of them said that he was betting 100 points on Yu Kun's victory. The other also decided to make the same bet. Another student bet 50 points on Yu Kun. The fat man began to gather more and more people around. The main character frowned in confusion and asked what this strange thing was. A red-haired girl approached him and replied that there was nothing strange and called the newcomers stupid. She said that he was simply being given training points. He was not deceiving anyone. Wang Teng bet 100 points on Yu Kun's opponent. The fat man wrote down the bet in his notebook. The girl with short hair said that he still plays, even though he knows that he will fool him. The guy noticed this. Wang Teng turned to her and smiled, saying that it was only 100 points. He believed that the other students had wasted their points by betting on Yu Kun. He said goodbye to the crowd and said that he had gone to prepare for the fight. The students looked after him in confusion and asked what he had just said. The fat man, holding a notebook, squinted and repeated Wang Teng's words. The crowd realized with shock that Wang Teng was Yu Kun's opponent. A huge crowd has gathered in the arena where the battle will take place. They didn't believe that a newcomer would challenge a top 100 student, not understanding where he got so much courage from. They didn't think Wang Teng was weak, but they thought it would be very difficult for him. The fat man frowned and put his hand to his chin. He thought that the main character was confident in himself, and therefore would definitely not embarrass himself on the set. He looked at the arena and the two opponents, realizing that no one was betting on Wang Teng. He believed that it had become much more interesting, and the excitement needed to be raised before the fight. His eyes sparkled as he imagined the benefit. Yu Kun looked at the audience and told Wang Teng that no one believed in him. The main character sighed and replied that it doesn't matter. He came to do the master's homework. The students' opinions mean nothing to him. The words about homework angered his opponent. Wang Teng awkwardly apologized. Yu Kun frowned and made a serious face. He said it would be his homework and they would test what he could do. The main character also frowned and looked straight into his opponent's face. They decided to start a fight. Wang Teng's fists burst into flames, and Yu Kun caused an explosion and ran forward. The main character swung his fiery palm. A fiery aura also flared up around his opponent. Their fists collided. The force was so great that stones from under the ground flew out. Spectators watched the battle with interest. They discussed the power of both participants. While Wang Teng was holding back the power of his opponent, he was thinking that this is what the strength of a level 3-star warrior looks like. Two flaming fists touched. No one gave up. The shock wave from the collision threw both fighters in different directions. Yu Kun grinned and furrowed his brows, saying that now he understood why the freshman did not chicken out and challenged him to a fight. He powerfully pushed off the ground and jumped up, offering to try to dodge such an attack. Yu Kun hit the ground, causing an explosion. The spectators looked at the battlefield with concern. They were surprised that the main character could fight on par with an older student. Therefore, they assumed that Yu Kun had not yet used his full power. The enemy raised his head and looked at the destroyed ground in front of him. Wang Teng was flying towards him directly above his head, preparing to attack. Their blows collided in the air. Yu Kun frowned and gritted his teeth. His opponent was irritating him greatly. They were thrown away from each other. The senior student didn't understand how Wang Teng could be as strong as him even though he was only a second-tier star warrior. The main character smiled, frowned, and breathed heavily. He finally understood the meaning of the teacher's assignment. He needs these fights to learn from the experience of fighting with elders and find his way as a martial artist. The foot of one of the fighters slipped across the field, scattering dirt. The two fighters stood opposite each other with flaming fists. Wang Teng jumped up. Yu Kun raised his fist. The main character frowned and grinned, clenching his hand into a fist. He threw a jab to the head, but his opponent dodged at the last moment. The senior student threw the enemy away from him, realizing that his attacks were becoming stronger and it was difficult for him to parry the blows. Yu Kun began to get angry, and the eyelids on his cheeks swelled with rage. He asked Wang Teng if he had practiced sparring with him. The main character smiled awkwardly, realizing that he had been discovered. Yu Kun's aura became stronger. He said that he would teach him a lesson. Wang Teng tensed. The spectators watched this in delight and shouted that Yu Kun was using the Lion's Fury Fist. The senior student jumped up, the aura of a lion's face appearing next to him. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, covering his face, and thought that this was his fighting technique. He opened the bag where the sword was, thinking that the more angry he got, the stronger this move would be. While the main character was taking out his blade, the lion was approaching him. The guy made an angry face, frowning, and offered to taste his blade. He swung his sword and sent out a red glowing projectile. Observers' jaws dropped at the reception. Yuquan frowned and gritted his teeth, not understanding how this was possible. Wang Teng's attack cut the lion's face in half. The impact was so strong that it left a huge mark on the field. Yuquan opened his mouth slightly and saliva flowed from it. He fell to all fours, saying that he had lost. Getting into the top 100 students was very difficult. The senior worked hard for this, and he never thought that it would end like this. The spectators looked sadly at the battlefield and asked if Yuquan really lost. The loser clenched his hands into fists and walked away from the field. Wang Teng looked after him and thought that when Tang Taishuan gave him this task, did she think about how much of a blow it would be for those who lose? The main character closed his eyes and sighed. He believed that the world of martial arts only recognizes strength. He needs to go back and report everything to the teacher. The spectators looked at him and shouted that Wang Teng was so strong that he defeated one of the top 100 disciples. In their opinion, he is not like a freshman because he is too strong. When the main character was walking towards Tang Taishuan, someone asked him to wait. He turned around and saw a fat man who was breathing heavily. The student with glasses smiled and said that he had come to give him the points. He said that he obviously had a lot of secrets, but he still decided to bet on him and made a small profit, for which he thanked Wang Teng. The main character smiled and looked at him, saying that there was no need to thank him. He looked at him slyly and offered to collaborate with him, because he would continue to challenge students from the top 100. The fat man's eyes immediately sparkled and he agreed, saying that as soon as he saw him, he immediately thought that he was an ambitious person. He asked how they would divide the points they won. Wang Teng lowered his head a little and replied that the division would be 50/50. He was 100% sure that he would win against everyone. He asked if he would believe him. The fat man opened his mouth wide, his pupils constricted. He closed his eyes and put his fist to his chin, deciding to think. They stood near multi-story buildings next to a cafe. The fat man shouted that they had agreed and he believed him. Tang Taishuan turned to Wang Teng, who had come to her with a grin. She continued playing the handheld game console and asked how it felt. The main character looked away and said emotionlessly that he had no feelings, but he won. Tang Taishuan stood up from the sofa and turned to him, offering to arrange a training session now. They stood opposite each other, preparing for battle. The woman said she wanted to see what he had learned. The main character pushed off powerfully from the marble floor. He jumped up and headed towards Tang Taishuan. He believed that meeting this devilish woman was the beginning of a new stage in his journey as a martial artist. His future is limitless. Wang Teng furrowed his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Tang Taishuan ran towards him, smiling, and realized that she would witness his future. After training, the main character lay on the floor and breathed heavily. His mentor stood next to him. She said that there was already progress and advised him to continue in the same spirit. The guy thanked his master. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and reminded him that tomorrow he must fight with a student who is in 99th place in the ranking. Wang Teng tiredly began to rise from the floor and said that he remembered. He asked how dare he forget what she told him. A guy with glasses with brown hair looked to the side with a blank face, holding a mug of tea in his hands. His name was Fang Min. He and the main character were sitting on the sofas. Fang Min said that Wang Teng had defeated Yuquan and decided to challenge him. The main character laughed awkwardly and said that today at 7 p.m. they should fight. He closed his eyes and rubbed the back of his head, saying that the teacher ordered him to fight every day. It was his homework. Fang Min sighed, looking at Wang Teng's awkward face, and said that his teachers had high expectations for him. He is even interested in knowing how strong he is. They say that Wang Teng is a monster. The main character walked near street cafes during sunset. He understood that soon the master would turn everyone against him in this way. A group of girls called out to the guy and said that they would come to see him in the evening and wished him good luck. Wang Teng turned around in shock. The girls squealed and smiled at him. They told him how tough he was and that he challenged strong guys. Wang Teng smiled at them and waved. He made a thoughtful face. After all, he had just agreed to fight with Fang Min. How did they know about everything? The guy reached into his pants pocket for his phone. A message from the fat man appeared on his phone screen. He wrote that he had created a stir, but if this did not seem enough, he could do more. The main character sighed tiredly. He knew that the fat man did it all. He asked him how many people had bet. The guy walked away from the sidewalk and stood against the wall. The fat man replied that 89 people placed a bet. They were all verified people. Tang asked what to do if they were caught by the teachers. The fat man wrote that nothing could be done. The points would be confiscated, and he would be punished. Wang Tang asked him not to cross the line and be careful. His friend asked him not to worry. He has plenty of experience in this matter. The guy closed his eyes and exhaled tiredly. The fat man asked him to focus on today's fight. If he wins, they will earn a lot of points. People have already begun to gather on the football field. Some of the spectators were cheering for Fang Min, while others shouted that they had given points to Wang Tang and asked them not to let them down. The main character made an attack with a sword and sent a fiery projectile into the air. Fang Min was able to step to the side and dodge the attack. However, Wang Tang was already standing behind him. He realized this too late, gritting his teeth and turning around. The main character dealt him the final blow, pushing him back. Fang Min got down on one knee and admitted defeat. Wang Tang stood opposite him, and the spectators shouted that Fang Min had given in to him. They immediately started shouting about Wang Tang's strength. On the third day of fighting, he fought against a fighter with a black whip. On the sixth day, he was able to defeat another enemy. On the 13th day, he was able to defeat the enemy with an explosion. He proudly raised his fiery fist into the sky, his entire body blazing. Young Ling smiled and asked how many victories this guy had in a row, and whether he would be among the top 50 fighters. Cheng Zhu smiled and said that Wang Tang is a real villain and he will stop at nothing. But the more challenges he throws, the more difficult it will be for him. Each time the enemy's strength will increase. Wang Tang came home a few days later with the chick and greeted the father, mother and Dudu. His parents immediately greeted him joyfully. They were happy about his return. Little Dudu ran up to the guy and called him brother. Wang Shengguo asked his son if he brought the raven and raised it. The main character turned to him and replied that it was a star beast. The father was shocked by this. He asked again to make sure that he had heard everything correctly. His eyes immediately sparkled. He put his hands on his shoulder and said that he should raise him well. Wang Tang's mother, Lai Ziyume, came up to him from behind and worriedly said that Dudu's relatives came a few days ago. They wanted to pick her up, but the girl didn't want to leave, and she didn't like them either. They were strange people. Wang Tang told her that he considered Dudu to be his sister, and if those people came again, he would deal with them. Wang Shengguo laughed and walked towards him. He said their son became so serious when he entered the academy. He asked if their family could do business with martial artists. The main character replied that there was such a possibility. Pills, weapons, and rune tools are sought-after items among martial artists, but Wang Tang believed that this matter needed to be carefully thought out. It must become strong enough to protect the family, otherwise they would simply be destroyed by the rich. His father closed his eyes and nodded in agreement. Their entire family will count on him in the future. The main character smiled, closing his eyes, and told his father that he was the support of their family and he still had a lot to learn from his father. The next day, Wang Tang arrived at the training room, where several people were already there. He looked at the commander a little thoughtfully, remembering that today they agreed to go together to another world. A huge and dissatisfied crowd gathered near Commander Ling Jian. One of them shouted that a member of his squad had dropped out. A young gentleman from their family wanted to join them in his place. He asked why the commander did not agree. Ling Jian shouted that they had enough people in the squad. The dark guy with green hair shouted that he knows that he is not the best martial artist. He did not have the best result in the exam, but he is a first-level Star Master and a third-level Young Master. He is clearly more suitable for him. The red-haired guy told Ling Jian that he understands that he sees potential in Wang Tang. But martial arts champions appear every year, and few of them can be called outstanding. You need to choose those who understand the current situation. The main character looked at the crowd a little confused. The commander was wearing a black t-shirt and black glasses. He ordered to stop chatting. Their team did not need a new fighter. The red-haired guy frowned and looked at him angrily. He felt that Ling Jian had disgraced him by refusing him several times in front of so many people. The argument continued. The green-haired guy put his hands in his pockets and told Ling Jian that his young master was a high-ranking Star Master, and he was refusing him because of some youth. He rudely asked if this was a wise choice. Ling Jian frowned and calmly asked if he was threatening him. He said that the owner of the training hall personally assigned Wang Tang to their group, and if he had any objections, he should look for him and explain everything himself. This statement infuriated the green-haired guy. The guy with red hair said that since they had already decided everything, then it was time for them to go. Wang Tang walked up to Ling Jian and greeted him. The red-haired man stopped abruptly. He looked at him angrily from over his shoulder. Wang Tang put his hand on his hip and asked the commander what was going on. Ling Jian crossed his arms and replied that the second-generation martial artist wanted to join their team instead of the guy. The main character looked at this master and said that he seemed to have a lot of experience. Ling Jian lowered his glasses and frowned. He replied that they are in Dunhai, which means that they should do as the owner of the hall said, especially since that guy does not look reliable, so he cannot trust him with the lives of his comrades. He put his arm around Wang Teng's shoulder and told him to forget about him, because the guy had finally arrived, which meant they could hit the road. They found themselves in a city with medieval buildings. Someone squealed loudly. Wang Teng held the chick in his hands with frightened eyes. Liu Yan asked if it was really a star beast. Commander Ling Jian frowned with a shocked face and asked if he was feeding the star beast. Liu Yan covered her mouth with her hand in surprise and asked if he recognized him as the master. The main character looked at them in confusion and asked why they were so surprised and whether it was so difficult to tame a star beast. They looked at him with open mouths. Ling Jian grabbed Wang Teng by the shoulders and shouted that this is a rare occurrence. Usually the baby star beasts are very stupid, but his bird seemed smart. He remembered that he could just go to Fubao Palace and buy a spiritual contract with a pet. It would be more reliable. Wang Teng, with tears in his eyes, covered his chest with his hands and shouted that his clothes were almost all torn, and let them help him. Liu Yan laughed. After some time they arrived at Fubao Palace. It was a very beautiful building in white and brown colors. Everyone entered a beautiful building in traditional Chinese style. They were asked what they needed. The main character frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the voice. It was a young girl with glasses and a tight dress. She said they had everything. Wang Teng looked at her calmly and said that he wanted to make a spiritual contract with the pet. The girl with glasses smiled and asked to follow her. She would take them to the boss. Only he has the right to take away the treasure they need. They were met by a gray-haired old man. He was the head of the Fubao Palace and he was glad to welcome them. The girl with the buns on her head opened the box containing the scroll. The head of the palace said that this is their contract. They can open it and check it. Ling Jian looked at the scroll and said that this was indeed a spiritual contract with a pet. Wang Teng asked how much it cost. The old man smiled, raising one hand, and said that the cost was 130 million. The main character was not ready for such a large amount. He even asked again to make sure that he had not misheard. The guy's eyes turned pale, and with a doomed face he said that this was dear to him. He has that kind of money, but it's still too much. The palace head said that it is not expensive at all. This contract was made by a famous rune master from another world. Other rune masters cannot make such a high-quality product. The scroll with the contract was tied with a rope with a red stone. They opened the contract, and Liu Yan said that there was a master's mark here. Ling Jian replied that in this case the price is reasonable. The old man smiled friendly and put his hand on his chest, saying that their Fubao Palace is famous for its conscientious attitude to business. Wang Teng sighed and took out his bank card, saying that he would pay. He was lucky that hunting star beasts brought him 500 million. He was thanked for the purchase. They went outside and began loading the armored vehicle with various items. Liu Yan said that she didn't know that he had a rich family. The main character was carrying bags. He replied that this was not at all true. Ling Jian turned to him and said that since they had accepted the contract, it was time to carry out the task. They got into the car and drove off-road next to the autumn forest. Commander Ling Jian said that this time they just need to help the Red Maple Hill Gnomes deal with a group of wind mantises. The commander was driving. Liu Yan was sitting next to him. She turned to Wang Teng and said that the gnomes make great drinks and weapons, but the mantises might be a little difficult. Wang Teng had special glasses on his face and smiled. Now he will be able to collect bubbles with the element of wind. His wind characteristics are too low. He urgently needs to improve. Liu Yan looked at the chick on the guy's head and said that before they come to the hills, he needs to make a contract with the raven. He almost forgot about it. With a pen and ink he left his signature on the contract. Wang Teng and the crow were surrounded by a fiery aura. Wang Teng felt that a certain connection had formed between him and the little crow. The raven looked into the deep red eyes of the protagonist. The guy looked at the raven's big eyes in response and realized that he was seeing through the eyes of a crow. This scared both of them. Wang Teng even shuddered. He did not expect that the contract would have such an effect. The guy stood up from his seat and approached Ling Jian, asking what the spiritual contract gave him. The commander replied that the feelings of his pet were transmitted to him. The main character smiled awkwardly. A chick was sitting on his shoulder, and he asked if the contract had any other effects. He realized that because their vision was connected, they could better sense each other's emotions. Suddenly, the armored vehicle began to rush faster, and a shell flew nearby. Ling Jian frowned, holding the steering wheel tightly, and shouted that the enemy attack had begun. The explosions continued and the car suddenly began to drift. Commander Ling Jian turned to the others and shouted that everything was fine. He saw that due to the sharp turn, Wang Teng fell directly between Liu Yan's breasts, which made her feel embarrassed. The main character blushed terribly out of embarrassment, raising his face. He tried to get up and immediately apologized to Liu Yan, saying that he didn't do it on purpose. The girl replied that he would pay for it later. She turned to the commander, who was just as confused as Liu Yan. His cheeks turned very red. He pointed back and said that they still had a few pursuers behind them. They were actually being chased by 3 combat vehicles, which fired projectiles towards Ling Jian's vehicle. The commander began to get angry. He clenched his teeth and shouted that his pursuers were not far behind them. Liu Yan opened the hatch from above with her fist and shouted that then they would attack them. She leaned out onto the roof of the car, and the others opened the back doors. The girl began to aim the machine gun at the enemies. All members of the group began to fire back at their pursuers. A man with a bazooka leaned out of one of the enemy cars. He fired a huge projectile, which flew at lightning speed towards the group's transport. Fortunately, the shell did not hit the car, but hit the ground. Ling Jian tensed. He frowned and gritted his teeth, calling them freaks. One of the group members also took out a bazooka and struck at them. The shell exploded, causing a bright flash and a lot of noise. The impact site began to smoke heavily, blocking the enemy's view. Despite this, enemy vehicles broke through the smoke screen. The guy was driving who was refused participation in the operation. He said that they should not be underestimated. Wang Teng leaned out of the window on the side of the car. He held a gun in his hands and said that it was his turn to join in the fun. The madman behind the wheel smiled widely and shouted that even Liu Yan couldn't hit him, and told Wang Teng that he didn't know where he was going. The lead bullet flew out of the barrel of the gun with lightning speed. The bullet hit the driver of the car directly, breaking through the windshield. Because of this, the driver lost control and the car crashed into a tree. One of the remaining cars began to turn sharply. Liu Yan looked at Wang Teng and asked what kind of shot it was. The main character grinned, rubbed the back of his head and said that it sounded good. He looked at the system window and realized that he had excellent shooting skills. Commander Ling Jian smiled at them and said that they had done a good job. Liu Yan turned to Wang Teng with a smile and offered to bet on who could kill more. The main character blushed and took the gun in his hands again, agreeing with Liu Yan. Enemies fired at their car, but they did not give up and fired back. The shots hit the windshield of the enemy driver. He shouted that too much fire would hit them. He ordered the others to fire faster as the bullets hit his car. The enemy vehicles accelerated and approached Ling Jian and his team. They opened the side door when they were finally even. The man with the bazooka smiled slyly and fired. The commander looked at this and frowned, ordering his team to hold on. He began to move the gear lever from side to side. As a result, the enemies shot at the other car, and Ling Jian was able to get ahead. Wang Teng looked at it with a smile and said it was cool. Having broken away from the enemies, the commander sharply taxied and turned the car. They stopped and Ling Jian got out of the car, saying that he would deal with them now. The enemies stopped near them and were also preparing to attack. The commander ran at the enemies, swinging his huge hammer. He hit the ground with his hammer, throwing his pursuers away. Wang Teng looked at this with a little tension and realized that the commander was angry. This was a terrible sight. One of the opponents called out to Wang Teng and asked where he was looking, because he too was standing here for a reason. The enemy thought that this guy looked like a first-level Star Master rookie. He would easily cut him into pieces. The main character frowned and sighed. He understood that judging by the man's face, he clearly underestimated him. Wang Teng ran towards him and began to disappear. Suddenly he found himself behind the enemy, who did not understand how he did it. He gave him a powerful blow and shouted that he was not some little toddler. The enemy was defeated in 1 second. He fell to the ground. His allies looked at this with horror, because he was a second-level master, and the main character killed him in just 1 blow. They decided that they had to leave. The guy in the black robe ordered the others to run away faster. They were scared. The man in blue began to run with fear, thinking that he still wanted to live. Wang Teng smiled confidently and began to disappear into thin air, asking if they wanted to run away. While the guy in blue was running away, he heard screams. He decided to turn around and immediately began to tremble with fear. All his allies were defeated, and Wang Teng was already standing opposite him. The guy fell to the ground in fear and begged for mercy. The protagonist glared down at him and ordered him to answer a few questions, and he might spare him if he was in a good mood. The guy was shaking with horror. He said that he would answer everything. The main character asked who sent them. The guy looked him in the face and replied that it was the head of the Yao family from Yanchen. He made a deal with several masters and ordered them to kill other warriors below the 4th level who returned from the Dark Mist Forest 3 months ago. Wang Teng crossed his arms and repeated this information out loud. Ling Jian approached him and asked if he was finished. The main character looked at him over his shoulder and asked if he had everything sorted out. The commander answered in the affirmative. Wang Teng turned to the man and said that they had been sent by the head of the Yao family of Yanchen to kill their group. Ling Jian asked again to make sure. Liu Yan frowned a little and said seriously that she heard that the young master of their Yao family was killed in the Dark Mist Forest, and the killer was never found. The main character lowered his eyebrows and added that is why they decided to do everything themselves and kill all the masters who returned from the Forest of Dark Fog. Yan Jinyu began to get angry and said that this head of the Yao family cannot distinguish good from evil, so he kills everyone. He is very cruel. Yan Jinming looked at her and said that in the world of martial artists, the weak always loses, but these methods are monstrous. The group surrounded the remaining enemy and they asked him how strong the Yao family was. He said that the strongest member of the Yao family is their patriarch. He is a 6th level star master. There are 4 more 5th level warriors and about 8 4th level masters. Liu Yan said with an emotionless face that this family is quite powerful, they need to strengthen themselves. Wang Teng frowned and looked at the commander, asking if he had any questions. He said that if there were no questions, then he could do whatever he wanted with the enemy. The guy immediately trembled with fear and asked if he had told him that he would let him go if he answered all the questions. The main character replied that he said that he would let him go if he was in a good mood. He said that he was very angry now, after which the guy was immediately killed. They all got into the car. Ling Jian said that now they will return to Earth. It is unlikely that the Yao family from another world will look for them there. Liu Yan suggested getting to the Red Leaf Hill. She wanted to drink the wine that the dwarves make. They got to the place. The main character got out of the car and someone asked him if he was a martial artist from the North Star Hall. It was a short girl named Nia. She had red eyes and revealing clothes. She said that soon the gnomes would come and guide them to get rid of the mantises. Wang Teng looked at her in surprise and thought that the gnomes were quite cute. Nia led the group to the rest of the dwarves. One of them said that she was as full of energy as always. A fat gnome with purple hair asked if they could handle it, since wind mantises are difficult to deal with. He said that everyone looked reliable, after which he pointed his finger at the main character, and said that he was cute and clearly not that strong. This made Wang Teng confused. He didn't understand why he was cute. Nia got angry and ran up to this dwarf, saying he was their guest. The dwarf asked why she was so nervous. Nia looked at Wang Teng and apologized, saying that this dwarf did not understand what was happening around him. The main character smiled and said that everything was fine. They themselves had to leave soon. They arrived in green meadows illuminated by the sun. Nia led the group and pointed to the fields and said that the wind mantids had taken over their wheat field. Their leader is a 3rd level star beast. He is very fast, has sharp forelimbs, and he himself is all green, so it is very difficult to find him in the field. Nia smiled, clenching her fist, and asked the group to be careful. The heroes looked at the green meadows, where the wheat was moving due to the wind. People began to walk among the ears of wheat. Wang Teng looked around, not understanding where everyone was hiding. Suddenly a sharp sound was heard. The main character turned around with a grin. He swung his sword without hesitation. His blade cut the 2-meter-tall mantis in half. Scraps of his flesh flew near Wang Teng's face. He thought that it was very simple, although he was told that wind mantises were very dangerous. Ling Jian began to laugh and smile widely as he praised the guy. The commander shouted that they could not yield to Wang Teng, after which he jumped high up, swinging his hammer at the mantis. He hit the hammer, crushing the mantis, and the shock wave caused the ears of wheat to begin to move. Around Ling Jian, the wheat was crushed, but he lifted the mantis limb. The man turned to his allies and shouted that only the front legs of the mantises were dangerous, so they had to break it first. Liu Yan said that she understood everything, after which she began to shoot with a pistol. The purple-haired dwarf watched them in amazement and said that they were very strong. Nia placed her palm along her face and shouted at them not to be so careless, telling them to beware of the appearance of the Wind Mantis King. Nia slowly moved among the wheat. Wang Teng looked around the field and did not understand why the king of the mantises had not yet shown himself to them. Suddenly, a huge mantis, 3 meters tall, appeared behind Nia. The main character tensed and turned to her, reacting instantly. He called out to the girl who was being attacked by the Mantis King and told her to turn around. Nia turned her head in horror and saw the sharp front paw of the beast. Her voice began to tremble with fear. The purple-haired dwarf was afraid for her. His hands began to shake. Wang Teng frowned and gritted his teeth, realizing that the Mantis King had been hiding there all along, but the guy's inner vision didn't notice him. He waited a long time for the Star Beast to appear. The main character stood in front of Nia, swung his sharp sword, sending a fiery projectile at the Mantis. The girl opened her eyes wide in genuine surprise. The wheat within the strike radius was burned by the guy, but the most important thing was that he killed the Mantis King. The dwarves couldn't believe that this was the strength of a level 1 Star Master. Nia ran up to Wang Teng and thanked the human warrior. The guy smiled and replied that he did what he had to do. The main character looked at his system window. He received 36 wind element points and the wind camouflage skill. That's why he couldn't sense the presence of the Mantis King. He had a special skill. All the fighters gathered on a small hill. Ling Jian said that he didn't think that Wang Teng would become so strong in such a short time. He is so talented. He said to quickly clear the battlefield. There should be a lot of material here that can be sold. After a while, they arrived at the department of the martial arts hall called the North Star in another world. They were told that their mission had been successful and brought a good harvest. The people at the bar said that the goldfinch did pretty well too. Ling Jian replied that he was just lucky. He himself thought that there were no goldfinches in his room. Suddenly someone called the commander by name. He turned around and said that it was him, after which he asked if they knew each other. He was a man with gray hair, dressed in an official uniform, and he was the commander of the Red Tiger Army. He said that a special operation was currently underway, and their War Tiger unit had been called into service. These words shocked Ling Jian, and he even began to sweat. He asked why the army decided to recruit them. The commander of the army detachment replied that this information was confidential, and there would be no comments. Wang Teng frowned and listened to them in disbelief. He lowered the corners of his lips and wondered if they had been called out. But unless the situation is an emergency, the military rarely calls on freelance workers. The main character turned to the officer and said that they cannot go to war and die for no reason. The commander in the blue uniform called him a kid and asked what nonsense he was talking about. Wang Teng said that you shouldn't call him a kid, and judging by his shoulder straps, he is also a sergeant. The man opened his eyes wide and asked in shock what kind of nonsense this was. The main character handed him his card and told him to look if he didn't believe it. The commander picked up his card and shouted that he had the rank of sergeant. He thought that this guy was 20 years younger than him. He was still a student, but had a rank like his. The man did not understand what he had done. The commander closed his eyes and sighed. He asked for forgiveness and offered to move to a more secluded place and discuss everything there. They entered another room. In addition to the commander, Wang Teng, Liu Yan, and Ling Jian entered. The officer said that he thought that if he told the truth, it would shake the morale of the soldiers, but since this is the situation, he will tell them everything. Standing next to him was his guard. The officer said that the reason they were calling in freelance craftsmen was because they had discovered a dark race. This time, there is a high probability of meeting a high-level representative of a dark race who have intelligence and are no different from ordinary people. The officer said that they are even more cunning and resourceful than people. Ling Jian narrowed his eyes and frowned, sweat running down his face. The main character frowned and pursed his lips, thinking that the dark race sounded like a challenge to him. However, will he be able to cope with this now? The sky was red. In the middle of the forest there was a throne on which sat a man with long red hair. He smiled widely, revealing his snow-white teeth.